Hello, everybody. What's up? How are you doing? Nerds. Hey, Stadman. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Nindreen. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Erica. Hello. Hello, One Hand Wonder. Hello. I think I got Solazar. There we go. We got everybody. I think. I don't think we left anyone behind. Also, has really no one been chatting over on Twitch? I think that's a first. Oh my god. Hello, Entrama. Damn, guys. We doing it, though. We getting the homies over here. Did you see I came out on Instagram? No, I haven't. I've been having a really bad brain day today, folks. Um, so I've not been up on my usual vim and vigor. Hello, Salmon Moose. If Twitch chat is dead, can we have Mint over here? Yeah, I mean that's up to Mint. I just got here and was typing in the site URL as you said that. Yeah. Also, YouTube chat, I remembered to get you ready even before stream, well, a little bit after stream started, so I got you this time. I remembered. Hey, Ursa Moon, how you doing? I just miss her chatting. Yeah. Mint's been having a rough time. So, anytime you guys see Mint, you guys go, "Oh, Mint, yay!" You know, do that stuff. Hello, KBS. How we all doing today? I'm ready for more news about the clown world. Are you though? I feel like you guys say that, and then like I play like one clip, and you all are like on the verge of Robloxing yourselves. Okay, we're ready for more horrors. And then 5 minutes later, we're not ready for more horrors. No. Be nice to Mint. Tried and then nearly died. Wait, what? RFK did another Hellscape interview. Yeah, we were gonna cover it yesterday. But fun fact, Google Chrome declared that the extension I was using to suspend my tabs so that I could have a functional computer while having a thoroughly organized show, said that extension is now malware, and so I lost all of the tabs that I had curated and prepared to aid in the coverage of content. So today we're just gonna do some random shit. I think of myself as the Grinch in the fudge eating contest. Is that all you got? Time for Firefox. Is it better now? You should switch to Firefox. I'll look into it, guys. Firefox is the best, as chat points out. I mean, if you're all using Firefox again, I guess I'll give it a shot. Sent her the occasional DM on Discord. She's pretty quiet. Yeah. She's trying. She's trying real hard. Opera GX automatically snoozes tabs if you set the GX controls to limit RAM use. Ooh. I've never tried Opera GX. Maybe I'll try that one. Hey, Sock Done Left. How you doing today? Chad, I know it looks like I'm wearing like a black canvas or black canvas sack. This isn't even black. What is wrong with me? I know it looks like I'm wearing a bland canvas sack, but this sweater is actually very nice and cozy. Opera GX just added a Chat GPT extension. Can't watch HD on Amazon Prime with Firefox. Wait, why? I use it. The only problem is I have my text-to-speech extension doesn't work. Ah, god damn it. Are you kidding? I'd love to wear just a sack every day. Like a burlap sack? That's probably what I was trying to say. Where are you taking applications to get in that sack? Hey, hey! We'll talk about those applications after we get, like, I don't know, 50 subs up in her. DRM, there's no free 1080p codec. Really? That seems crazy to me. How is there not a free codec for 1080p these days in 2023? What do I think? I think that's a really well-timed picture of a cat being excited about a pride flag. Copyright is evil. Copyright laws are also responsible for, like, I don't know, a very sizable chunk of tax evasion. So chat, I thought we'd start out with something kind of fun, because I'm gonna be honest. Yesterday, I was feeling really complicated about that video I showed with, like, Dwayne Wade, uh, like, just full throatedly supporting his trans daughter, and, like, that was so beautiful and nice. But also, I had therapy, and surprise, surprise, your girl got daddy issues. So it also made me feel a lot of complicated feelings. Um, and then we immediately followed that up with Tennessee seizing all of the health records of trans people. What could go wrong? And then I was just tapped out, like, just emotional damage. you know, you know what they say about girls with daddy issues. Oh, I know what they say. Not one that is managed. The answer is capitalism. That sucks. I just feel like I just feel like by now 1080, like, someone would have, like, cracked 1080p codecs, you know? Get new daddies? True. I figured this would be a fun one, chat. So this is a true crime channel. We might have covered it before, but this true crime channel usually covers gruesome murders, and I don't really feel in the mood for gruesome murders. But their most recent video is titled "When You Get Caught Stealing a 300,000 animatronic from Disney World." And you know what? I want to know. What does happen? What happens if you try and steal a goddamn animatronic statue from Disney World? Dwayne. Yeah, KBS. His name's Dwayne. Yeah. I don't think it's pronounced Dwayne. I'm like 99% sure it's not pronounced that way. Have you heard about AV1? It's a new, more efficient, higher quality codec that YouTube streaming supports so far. It's rolling out to newer generation graphics cards. Ooh. I was literally watching this video when you went live. Oh, well, let's get around to it. Let's get the class caught up. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Hey, Sweet Myths Music, how you doing? I do have to say, this young man at second zero, who got caught stealing allegedly a $300,000 animatronic from Disney World, does not look like the kind of guy who would steal an animatronic from Disney World. Dwayne. I feel like if you say Dwayne fast enough, it's Dwayne. It's pronounced Jif. God damn it.
I call my mom and tell her that.
You're an adult, correct?
Yeah.
I'm not calling your mom. Stay there.
When it comes to producing content online, it can be easy to get lost in your own hype. Social media is designed for addiction, and if it's your job, you're spending most of your waking hours on it.
Oh, also, one second. Let me check something real quick. WP from Texas. I honestly can't tell if that's a man or a woman. That seems like a skill issue on your part, my man. I guess get better. Get better at being whatever you are, so you get better at identifying others, I suppose. What? Oh, VCC TV. That's okay. Don't worry about it. And, let me pull up the game screen. Chat, do you want the game big or the video big? Video big? Okay. Aw. Sweet Myths Music, thank you for the $15 dono. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. I genuinely and deeply appreciate that. Like, I'm feeling like trash today. Without the capitalist incentive, I would curl up in bed.
In some capacity, your work revolves around you, whether that be just your thoughts and feelings or your entire being. So every time you post online, you're inundated with thousands of comments telling you that you're an amazing person and that you've saved someone's life by being there for them in their most dire moments. And your content is one of a kind. People begin to hold you up as an ideal, praising your work and who you are in general. And due to the addicting nature of social media, it's virtually all you see. Every person you interact with online is someone who is praising you in some capacity, and unless you have people around you to keep you in check, it's easy to buy into that hype. You begin to think that you're the funniest person of your generation, that your editing style is one of a kind, and that anyone who does anything remotely similar to you online must be copying you in some aspects. Your ego begins to grow, and suddenly you view yourself as an incredibly influential artist who deserves the finer things in life. But that is rarely, if ever, true. Through social media, we've seen the rise and fall of countless content creators, most of which have fallen victim to their own egos. But in today's case, we will be discussing a man who, in just a matter of months on Twitter, believed that he had become Disney's sworn enemy, and took
What?
part in the most elaborate and frankly stupid heist in theme park history. Welcome back
Oh,
to
I'm
another
so
episode
excited.
of
I'm
Dreading,
so
or if
fucking
this is your
excited.
first
Holy
time here,
shit, guys.
welcome.
We're gonna get an elaborate heist of an animatronic.
No
Oh
bed
god.
curling. Dance monkey, dance. Muhaha muhaha muha.
Muhahaha. I'ma dance for you. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Salmon Moose.
Happy birthday.
A lot of apples. Thank you for the tier 4 sub, you guys. You guys, we've only been streaming for like 10 minutes. Thank you. You guys help keep my life afloat, you know? Thank you so goddamn much. I can't, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that you guys make this happen, you know? It's your birthday? It's not my birthday for real. It's not my birthday in real life. But, you guys make it feel like it's my birthday sometimes. I missed you in chat. We missed you too, a lot of apples. Where you been? Everything okay? My birthday is also next month. Break her chat, break the bean. That sounds like a euphemism. Oh dear.
Today,
I'm
we're
the
going to
clown
be
for
going
your
over the
birthday.
case of Patrick
What you
Spikes,
playing? I'm playing
also
The
known
Last
as Backdoor
Spell.
Disney, and how this disgruntled Disney World employee started a one-sided war with the park and still lost. When I initially started this channel, I focused primarily on crimes that happened on or around Disney, as I found those cases to be especially interesting, so I've been waiting on an appropriate time to make this video, and given the heavy subject matter of the majority of our cases, I found this case would work as a sort of palate cleanser. All of my sources will be linked below, and I highly encourage you check them out, as a lot of the reporting done around this crime was done by independent
Oh no.
theme park enthusiasts, and they deserve to have their work seen. Specifically, I wanted to give a quick thank you
Very
to the theme
knifey,
park
Duck.
A very merry unbirthday to you. Asterisk.
Is this the crazy dude again? Nah, this is a guy who decided he was Disney's arch nemesis and I guess hatched an elaborate scheme to steal an expensive animatronic for some reason.
Tribune, who's able to put the majority of the documentation regarding this case on their website. They also provided me with tips that had not been made public until now, and I cannot be more thankful. With all of that said, if you prefer my other content, I will have a new video for you in a week. Now, let us begin. Walt Disney's initial concept for Epcot emerged during the early 1960s as he was considering plans for the expansion of Disneyland in California. Disney envisioned Epcot as a living, breathing community where people could work, live, and play. It was meant to be a showcase of technological advancements, as well as urban planning and community living. One of the primary goals of Epcot was to address various societal and technological challenges. Disney wanted to create an environment where ideas and innovations could be tested and implemented, demonstrating how technology and community living could improve people's lives. He envisioned Epcot as a platform for corporate and government collaboration, where the companies and organizations could showcase their latest developments. Sadly, Walt Disney passed away in 1966 before he could fully realize his vision for Epcot. Following his death, the Walt Disney Company decided to move forward with the construction of a theme park called Epcot Center, which opened in 1982 at Walt Disney World Resort in Florida. While it retained some elements of Walt's original concept, such as showcasing technological advancements and international cultures, it primarily focused on entertainment and education, rather than being a functioning community. The park was split up into a World Showcase, which was dedicated to showing cultures from around the world, and the other half was Future World, which was dedicated to science, technology, and hopeful visions of the future. The Future World side of the park primarily focused on education, with shows and attractions meant to teach lessons and expand the minds of children. When Disney decided to move forward with this concept, they approached several corporate sponsors to help fund certain pavilions in the park. For example, when the Universe of Energy Pavilion opened, it was primarily sponsored by ExxonMobil. They would fund the majority of the ride, from the construction to the upkeep, and the pavilion would have advertisements within the ride itself. However, this approach would have multiple unforeseen consequences, from Disney partnering with less than savory companies, like Monsanto, who produced Agent Orange during the Vietnam War,
no.
and sponsors deciding to
What?
pull out after their contracts had expired. When sponsors would pull out, they would leave.
Oh no! What would possess Disney to be like, yeah, we want our brand connected with the company that makes, that makes literally fucking Agent Orange, dude. Sorry to interrupt, but this meme is just too perfect. Well, I'll be the judge of that. Cisgender is a slur. Sure, Grandpa, let's get you to the bottom of the ocean. Into the submarine, Elon. Yeah, Elon Musk has decreed that the word cisgender is now a slur on Twitter, and honestly, I don't really know what to do with that discourse, but like, all I know is I'm looking forward to the prolonged continuation of ever more elaborate deep sea submersibles. You know, we'll get around to charging $1 billion for them. There'll be a state-sponsored service. You know, I got you supper. If you're hungry, go eat that. Or are you just hugging? I'm just hugging. Are you a lots of hugging bear? You want to come up? You want to come up? Hello. The ultimate showstopper right here, folks. Hi there. What do you want? You want supper? Want supper? Do you need me to remind you that you have supper? Because sometimes you forget. She just scammed me into giving her peanut butter for dinner. Little con artist. Chat, thank you so much for being there for me. I appreciate it a lot.
Leave Disney shouldering the cost of the ride maintenance and upkeep. Some of these rides were incredibly well made, and the advertisements throughout were subtle and unintrusive. However, others were not. Fitting corporate sponsors into a whimsical ride is a hard task, and some of the rides in the Future World section of the park would be panned because of that. Similarly, Future World wasn't something that a lot of people, especially kids, felt drawn to. They weren't going to Disney World to learn, and when given the choice, they enjoyed the park that was filled with whimsical cartoon characters and rides about them. In 1989, Disney opened the Wonders of Life Pavilion, which was an area of Future World dedicated to health and fitness. The area was sponsored by MetLife and contained two main attractions. One of these attractions was Body Wars, Epcot's first thrill ride that utilized the Atlas simulation technology also used in Star Tours. The second main attraction was Cranium Command, a sit-down
Hey,
audio
Casino Fan
animatronic theater
101,
show
how you
that
doing?
educated audiences about the importance of the brain and the relationship between.
I was watching Agenda Free TV. There's approximately 8 hours of air left in the doomed sub. It takes longer than that to get back to the surface. Sad to say, they are gone. Yeah, they're gone unless they're already on the surface somewhere, but that seems increasingly unlikely. And also, again, even if they did manage to surface, they need to be found within the next 8 hours, because they're sealed from the outside in this sub, and there's no emergency way to open it from the inside. Did I miss the rest of the Vosh? No, we didn't return to that. We will later, though.
The human brain and the body. The star of Cranium Command was Buzzy, an animatronic soldier whose job was to pilot a 12-year-old boy and keep him out of trouble. You, the audience member, would sit and watch as Buzzy tries his best to make sure the boy gets through the day unharmed, and throughout, you would learn about his left brain and right brain and the differences between the two. Video of the show can be found online, and the show served as inspiration for the movie Inside Out. The pavilion was popular when it first opened, as Body Wars was the first ride of its kind in the Florida park. It used the same ride system as Star Tours in California, and people flocked to it initially to get a taste of the ride. But when Florida would eventually get their own version of the Star Wars simulator, Body Wars' popularity quickly plummeted. Body Wars was the big attraction for the Wonders of Life Pavilion, meant to draw people into the area, whereas Cranium Command was the supplementary show, which was meant to entertain those who didn't want to wait in line for Body Wars and get out of the heat. The general park goer wasn't going out of their way to.
Jesus, like, I know that the sub was really interesting, but spending, like, an entire, like, a quarter of your 24-hour news cycle on it seems excessive. I know it's a big deal, but damn.
To see Cranium Command, but if they were in the area, they would stop by just to take a break. But with Body Wars no longer drawing people out, less and less people were going to see Cranium Command. In 2001, MetLife ended their partnership with Disney, which meant that they were no longer paying for the upkeep of the pavilion. And due to the area's lack of popularity, Disney made the decision to only open the pavilion seasonally. 6 years later, the pavilion would quietly close permanently. But despite the closure, the Wonders of Life Pavilion would gain new life, this time as a target for urban explorers. Disney would use the building to hold corporate events and serve as storage for various festivals they would have in the park, so they rarely locked the doors. Signage for the pavilion had similarly been taken down and removed from park maps, but there was nothing stopping an average park goer from wandering over to the pavilion and seeing what had become of the older rides. Because the building was out of the way and Disney had taken down any signs leading to it, an average Disney Parks guest wouldn't think to look for the pavilion or enter the building, seeing as it was clearly closed. But with the advent of urban exploring online, it became an easy target. People, usually between the ages of 12 and 30, would go to the pavilion with their cameras and shoot as much behind-the-scenes footage as they could. Though the footage wouldn't go viral, the niche of urban exploring videos online would guarantee a few thousand views, making the footage highly profitable. The urban explorers who would go into the former pavilion found that Cranium Command was still completely intact, with Buzzy still perched in his station, ready to go. In 2012,
shit! Wait! Didn't Jenny Nicholson do a video on, like, the disappearance of Buzzy, the animatronic? Oh shit, did they catch the guy who stole Buzzy?
An unknown person entered Cranium Command and stole Buzzy's brown fabric gloves. From then on, photos of him from Urban Explorers showed him with his bare metallic animatronic hands. Authentic Disney theme park memorabilia is incredibly profitable, with people paying thousands of dollars for props used in the parks. As of writing, there is currently a candelabra that was supposedly used in the Haunted Mansion that is on sale on eBay for nearly $4,000. If the prop is authentic, it was likely stolen from the parks, but Disney collectors often do not mind that fact, and are willing to pay top dollar to get a piece of the parks in their home. It's estimated that Buzzy's gloves alone would have been sold for a couple $1,000s. In early 2018, an urban explorer found that Buzzy, in the hypothalamus, the other animatronic in the show, had been red tagged, meaning that they were marked to be stored away in the archives. This meant that the pavilion would likely be undergoing some massive changes in the coming years, and more likely that urban exploring in the area would no longer be possible. But before that could happen, a second theft occurred. This time, Buzzy's headphones, hat, and brown bomber jacket were taken from the ride. Documents would note that Disney was made aware of this theft on August 8th, but chose to keep the theft quiet in order to not draw attention to what had happened and alert the potential thieves. In documents, Disney had reportedly hired private investigators to look into the crime, at which point they came across the Twitter account Backdoor Disney. In late 2018, a Twitter account going by the name Backdoor Disney would begin posting. The account would post exclusive, never-before-seen photos of Disney World, showing rides with their lights completely on, backstage areas, and footage of Disney animatronics. The account was said to be run by someone who was or had been working at the parks, and could get footage that the average park goer couldn't. Within a few months of posting, the account was able to gain over 8,000 followers, with people actively requesting more content. The person behind the account subsequently made a YouTube channel and began posting more urban exploring content, exploring Epcot's ImageWorks and other backstage areas.
Backdoor Disney
His
does
content,
sound
though
like a
impressive,
euphemism.
was also incredibly antagonistic towards Disney. After nearly a week of posting, the person behind the account would go on to state that they were a disgruntled former employee of the park who had been forced to quit after being disillusioned by the corporation. They claimed that they noted multiple
Yo, it's not like Disney is a new thing. How are you getting disillusioned by Disney? Like, does it... I mean, I guess maybe it takes a lot of people to figure out that capitalism is evil, but goddamn, dude. Found out today there was a refugee boat accident where at least 100 dead like a week ago now. Our news cycle truly is insane. Yeah. I mean, like, also, like, literally, like, what? Like, couple million people die every day. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room in our averages for a large amount of tragedy that we will never know anything about.
issues within the parks themselves, like how security was too lax and how Disney allowed for people like him to get away with being in backstage areas. He also claimed that he had witnessed multiple instances of sexual harassment and employee abuse, stating that the manager had told a character actor not to eat because she would be too bloated to look like a princess. Backdoor Disney reportedly wanted to be a voice for the voiceless and stand up for the men and women who still worked at the park by posting pictures and videos that Disney wouldn't want the public to see. He reportedly stated that Disney would likely try to take him down and to silence him, but he was willing to be the martyr for this cause. Nearly 2 weeks after beginning his account, Backdoor Disney claimed that his content had already put him in the corporation's line of fire. He tweeted, quote, "For the time being, I am halting my backstage posts. I am still taking submissions and will start posting other people's content in the future. I'm gonna let Disney security focus on catching the real dangers and worry less about the minor things that are happening like me." Which, to be clear, Backdoor Disney did pose a real and obvious security threat to Disney, as well as a safety threat to park goers. His posts were not innocuous, especially given that he would directly show people how to break into backstage areas in the Disney parks, and he actively encouraged others to follow in his footsteps. He would describe the backstage areas that had little to no security, and
Hey, for fuck's sake, let me have username. Have a username? You've... Wahahaha, indeed. Hello, TYT. Hello, Raiders. How we all doing today? Howdy, howdy. Hey, Brooke Marks. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate that. Hi, hope you had a great stream. Rated by Brooke. Yeah. Hey, Merry Animal. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hey, Spectral Phonic. Hello, Dissident PM. Hello, Zane. How we all doing, folks? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Not like they were billionaires willingly going to the Titanic in a death trap sub. Oh, God. Yeah. Hey, RE918. Well, again, really the only situation in which, like, one of those, one of the people in the submersible wind up okay is if they've already made it to the surface, which is a stretch, and also that they get found in, like, the next 7 hours. Goodbye, Zane the Puff Dragon. You have a good one. The Dragon Force from TYT. Always appreciated. Always a pleasure. Merry Animal is innocent. I believe it. How we doing, folks? For those of you who aren't aware who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And today we are doing we're just having like a little chill day, honestly. I'm playing a game called The Last Spell, and we're watching a story unfold here about a man who allegedly had an elaborate heist to steal a $300,000 animatronic from Disney World, and he finally got caught. I'm excited to learn more. We still have a lot. You're coming in right at the beginning of the video-ish, but yeah, welcome. Hope you enjoy yourselves here. Stockton Rush does sound like someone who would die in a submersible. Uh-oh, it's crazy dangerous to mess with the mouse, right? Was it a giant was it a giant spider? I don't think so. I think it was Buzzy, an old animatronic from a defunct ride. Ooh, playing some Final Fantasy XIV? Ah, yes, the game of trans people and homosexuals. I say that as a trans person and a homosexual who played Final Fantasy XIV a lot. All right.
Directly told his followers, which included children, to try and break into restricted areas. He repeatedly stated that if anyone was to follow his instructions and get hurt by going into a place that was clearly labeled restricted by Disney, that it was still Disney's fault, because they made breaking into these areas so easy. If they cared, he said, they would have made it harder for him. He also directly solicited fake name tags and identification for other parks in the area, with the implication that he would use these name tags to get access to backstage areas in other parks. As his Twitter account continued to grow in popularity, his perception of Disney worsened. He openly characterized the corporation as being evil and trying to take his account down unjustly. After a month, he tweeted, quote, "I decided to try and please Disney by taking down some of the content in my YouTube videos. Now that they have angered me, my videos have been listed as public."
Now that they
and
have
the posting
angered me!
Continues. That same day, he tweeted again, saying, "Disney has been contacting me. Obviously my identity has been compromised. They are wanting information on some other people. At this point, you're not going to find me in the parks. So you guys just keep chasing your tails." Followed by, "Every tweet of mine gets printed out and put in a folder. Keep printing, boys. Just another page in your folder. Maybe instead of watching me, you should be watching your intellectual property that keeps getting stolen by people that are unrelated to me. Thinking emoji." His tweet mentioned property being stolen out of the Disney parks, something that hadn't been publicly reported on at the time. Strangely enough, his post coincided with the lead detective investigating the theft of Disney World property, getting a tip on November 26th.
Like, how are you a guy, right? You're a guy, and you are really into Disney World, right? I feel like then being like turning into full-blown conspiracy nut is just such a weird turn to take. You know? I don't know, man. I don't know. Good night, OG Mountain Dragon.
That the animatronic that
I
was
am?
in the cranium
Damn it.
command,
Yeah, we
Buzzy,
got you.
was set to be stolen, and that
If you're playing Final Fantasy XIV and you're not gay or trans yet, we're gonna get you.
theft would be an inside job. When the investigator followed up with Disney World security staff, they confirmed that the animatronic had already been stolen, and they hadn't reported it. At that point, they made an official report writing, quote, "I was working as the Epcot investigator on November 19th, 2018, at approximately 10:40 when I was notified by the communications center that an animatronic character was missing from the Wonders building. The character was reported missing by Ron M. of Walt Disney Imagineering. On my arrival, I was unable to find any electrical switches and a used flashlight to view the area. The figure was on a platform that was approximately 7 feet in the air. The electrical connections appeared to be severed and the character was missing. There was considerable fluid in the area that I assume was hydraulic fluid from the character. There was an elevator lift below the platform that had power.
Man, you know, I feel like if a animatronic at Disney World goes missing, you do not want to assume what that fluid is, okay? You do not touch the fluid.
Power to it. The area is unsecured and open to anyone in the area, and there was a previous incident that the Orange County Sheriff's Department has investigated involving this character. The character was designated to be taken by Disney Archives, and I left a message with them to contact me to see if they may have taken the character without notification. They have not returned my call. The area is a discontinued part of an attraction called Cranium Command that has been closed for several years. None of that information was publicly known at the time, but it seemed that Backdoor Disney, whoever he was either a suspect in the case who had been questioned over the theft, or new information only the thief would know. It wouldn't be until nearly 2 weeks later, on December 21st, 2018, when the Twitter account Dreamfinder Guy would shockingly report that there had been a theft at the Wonders of Life Pavilion. This report was made after Backdoor Disney himself confirmed that the figure had been stolen from the show, and that Disney was looking into him as a possible suspect. People didn't believe the initial tweet, as the concept of someone being able to smuggle a 300-pound large animatronic out of the Disney park seemed far-fetched. Multiple Disney enthusiasts looked into it. Theme Park Tribune put in a FOIA request for the information from the Orange County Police Department. Through that request, he was able to get access to the police report regarding the theft of the clothes in his hands, but not the animatronic itself. Multiple theme park-specific press outlets and the theme park enthusiasts felt that this version of events made the most sense. An urban explorer had likely gone into the Wonders of Life, taken Buzzy's clothes to sell, and the initial report had been a simple miscommunication. However, soon after the report was made, another urban explorer would go into the pavilion with the express purpose of seeing if the animatronic boy was there, only to find he was missing, and his lines had been cut in a haphazard way. The removal looked unprofessional and dangerous, and people began to believe that Buzzy had been stolen out from under Disney. By Backdoor Disney's posts, it seemed that he was aware of the theft at least 2 weeks earlier than the public, and had been interrogated by police over the theft, but had somehow proven his innocence. It also seemed that he felt like their suspicion of him was unwarranted, and that they were trying to take him down unfairly due to his social media posts. He would go on to tweet that he was not going to back down to the corporation, that he stood on the side of truth, and that, comically, he was going to fight for his Twitter account until he dies. Despite Backdoor Disney's attempt to disguise his voice in interviews and making sure his image wasn't seen in any of his videos or pictures,
is that
Disney was able
foreshadowing,
to immediately identify him. Disney security investigators told the police that the man behind the account was an employee named Patrick Spikes, and that he had been taking pictures and videos of backstage areas while at work. The following is an excerpt from his arrest warrant. During the internal investigation, Disney had discovered that Spikes was developing an online social media presence to display these pictures. Spikes created a Twitter account of Backdoor Disney, where he would post backstage photos. A photo posted October 14th, 2018 shows the animatronic Buzzy with clothes still attached. Disney advised Spikes had photographs of other animatronics that were reported stolen last year on his phone. Detective Jesse Hinson and I spoke to Spikes in late November to determine if he had any information on the location of the stolen items. We had also recently learned that the entire Buzzy animatronic was later stolen from the attraction, separately from the clothing. Spikes denied any first-hand knowledge of these thefts, but provided vague information of people we could look into, but would not provide last names or specifics. Spikes stated he would contact us if he heard anything. According to Spikes' tweets, Disney did this in order to shake him down and to get him to close his account. But given that he had legitimately posted proof that he had been the last person to enter the Wonders of Life Pavilion before Buzzy was stolen, it made sense as to why he was questioned. On November 19th, 2018, the detective in charge of the case was made aware that Spikes had sent pictures to another Disney World employee showing that he had Buzzy's stolen clothing in his possession. This picture also showed a tan backpack, which Spikes had been seen wearing on a number of occasions in the park. The police had the informant text Spikes about the clothing and asked if he had stolen it. Patrick denied that he had stolen the clothing, despite having it, then claimed that the items had been sold for $8,000 by someone else. The next day, Patrick was asked to come into the police station for another interview.
Oh,
This footage was
snap.
posted by Theme Park Tribune.
See, and I will, let me get my folder and stuff. Any water or anything?
I'm good.
Alright, give me a second.
Immediately after the officer leaves the room, Patrick waves at the security camera in the corner. As seen through his various tweets on the Backdoor Disney account, Patrick seems to believe that he is the main character of a heist movie and an extremely important person overall. He believes that he is being brought in by Disney themselves, but higher-ups at Disney are watching him, just sitting and stewing in the interrogation room, and they're trying to figure out how to pin this caper on him. This is his second interview, the first of which I have attempted to get access to, and given that he's been brought in a second time, you would think he would be a little worried, questioning if they had found anything, had they connected him to the thief, or if he should have brought a lawyer with him. But at least, in this moment, he is smug and comfortable.
Dude, I can't. Dude, you masterminded a scheme to steal an animatronic. Yeah, honestly, Sock Done Left, if you're gonna do crimes, do them well, okay? Do them well in a way that, like, isn't stupid. Or harmful to others. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's prequel lore.
The movement is subtle, but as he sits in the interview room, he just took a picture and is currently tweeting on the Backdoor Disney account.
Oh god. Why is this making me nervous? Yeah, also don't tweet from the interrogation room. Oh god. No, dude, no. This is where, like, he's shutting the fuck up, but also doing the opposite by tweeting. Dude, he's on his phone for so long. Yo, dude. Think he's what do you think he's playing on that thing? Do you think he's tweeting or do you think he's playing a game?
Again, Patrick focuses on the camera, and does so in an antagonistic way. He squares his shoulders and makes unblinking eye contact, the way a movie villain would when trying to gain dominance over another party. It's clear that he views himself as being incredibly important and smart, like some sort of anime villain. In his mind, he holds all of the cards in this situation, and he doesn't have to be accountable to the police.
Maybe he's playing Raid Shadow Legends.
on the phone, like getting trespassed and all that. Not doing it. No one from Disney's here.
The detective immediately assures Patrick that no one from Disney is there in the police station to view his interview, which is something Patrick had previously been worried about. Based on his tweets, Patrick viewed himself as a kind of threat to Disney. He, a lone person with a Twitter account under 10,000 followers, was the corporation's biggest threat. For this to be the first thing a detective states when starting an interview, Patrick had to have expressed incredible concern over the idea that Disney higher-ups would be in the police station trying to get him on the grounds of trespassing, which, to be clear, they were well in their right to do. He had trespassed on private property and broken into various attractions and uploaded proof of his crimes onto YouTube. They could have pressed charges on him at any time.
You asked me something else. Oh, well, you're not detained, you're not arrested, you're free to leave. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Yeah, Kent coming in a minute. Have you heard anything new since we last spoke?
According to the case summary, when Spikes had initially been interviewed, they repeatedly stated that they didn't believe he was a suspect. Rather, they brought him in on the off chance that he knew something due to his close ties to the urban exploring community. He gave them vague information, including the names of other urban explorers, but maintained he knew nothing about what had occurred. By them opening with this question, asking if he knows anything else, they are putting the ball in his court. Being asked to come into a police station is stressful, especially if you believe you are a suspect in a grand theft case. The police aren't going to repeatedly interview you unless they have new information that affects what you have already told them. And in this case, that could really only mean that they have found evidence that points directly to Spikes. But by asking if he has any new information, they are assuring him, for the time being, that the evidence isn't pointing his way. By opening up their line of questioning like this, Spikes can be in control of what they know, where they look, and what occurs in this case.
Have I ever heard of Kick? It is another streaming site that people stream games on and such. I have heard of Kick. My main issue is that a lot of it is funded by like casino money. And I have nothing against casinos for adults. It's mostly just that it's casinos looking for a loophole to advertise to children. So I'm a bit torn on that one, the source of funding and whatnot, but also the source of funding for Twitch is extraordinarily suspect as well. So, yeah, but I know that they do better revenue splits, and I've been seeing some major names on Twitch go towards Kick. Right now, I'm just kind of focusing on building up my audience on YouTube as best I can. And if I ever got banned from Twitch for whatever reason, maybe I'd start streaming on Kick. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, I guess. Wait, is gambling the deadliest addiction? Is that true? I had no idea.
I mean, the few people who I know who might would have.
This is Kent III.
What's going on? Okay. Anybody who I think might have heard anything, who collects things or whatever. I mean, no one even believed me that he actually was like gone.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the closed captions went down. I'm sorry. My bad, chat. I don't know. There we go. Is this okay?
People were telling me you guys were lying to me, and I was like,
nope.
So.
No. No idea where he went.
Good catch, Mary Animal. Sorry about that.
Wish I could help.
The officer is showing Spikes a picture of the hydraulic cable, which was hacked through.
And
Zoom in, I want to see like the cables are literally just. God damn.
yeah, so Imagineering would not do that.
Literally just cut.
Yeah.
According to a video that Patrick would later put out, along with theories he would later publish via Twitter, he would go on to state that either Disney Imagineering or the people working at Disney Archives had been behind the animatronics removal. However, how the animatronic was removed is incredibly important, As noted, the hydraulic line had been cut, which caused hydraulic fluid to spray all over the platform Buzzy had been placed on. Other electrical lines had also been cut, which was incredibly dangerous. Disney would have the time, means, and ability to remove the animatronic safely, and has protocols in place to ensure that no one is harmed in the process. So why would they forego that and endanger their own workers? The short answer is they wouldn't.
Hold on, zoom out a little bit. Hold on. Can you zoom out? Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. So it's really gone. Because you work there. You know that they wouldn't remove it like that.
No.
So what kind of tools does it take to do that? That's a big bundle of cable. Or you just cut through each one.
I don't know what kind of wire that is. Is it like hydraulic cables?
Yeah, there was a bunch of hydraulic fluid on the ground, so some of it was, but I think there's electrical also.
Alleged hydraulic
I don't know.
fluid.
I'm assuming.
No worries, Mary Animal. I try to make sure they're up.
I don't know. I have seen
Much as
cut
I
cable
can.
stuff before, but usually the hydraulic fluid is drained on the ground.
Oh no, this was like all over the auditorium, like
Yeah.
it was still under pressure. So that's how we know it wasn't. Well, plus Disney doesn't have it. They would know if they removed it.
Yeah, obviously. Like I said, no one even people I left last time. People were like, I was like telling my friends, I'm like, yeah, this thing got stolen, and I had someone tell me like, no, we didn't. That thing's still sitting in there. Like actually, I was trying to convince someone to go in there and look, but they're like, why? I'm like, well, I think he got stolen. They're like, oh, I'm not going in there.
Patrick is an idiot. Again, his main concern walking into this interview was that Disney was going to charge him with trespassing, and within 10 minutes, he openly admitted to the police that he tried to convince another
Dude.
party to trespass on a crime scene.
Yeah, probably can now.
Yeah.
They're all over that place.
What are you
They were
watching?
not.
Hey, Crunchy Asparagus Bouillon. We're watching the police interrogate a man who allegedly hatched the stupidest scheme you've ever heard of to steal an animatronic. And by scheme, I mean he thought he was a criminal mastermind by stealing from his employer by using a hacksaw on an animatronic's hands.
And in 2019, after this interview, Patrick would go back to the Wonders of Life Pavilion to film another video, showcasing how Buzzy was gone because he couldn't help himself.
I wouldn't figure yourself.
Okay. So you don't know where he is. You don't know where his clothes are. Okay. All right. Do you have a cell phone?
I do.
What kind of phone do you have?
iPhone.
iPhone. Your phone ever been stolen, for example?
No. Why do you
Okay.
ask?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if anyone would have taken your phone and used it anywhere.
Why do you think this?
I'm asking. Okay. So you don't loan your phone out to anybody else. Okay. So, because here's why. So we're gonna talk.
Alright.
The day prior, Spikes had sent those pictures of Buzzy's stolen clothes to a coworker from his phone, which he just confirmed is in his possession and had never
Damn,
been
dude.
stolen, and only he has access to it. He is now
I see you have the socialism tag. Will you be open to explain that? Yeah. So, if you want an explanation of socialism, the rough explanation is that I believe that democracy is good. I like more democracy. And instead of workplaces being places where people work for bosses, I'd prefer it if the employees controlled their workplaces and made democratic decisions, or had elected officials within the structure of a company. I think that would overall benefit workers and improve quality of life for everybody involved. So yeah, and I also believe in decreasing the amount of coercion in society to the greatest possible degree. To make sure nobody's like being coerced into doing labor they don't want to do. Are you willing to trust workers to make moves? Yeah. I think workers know their job better than some trust fund baby fresh out of business school. I think workers know their business enough to run their companies and make decisions that would benefit both the product that they are seeking to create and also, properly distribute the proceeds of their labor to other workers. Let's see. All right. I do agree with you on multiple levels. Are you pro-Russian? Nope. A lot of people mistakenly conflate. Like authoritarianism with socialism. I'm vehemently anti-authoritarian. I don't believe in totalitarian structures of any kind. And just because they're Russian, I don't think they're good. I also don't think the Soviet Union was good, for that matter. Just full disclosure. Russia is socialist? It is decidedly not socialist. Russia's actually like hyper capitalist. It's run by oligarchs. I want structures that are run by, the workers, and oligarchs are the opposite of workers, actually. Ukraine is full of Nazi state. Do you agree? I don't agree on that one, no. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. Is America run by oligarchs or super awesome free people? America's roughly run by. I would say that we still have the structure and the a lot of the hallmarks of democracy. I would say we're moving in a very similar direction, unless we take steps to prevent it. Russia is a kleptocracy? I mean, we can haggle over the details. I just think that, like, by and large, Russia bad. Don't really like Russia that much. "100% feel that? Hell yeah. Would you call Bill Gates and Elon or Bezos an oligarch? I would say that they're billionaires. I don't know that they are in the same way within an inner circle of, like, an authoritarian dictator who's held power for like 40 years. Like, I think that by and large, there's a big difference between rich people existing in a society and rich people who are like close personal friends and hang out all the time with the authoritarian dictator of a country. I think there's a difference between those two things, and we have rich people who heavily skew our democracy. They have rich people who directly run the country. Why do you hate Russians, by the way? I don't hate Russians. I dislike the Russian government. I think there's a big difference between hating Russian people and hating authoritarian dictatorships. I think there's a big difference there.
Well and truly aware of how screwed he is. Let's watch him react.
So you want to maybe, let's clear this up now?
What about it?
What do you mean, what about it? What is that?
It's like a jacket.
It's giant words. What jacket is that?
Cranium Command.
Okay. Can you put your phone on the table for me? Yeah, just put it over here. Don't mess with it. Just put it down. Okay. So, are these pictures on that phone?
Nope.
They were.
Were they taken with that phone?
Nope.
I mean, if you want to interpret that when I say I dislike authoritarian governments as me being having a deep hatred for all Russian people, I mean that's on you, I guess. But I would argue that you are not understanding the actual argument. Man, I always get so excited when someone comes in here and is like, "What's socialism?" And I'm like, "Boy, do I have a story for you."
They were.
Okay. So how long have you owned that phone?
Maybe.
A little bit of a rascal, yeah.
I mean,
No? Put it down. I don't want you touching it. So how long have you had that phone?
and that particular one, maybe 2 months. The other one got broken.
The other one got broken. Were these taken with the broken phone?
Nope.
Okay. That's your car.
Is it really though?
Yeah.
Patrick doesn't say, no, it's
Is it
not.
really, though?
He also doesn't have a firm rebuttal and doesn't react to the statement with any outright refusal. If anything, that's just a smarmy response that you would usually see a middle schooler give when they don't want to take accountability for their actions.
How do you know? There's a lot of BMWs out there.
Okay. So those pictures are on the internet right now, and they're attached to your phone number. You didn't send those pictures out?
Nope.
When did you get that phone?
I guess probably like 2 months ago.
You're guessing, or you know?
I mean, I can probably go back on my Verizon account and figure it out.
I have issues with China. They are very racist against black people. If they could, they would have completely removed the character Finn from Star Wars movies. Horrible. I mean, yeah, but I don't know if we can really get on a high horse about how racist China is against black people when we haven't sorted, racism against black people out in America, you know? All I'm saying is, like, let's get our own house in order first, you know? But, yeah, no, there are a lot of, like, Asian countries that, frankly, are either just openly racist or extraordinarily ignorant about racial stereotypes, and, like, to be honest, America's extraordinarily guilty of that sin as well, so, again, he who's without sin cast the first stone or whatever. Yeah, glass houses, exactly. Yeah, I personally would take issue with a lot of Chinese policy, both implicit and explicit. So I feel you there.
What's your phone number?
Didn't we export a lot of the racist ideals too? Yeah, I mean, like a lot of colorism, for example, is directly related to the exportation of like Western beauty standards, and like there's like a whole it's like a whole thing, you know. A lot of colonialism was instilling a hatred for non-white skin in native populations. And yeah, the concept of eugenics are pretty prominent too, unfortunately. So, yeah, but I feel you on that one.
839-957.
America's the greatest
Where's your old
crunchy in the world.
In my house somewhere. It's broken.
What kind of phone was that?
I think it's like an iPhone 7, 8.
What color was it?
Red. Screen's like destroyed.
And you didn't fix the screen, you just got a whole new phone?
Nope.
You got a whole new phone?
Yep.
Okay. So that's not your car. You don't own a bag like that or ever possessed one like that. This isn't Disney World backstage. This isn't your leg. I just want to get this all out in the open so later on, because obviously you realize now I know more than you think I know. Okay, I want to make sure all your lies are straight right now, or you want to come forward right now, because I know a little bit more than I'm telling you, Patrick.
What do you know?
Patrick sincerely believes that he is a movie villain. He's being shown definitive proof that he has stolen clothes out of the Cranium Command, and that can be linked back to him. And when told the officers know more than he thinks they do, instead of amending his story to fit the evidence or trying to justify his answers, he simply responds, "What do you know?"
I just told you, I'm not telling you. This is your car, that's your leg. These are the things you had in your possession. We want them back.
What are we
You're gonna
watching?
sit here and tell me this isn't your...
We're watching a criminal mastermind slowly realize he's done a little bit of a goof him up by stealing a $300,000 animatronic from Disney World.
car. I know that's your car.
Looks like a BMW to me.
It is, but it's your car. There's unique features on it.
What's unique about this photo?
I'm not answering your questions. Okay? This is your car.
Well, how about this?
Yep.
I'm about to walk out.
Okay.
And you guys want to talk? I'll come back with my attorney. How about that?
Okay.
Yo! Somebody learned about Shut the Fuck Up Friday. This is the first time we've seen one of these where, like, a guy in the interrogation is just like, I'm gonna go get my lawyer now. Bye-bye. Yeah, Weird Beards, this is about Buzzy.
Keep the car there. And we're keeping your phone. And actually, no, give me that.
Okay, nah, he didn't learn. He didn't fucking learn. Yo, this guy thought he was fucking Naruto. He was just gonna grab that phone and smoke bomb out of there. Yo. Oh, God, dude. Dude, can we get a replay? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Well, how about this?
Yep.
I'm about to walk out.
How about
And
this?
you guys want to talk? I'll come back with my attorney. How about that?
Okay. Keep the car there. And we're keeping your phone. And actually, no, give me that.
Dude's like,
Forced
dude's like, I don't have to give over evidence to the police.
Starting the interview, the officers had gotten a search warrant for Patrick's phone due to the photos he
Hey.
had sent to a coworker. Though
Yep, they had the search warrant for his phone.
they didn't take the phone during the interview, the moment that they showed him the evidence against him, they could no longer allow him to take the phone back, as he would likely go on and delete the evidence on it. Immediately after being told
Holy
they're
shit,
keeping
that
the
was
phone,
funny.
he goes back to grab it. For some reason, thinking
Yeah, if he had had that phone for another like 5 seconds, he would have tried to like swallow it whole like a python.
they were just going to let him walk out afterwards.
Damn it. I'm under arrest. Okay, I'm gonna cooperate.
Oh, okay now. Now, you may have beaten me in fisticuffs now, but I'm willing to cooperate now.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to be secured right now. Okay. You're not going to destroy evidence right in front of me. Do you understand?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not gonna destroy evidence. You can let me up. I'm not.
No, we're not letting you up. We're going to get some handcuffs and we're going to secure you right now.
Am I under arrest?
You're going to be detained at this point.
This is democracy made manifest.
They're online.
We're done speaking to you because now you're detained. Thank you. Stand up.
Alright.
I'll double lock them for you so they don't squeeze up. You know? Any weapons on you? Any knives?
No. My
Car keys?
Can't search that without a warrant, buddy.
Even when being detained, he cannot drop the act. Neither officer was going to search his car. but when his keys are removed, he remarks that they need a warrant to search.
So, when can I get my
Have a
attorney?
seat. No one's speaking to you, because we can't speak to you without one. So have a seat, relax.
Can I make a phone call?
No, you are being detained.
Why am I under arrest, though? So I don't think you can keep me if I'm not under arrest.
Yo, debate them out of doing it, bub.
I'm not under arrest. For real, am I under arrest?
Dude, you were so fucked, man.
That should be in the key. What is this?
It says, earbuds.
Oh, okay. Alright, stay there.
So, not
Beta!
under arrest, at least.
No,
No, you're being
you're
detained.
being detained. Just told you that.
How long?
Indefinite at this point. I'll let you know.
Hey! Can I call my mom and tell her that,
You're an adult, correct?
yeah.
I'm not calling your mom. Stay there. Okay? You have simple instructions. You don't want to follow them. So we're going to do that. You're not going to destroy evidence.
I wasn't destroying evidence. How are you taking my phone?
I wasn't gonna destroy evidence.
This is all of the footage that was uploaded by Theme Park Tribune, which again will
This
be
was the
linked
last
below.
time we
But the
saw
following is an excerpt from the arrest affidavit. Spikes was detained pending additional search warrants to his residence as well as the phone. The defendant stated he felt sick and felt like he was going to vomit. A short time later, he began to make strained breathing noises and stated that he couldn't breathe. He requested water, which was given to him, and was allowed to lay on the floor. The fire department responded, and all vitals were normal. The defendant was transported to Dr. Phillips Hospital by Reedy Creek Fire Department, then to BRC by patrol. Following his interview, a search warrant was obtained for Spike's residence, and the tan backpack in the photos was found. But notably, none of the items that had been pictured were inside of the residence. Patrick was subsequently charged with resisting an officer without violence and eventually let go. These charges were later dropped. Patrick's cell phone provided a treasure trove of evidence against him. He had pictures of multiple stolen items that had been placed throughout his home, including other animatronic outfits, wigs, and props, but none of these
What?
items had been found when the house was searched. It was through their search of the phone that more items from Disney were found to be stolen. One photo showed a close-up of a costume tag that read, AA, Magic Kingdom, Haunted Mansion, figure 32A. A Disney investigator saw the photograph and found that the dress was reported as stolen from a locker inside
What the
the
fuck was
Haunted
his
Mansion.
motivation?
It
I
had
have
avoided
no idea,
being
dude.
reported stolen earlier, as it was one of two outfits that rotated out for cleaning. In other photos, Patrick had dressed up in some of the items, proving beyond a doubt that he had taken part in the heist. But Patrick wasn't alone. Sometime after being hired by Disney, Patrick had made a fake employee ID tag for his cousin, Blayton Taunton.
Dude.
The ID used the name Jack D. Marrow, and together they would use the Disney World utilidors to traverse the park, stealing various items and taking videos for Backdoor Disney. The following is an excerpt from Patrick's arrest warrant. On July 31st, 2018, at 1521 hours, a photograph is taken of a Disney employee ID card being made inside of a printing machine. Later close-ups of the ID show the employee picture looks similar to Blayton Taunton, Spike's cousin, and suspect in additional related cases. The name on the ID is Jack D. Marrow. Disney confirms there is no such employee at their park, and the number on the ID card, 00712592, belongs to an employee who no longer works for the company. At 20:52 hours, Spikes uses his employee ID card to enter the Contemporary Resort employee parking gate. This lot is adjacent to the Magic Kingdom guest entrance, and is believed that Spikes stopped here briefly to drop
Yeah.
off.
Chat, if you're gonna go commit a crime, right? Don't take evidence. Like, don't. First of all, don't take evidence. But second of all, don't film yourself doing it. Don't just say no. Just say no.
Taunton so he could enter the guest entrance. At 20:59 hours, Blayton Taunton used his Disney ticket to enter the Magic Kingdom Park through the guest entrance. At 21:05 hours, Patrick Spikes used his employee ID card to enter the Magic Kingdom using the Westlock employee entrance. At 21:24 hours, Spikes and Taunton took a photo together in the Utilidor area of the Magic Kingdom. These areas are underground tunnels for employees only. The tunnels allow access to different areas of the park, both guest and backstage areas. In this photo, Spikes is wearing a button-down, collared blue and white striped dress shirt with a Disney name tag. Taunton is wearing a black polo shirt by Disney stage crew personnel and a Disney name tag that says Jose. Taunton is not an employee of Walt Disney World. Taunton is also wearing a backpack that was later revealed while executing a search warrant of Spike's home in the related case. In that case, the backpack was used to conceal stolen animatronic costuming. At 2200 and 2201 hours, photographs were taken of animatronics in the Haunted Mansion attraction of the Magic Kingdom. This area is not accessible to the public. Embedded GPS information in the photographs confirmed the photos were taken at the Haunted Mansion. Disney attraction records show that the attraction was open and occupied at this time, not only by employees, but by over 1,000 guests per hour, from the hours of 2100 to 2300. Disney records also show that Spikes was not scheduled to work that day and was not being paid for working that day. It would not be permitted inside the attraction since that is not his job assignment, even if he was working. Though the police had not been able to find Buzzy, they had found a bevy of evidence showing that Patrick and his cousin had stolen thousands of dollars worth of Disney World props, including Buzzy's clothes, and with that information began to develop an incredibly strong case against the urban explorer. They talked to multiple Disney collectors who had met up and bought items from Patrick. They also traced payments from PayPal to his checking account and interviewed multiple co-workers to see if they had any further information. But because the police didn't immediately charge him for theft, Patrick believed he was in the clear, despite not having the foresight to delete any of the evidence off of his phone. In the police showing him that they had direct evidence of him taking the stolen items, Patrick believed that he had been able to best Disney in the Orange County Police, and that they had waited too long to charge him with a crime. His posting on Backdoor Disney became even more antagonistic, with him posting a video on March 23rd, going back into the Cranium Command and showing how Buzzy had been stolen. He similarly posts tweets goading
Yo! After he was arrested, he posted evidence of his crime. Oh, goddamn.
Disney for having holes in some of their fencing, holes that he had used to break into the park prior. Then, on March 19th, 2019, he posted a video titled, "Disney Raided My House, Searching for Stolen Animatronics." So far, this is the only time a person we have covered has made their own YouTube video going over the case details, and as such, we will go over it.
I really wish the title of this video was a big lie, but unfortunately it's not. Let's talk about it.
Dude.
So, there's been a lot of talk about Buzzy recently. Was he stolen? Was he removed? Who stole him? Who removed him?
Who can say?
But to find out, we gotta go all the way back to where it started. Where the rumor started, anyways. So, my name is Patrick, and I'm the one who created Backdoor Disney. In November, I was accused by Disney and Orange County Sheriff's Office of stealing an animatronic named Buzzy that was worth $120,000.
This is not true.
Dude.
Patrick was only ever accused of having the stolen items, that being Buzzy's clothes, in his possession. He was never accused directly of stealing Buzzy, although he
This
was
dude
widely
dresses
suspected.
worse than
It's also
Tim
clear
Pool, and
that he
that's
is
saying a lot.
hand-waving any and all evidence against him, even the pictures of him holding the stolen items in his car. These were photos found on his phone and sent to others. How he can deny that as direct evidence, I do not know.
Well, that's kind of a big accusation if you ask me. So just a little history before I start the story. Buzzy was an animatronic from a show called Cranium Command. Well, Cranium Command opened in 1989 and ran through 2007. Well, in 2007, the show closed and the entire thing just stayed abandoned. They didn't gut anything, they left everything sitting how it was. Well, the entire area became like a urban explorer's like paradise, you know, there's animatronics in there, there's all kinds of cool stuff, and there have been tons of people going in and taking video and pictures. You know, it was almost common knowledge that there was abandoned stuff back there, and it had been visited by many, many people. So, late November, I believe November 27th actually, or 28th, I get a phone call. and it's from Disney. And at this point, I already had separated myself from the company. I no longer work for them. And it's somebody saying, hey man, like, you got a second to talk? I said, yeah, what's up? They said, well, something went missing, and we know you've been inside of the area where it went missing from. And I said, okay. They said, we know you're backdoor Disney. I said, okay, fair enough. That's not hard to figure out. Well, it was Buzzy, the animatronic. The entire thing got cut, like, off this base and got stolen. I said, wow, like, really? The entire thing got stolen? Like,
Really?
I didn't really believe it.
Who? Really? What handsome thief do you think pulled that off? What well-endowed and muscular individual do you think pulled that off? You don't say.
So went on and they name dropped some people, you know. Hey, Joe Blow, you know, do you know Joe Blow? And I'm like, no, I don't know. I don't know who that is. Why? And they're like, oh, we think he has something to do with it. I'm like, well, I don't know who it is. They said, what about Jim? You know Jim? I said, don't know Jim. Jim who? And they're like, well,
You
we
don't know
Jim's
Jim?
last name. I'm like, well, sorry, I don't know who it is.
Is
Can't
he
help you.
inventing a new person named Jim?
They said,
I
okay,
hope so.
whatever. Ended the phone call. Like an hour later, I get another call. And I picked up, and it's some detective from Orange County. And the guy said, hey there, what's going on? You know, he was nice. Asked me a few basic questions. They said, well, we know you had something to do with Buzzy. If you didn't steal him yourself, you know who did. And it wouldn't surprise
Where's
us if you
Buzzy,
got a cut
you
of the money.
son of a
We know you're
bitch?
involved. They accused me and literally said I got a cut of the money from the heist. I was like, really? Like, this isn't fake? This isn't a prank? Like, it blew my mind. I was like, you can't be serious right now. The actual animatronic got stolen. Well, I didn't like being accused very much, so I said, no, thank you. Deal with it yourself. It wasn't me. Bye. Well, the guy continued to call me, like, every other day for, like, almost a month. And I was just like, okay, whatever. And he'd leave me a voicemail and say, like, hey, man, we can't finish this case without you, you know? Like, we need you to help us figure out who this is. We know you know people.
I'll be right back, chat. Gotta take this call.
Whatever, you know, we just wanted to...
Sorry, I'm gonna pause this because I want to know how this all turns out. Hello, chat. Also, hello, Bjortrick Rex. Hello, and hello, Ella Gage, and hello, Peaceful Warrior. 3 unfamiliar faces to me in YouTube chat. Hello to you, precious pioneers on the YouTube frontier. Metal Kitty Mom, Jack, hi, I got adopted by a cat. My heart is melting. Yo, congratulations, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Mithril Mist over on Twitch. Also, I saw somebody had posted in the Discord yesterday about had posted about not being able to watch on Twitch. If you guys are having problems on Twitch, again, come on over to the YouTube channel, just youtube.com /riverboatjack. And you can come over to the site if you would like, riverboat.gg, and get that link as well. So, yeah, if you guys have trouble watching over on Twitch, you guys can come on over to YouTube, alright? We are the YouTube Warriors! Yeah, what's up? Jack, Metal Kitty Mom is hogging the cute strays. Wrong. All strays are cute. Also, chat, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you are enjoying the stream, please do drop some subs and donos. They help, believe it or not, to keep me alive. Isn't modern science wonderful? You can do that with subs and donos, and preferably, if you're over on Twitch or YouTube, come on over to riverboat.gg and drop those subs and donos, because that way I get to keep 100% instead of splitting it 50-50 with Twitch or 70-30 with YouTube. But also, we're uploading YouTube videos again, so please do check out, if you've been missing streams and whatnot, check out the YouTube videos. We've had a couple about Andrew Tate so far that are kind of doing all right, comparable to our size. So get on over there and juice those with some likes, some comments, and of course hit the subscribe button as well, because we are just, you guys are killing me. You're teasing me with that 1700 on YouTube. Jack eats the sub money. I do, actually. I'm an android. I have a steam furnace in my belly. Every time you send me money, I get to eat those yummy, yummy nickels. Anyway, moving on. Let's watch this guy confess to some crimes.
And think we want it back. And when we get it back, if you help us, you can take a picture with it. You know, like the guy is like, oh, we like what you're doing. Like, we watch their videos. They're kind of funny. You know, we're not against you for the whole backstage thing. You know, that's not our problem. That's Disney's problem to deal with. So, you know, just help us out. And I was like, no, thank you. Still.
It's important to Patrick that he frames his narrative in the most self-congratulatory way possible. Even when he is being questioned by the police over a serious crime, he characterizes the police as being extremely complimentary of him. Sure, they believe he stole a piece of technology valued at over $300,000, but they also think he's funny and cool, and they love his Twitter account.
Well,
wouldn't?
December 19th, you had a knock on my door at like 8 a.m. Well, it's this guy. And he pulled out a case file, and he had pictures of inside Cranium Command showing all the hydraulic lines that were just sliced. And amongst that bundle, which you can find pictures of online, and I think I'm actually posted one, or going to post one, can't remember, but amongst that is also like electrical lines in there too, because he had lights on them.
We know every aspect of what he just said is false. A police officer didn't show up at his door. He willingly came down to the station. The photos of the hydraulic line were on the officer's phone, not in a case file. These details are subtle and might seem unimportant, but when someone is recalling a story and they lie about small things like this, it's usually in service of a larger lie.
And I said, well, it had to have been an inside job. You know, you can't just cut through electrical lines. Are you crazy? You know, that's how you die.
Obviously, that is not what he said. The officer was direct that this was not done by Disney, and he agreed, only stating that he has seen Disney do something similar in the past, which is not true, as when he worked in the park, he worked in attractions. More specifically, he helped people get on and off the Astro Orbiter.
So he keeps on showing me like stuff, like evidence, like
Stuff,
pictures and things.
things.
Pulled out a video and he said, "Look at this hydraulic fluid here," and it looks like they cut the lines where they pressurized. That's what he said. And he shows me the video, and there's this like hydraulic fluid just spewed everywhere, like on the ground around it. It was a big mess. He said, "Do you really think Disney would do this? Like, you think Disney would remove an animatronic this way?" And I'm like, well, maybe. I've seen it happen before. So here's when things get really dicey, because they accuse me of a lot of other things too, on top of stealing animatronic. And I'm not going to talk about those things yet, because it's not time. And if things are still under investigation, I'm not.
And I'm not going to talk about those things yet, because I could go to prison.
I'm going to get on YouTube and run my mouth about it. That'd be dumb.
Okay, so this entire video is dumb, namely because everything was still under investigation.
So that's why I had to wait so long to make this video, because I think actually today of filming this has been 3 months. So continuing on, they got a search warrant for my house because this dude was so convinced I had Buzzy in my house. He was so convinced. They got a search warrant based on fake information, by the way. So obviously they didn't find Buzzy in my house because he never was there. But the search warrant itself listed Disney animatronics and iPhones.
The video shows a picture of the search warrant, and strangely enough, he edited out other information from the search warrant, including the clothing items that were shown in the picture, as well as his tan backpack.
Well, they took 3 iPhones from me. No animatronics, but 3 iPhones. Why would they take 3 iPhones? Good question. I'll get back to that. But here's the real...
I'll get back to that. Spoiler alert, chat. I'm gonna guess he doesn't get back to that
thing. So after they searched my house, I had an attorney, so I said, "What's up with this?" Well, the attorney called this Orange County, and Orange County's like, "Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Patrick's no longer a suspect for the animatronic theft. He's off the table. Don't worry about it. He's not being investigated for this anymore." So that's really odd, because they showed up, harassed me for a month, and they also questioned other people about me. They were questioning other people I used to work with and things about me stealing the animatronic. And it's been very clear I've been in there because
honestly, this feels like a I think you should leave sketch. This feels like an I think you should leave sketch. Hey guys, so a lot of you may have been hearing about these rumors, and it turns out that I just want you all to be clear. I didn't steal an animatronic, okay? I didn't do that. Why would I, a fully grown man, go to a child's theme park and steal an animatronic? The answer is I wouldn't, obviously. But if maybe I have a friend who's just really into animatronics, you know what I'm saying? Just really into them. Really needs, Anyway.
Taking pictures of Buzzy. I posted it on Twitter. I'm not going to deny the fact I was inside of Cranium Command, and I was the last one in there pretty much taking pictures of him before it was removed. So why all of a sudden did they search my house, didn't find it, and all of a sudden I'm not a suspect anymore? I couldn't have hid him in my friend's house or, in a box buried somewhere.
This is one of the most stupid things anyone we have covered has stated in their own defense. When you're publicly trying to exonerate yourself from false accusations, do not go on camera and explain different ways you could go about doing the same crime that you're being suspected of.
No.
It's unlikely any officer working on this case would state that he was no longer a suspect, especially if he was a suspect at the time and they were working on bringing the case against him. But even still, to go online, sit on a small couch in a stupid gray beanie, and explain that you could have totally done the crime, and here's all the ways you could have done it, is incredibly stupid. It's unlikely that he spoke to an attorney at all, as they would have told him not to make this video, not to go back to the scene of the crime, and not to speak about this publicly at all. But Patrick believes that he's a genius, and of course an anime villain, playing 4D underwater hungry hippos with the police and Disney.
It seemed a little weird. So, my Twitter's down for a month after all this happened, And there's the whole hashtag Find Buzzy on Twitter, which you got tons of people using it. And I think it was like 7 or 8 weeks later, something like that, there was a big announcement from Disney about the Wonders of Life Pavilion, which is where the show was. And the pavilion had been seasonal, and they were using it for some like festival stuff. Well, there's a big announcement for it, and it turns out they're going to gut the entire thing and put new stuff in there. And it appears to be even the area that Buzzy was in. So it was a pure coincidence that a month or two before it gets gutted, the thing gets removed. Is that this coincidence? It doesn't really seem like it. There's a theory that someone had talked about that Imagineering removed Buzzy and didn't tell anyone else. So when operations, the part of the company that runs like the pavilion, noticed he was missing, they found him as stolen.
This theory was first made by Patrick to exonerate himself online. Disney is a massive corporation, but not so massive that this could occur. Moreover, Buzzy had been red tagged prior to the theft, meaning he was set to be professionally removed from the park by the Disney Archive, likely in preparation for this refurbishment. The theft was seemingly in response to the red tagging, with the person wanting to take the animatronic before Disney could.
So that sent everyone into a panic, filing a police report and sending Orange County after a suspect for it. When in the end, he was never taken by anybody except for
In the end,
Disney
we were
themselves.
all Buzzy.
Now, this is true. It seems like a giant waste of taxpayer money. Because there was like 8 or 9 cops at my house for 3 hours, just digging through everything. I mean, they searched every drawer, whatever. I mean, they unwrapped my freaking Christmas presents, for God's sake. Why? Like, is an animatronic gonna be in a shoebox? Well, apparently it could fit, according to them. And also, Orange County admitted to me that they had been questioning people for weeks, working on this case for weeks. And they had even been out to Cranium Command to take pictures of the crime scene, which they actually showed me. So how much time had gone into this whole entire thing? So did Disney willingly file the report, knowing that the thing wasn't stolen, just to run me down?
No.
Oh,
Again,
shit,
Patrick
dude.
has a massive ego. He cannot
Is Disney bending all of its resources to get me, one man?
say what happened to him was justified in any way, shape, or form. It has to be an act of malice done by a corporation against his relatively small Twitter account because he is an incredibly important, powerful person. Even if he is innocent, he was the last person to illegally trespass and go into the Cranium Command, as well as taking video of the closed pavilion and posting them online. It makes sense that he would be a suspect and would need to be looked into. That doesn't even mention the fact that he had been incredibly antagonistic towards Disney in the weeks leading up to the theft, stating he was going to do giveaways of the things he stole from the Disney parks. Even if he didn't steal Buzzy, the police spending hours looking into him, talking to his coworkers, and verifying his alibi isn't Disney running him down and trying to destroy his account. It's them making sure a person who has a history of trespassing doesn't escalate his crimes.
You know, because I obviously have been posting a lot of backstage photos and stuff and information. So, it just didn't make sense to me. And they got my phones, but why?
But why?
I've thought a lot about it, but it almost seems like they wanted my phones because they knew
They knew I was too powerful.
And, like, if my phones got confiscated, you know, like, all of a sudden, I don't have any more photos.
No, again, they took his phone because he had sent direct evidence of the theft of Buzzy's clothes to a coworker, and the police were able to find more evidence on the phone, showing he had stolen more items from the parks, not to mention proof on his PayPal account that he had sold the items for upwards of $29,000. It has nothing to do with Disney not wanting you to post photos, and more to do with the fact there is evidence of a crime.
Well, that's not true. It's had them all backed up, you know, thank God. But I still haven't got my phones back, and even though everything's been dropped, none of my stuff's been returned. So it seems really odd. It seems like a really big shakedown to scare me and get me to stop posting stuff.
They'll never
Which
silence
obviously
me.
didn't work because, you know, we came back strong. Like, the day my Twitter came back online, I had like 1,000 new followers in like a few hours. You know, so it turned out to be a giant PR scare for them. And they were actually telling me too. They were like, "Oh yeah, do this investigation. Don't tell anybody." Well, if you're gonna search my house for it, of course I'm gonna tell everybody. So after that, I made it public to everyone. And I'm like, by the way, this thing was claimed to be stolen, but now it looks like it's not. So it was a giant waste of tax money. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but it just seems like this giant company used the police force to run someone down that they didn't like. There's also another rumor that he's going to show up in the Guardians of the Galaxy queue line in some way. And I don't really know. I really have no idea about that.
His expression changes when he brings up Buzzy being in the queue, and it's likely because he knows that can't happen, because the animatronic was sincerely stolen.
But we're going to see, I guess. I mean, if it is, it's going to look even more stupid on them. What's really interesting is people were claiming, oh, well, if Buzzy was stolen, we would have seen a public report about it. Well, a company does not have to release the public report. They can request it be, withheld, because a company having a giant animatronic stolen, that the report said, I looked at the report, it was on paper. The guy had it on paper. Estimated weight, 300 pounds, value $120,000. It had filled out who filed it at Disney, some woman. So it was official. But all of a sudden it's gone because I think they realized that it wasn't stolen. So obviously I don't want to go back to Disney right now because I'm kind of mad. We got some beef going on. But the backstage content doesn't stop because there's tons of people who work there sending it to me. I mean, there's 70,000 something employees, wandering around. I mean, and there's even more guests who come in. I mean, out of all the guests that come in the parks, I mean, there's people who wander around backstage and never get caught. So, feel free to stick around. Thanks for watching.
Well, thanks, Guy. Thanks for giving us permission.
The lead detective was made aware of the video and took note of the fact that Patrick had altered the search warrant.
Hey, Black
2 months
XY
later,
Yamato,
on May 12th,
or X
2019,
How you
Spikes
doing?
would tweet out this photo from the backdoor Disney account, showing Buzzy's head with its eyes, hair, and other parts removed. The photo was captioned, Buzzy's head, and it seemed...
Yo, you literally posted the head of the victim on your social media, bro.
like confirmation that he had in fact stolen the animatronic. Other park enthusiasts weighed in on the post, stating that this was likely a mold and not the genuine head from the animatronic, but no one could be sure. 5 days later, he was arrested by Orange County Sheriff's Office after investigators connected Spikes to the Haunted Mansion costumes he had stolen almost a year prior. Though he was only charged with the theft of the Haunted Mansion costumes, court records also showed that he had stolen clothing from the Buzzy animatronic and sold them to Robin Lopez. Robin willingly gave up the items and showed proof that Spikes had been the one to sell them to him. Spikes maintained his innocence for a long while, even going so far as to post that the charges were false and that Disney was framing him. At one point, he posted a photo of a large shipping container, claiming that Buzzy was inside the box, and it was in storage with Disney Imagineering. The police followed up on this lead and found no evidence of this being true. On February 4th, 2020, Spikes and Taunton accepted plea deals, avoiding jail time. Spikes received 10 years probation and 250 hours of community service, while Taunton received 5 years probation and 125 hours of community service. After they were charged, Spikes was filmed walking out of the courthouse and stated, to celebrate not getting jail time, he would be going to Disney World, despite being banned from the property.
They sure could have. Patrick Spikes was facing 5 felonies. His cousin was facing 3. But now, after the plea this morning taken here at court in downtown Orlando, they're facing years of probation and paying back restitution.
Dude.
The photos they took of each other and the items they stole from Disney World's Magic Kingdom and Epcot proved to be their undoing. Investigators say former employee Patrick Spikes and his cousin Blayton Taunton were in the business of swiping Haunted Mansion costumes, wigs, and other memorabilia and peddling them to collectors. One unwitting buyer was NBA player Robin Lopez.
It belongs in a museum. This guy's just the modern incarnation of Indiana Jones. Okay, He's just inspired by the childhood films we grew up with.
An avid Disney collector who purchased clothing belonging to the animatronic figure Buzzy from the former Cranium Command attraction. The figure itself, valued at $400,000, is
Jesus
still
Christ,
missing.
what?
You understand that by entering this plea today that you're giving up these rights. Mr. Taunton?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spikes?
Yes, ma'am.
Passing on the chance they might be acquitted at trial on the felony charges against them, Spikes and Taunton entered no contest pleas. For Spikes, dealing in stolen property, which landed him 10 years probation. For Taunton, grand theft and 5 years probation. Both will serve community service and share repayment of more than $25,000 in restitution, more than $6,700 to Disney, $10,700 to the NBA player Lopez, and more than $7,900 to Winter Park accountant Brett Finley. The prosecutor summed it up for the judge.
The defendant did knowingly sell property that originally belonged to Walt Disney, knowing that property was stolen. It consisted of costumes, clothing, or wigs, or any combination thereof.
Can you tell us what happened to the other merchandise that hasn't been recovered yet?
Smiling but saying nothing, Spikes and Taunton headed for the elevator. Despite what the judge told them just minutes earlier,
You will not return to any Disney property while you're on probation. And
Spikes had this to say as he left the courthouse.
Anything you want to say?
I'm going to Disney World.
However, this is not where the
You know what? You know what? You know what? I don't hate him for saying that. I don't hate him for saying that. But man, that motherfucker going to prison. Hey, Vox of Fate.
the story ends. When researching the case, I spoke to the Theme Park Tribune, who had done the most concise, thorough reporting on what occurred here. In speaking to him, he told me that in 2020, he received a tip about Spikes, which led him to another police report. The following is an excerpt from the report, which will be linked below. On November 15th, 2020, police were called to a Piggly Wiggly in Bay County in reference to a theft. While operating the store, the manager entered the manager's office to drop off paperwork and notified the money safe was open. Along with the safe being open, he observed multiple money tills laying on the ground and inside the safe, all of which were empty. There were no signs of forced entry to the building. I learned that Redacted and Patrick Spikes were the last 3 employees at the store the night before, and were the employees who locked up the building. Due to Patrick Spikes being related to the store owners, I began interviewing him. Patrick agreed to speak with me in my vehicle. Patrick confirmed having access to the alarm codes and safe codes. He also confirmed he had recently obtained the safe codes within the last 3 to 6 months. Patrick confirmed that he, Redacted, exited the store last night around 9:10 p.m. He advised Redacted, being manager, locked up the back door and set the alarm. Mr. Spikes mentioned that he changed the safe codes approximately 6 months ago after receiving a tip from the Bay County Sheriff's Office that the store was going to be robbed by an inside job. This is not part of the police report, but the fact that Buzzy's theft was reported to police by an anonymous source, and they too claimed it was going to be an inside job, and the same thing happened here, is incredibly telling. I asked Patrick where he went upon leaving the store, and he informed me that he went straight home. Patrick stated he has cameras at his house, which could confirm his alibi. I inquired about Patrick's location services on his phone, and Patrick confirmed that he had turned them on. I informed Patrick that I could easily verify his story by looking at his phone locations for the past day, which would help me in the investigation by being able to quickly move on to other interviews. Patrick refused to allow me to look at his phone. His demeanor quickly changed and he became hostile, and acting as if I had accused him of something. Patrick stated he had a bad prior experience with law enforcement and that he was on probation for dealing in stolen property after being accused of stealing from his prior employer, Disney World. I tried to explain to Patrick that I did not believe him to be a suspect and that I only needed to exonerate him so I could help return the money stolen from his family. He informed the interview was over and quickly exited the vehicle. Based on Patrick's statements about his phone locations being on, his odd behavior while being questioned, and past criminal history, I detained Patrick, fearing he may attempt to destroy any potential evidence on his phone. I explained to Patrick that he was not under arrest and that he was only detained. I took possession of his cell phone and handed it to Mr. Spikes while securing Patrick. Both Mr. and Mrs. Spikes appeared upset that Patrick was detained. However, I explained the reasoning to them. I also explained the necessity to exonerate Patrick and that I believed there was crucial evidence on his phone. Mrs. Spikes requested to speak with Patrick privately and stated she would see if he would allow her to look at his phone. A short time later, Mrs. Spikes stated Patrick would allow me to look at one location on his phone. The phone location showed Patrick leaving in the fountain area at 9:16 p.m. I requested to look at additional locations. However, this request was refused. Mrs. Spikes then informed me that Patrick told her that he did not go straight home and that he had actually gone to the hospital but was embarrassed to tell me. Mrs. Spikes stated Patrick has severe redacted due to his encounter with law enforcement in Orlando. Patrick operated the camera system and several minutes of video were watched until the timestamp on the live feed was checked. Upon checking the timestamp, it was learned the camera system was eventually 50 minutes fast. I asked Patrick if it was okay if I looked at the system myself. Patrick agreed, but became increasingly anxious. Mrs. Spikes requested to take Patrick home. At this point, I asked Mr. Spikes if he would be interested in pursuing criminal charges against Patrick, should the evidence show he committed the crime. Mr. Spikes advised he would not. I called Mr. Spikes and requested to meet with him. While speaking with Mr. Spikes on the phone, he informed that Patrick told him that Redacted hung out in the parking lot after he left. Based on the footage previously obtained, this appears to be a lie. Patrick has now stated multiple inconsistencies about the night of the incident. He initially told me that he left the store and went straight home. Then it was stated he went to the hospital. Patrick then told Mr. Spikes that Redacted were hanging out around the back of the store after he left, which is untrue. These inconsistencies, my prior interactions with him, and his prior criminal history led me to believe he is likely involved in this crime. I explained the investigative techniques available to prove or disprove Patrick's whereabouts, burglar download, cell phone download, etc. I explained all of this to Mrs. Spikes as well. Mr. and Mrs. Spikes advised they would go to Patrick's house tonight, speak with him, and search for the missing money. However, they were clear that they did not want me there and would not pursue prosecution should Patrick have committed the crime. The following day, 11/16/2020, I spoke with Mr. Spikes, who stated he did not locate the missing money at Patrick's house, and he did not think Patrick committed the offense. Mr. Spikes also informed me he did not want me to speak with Patrick any further. Using Patrick's phone number, I wrote a search warrant to obtain historical phone pings from Patrick's phone. Patrick's data shows consistent usage multiple times per hour until 8:55 p.m. when he calls his mother. This data shows Patrick's phone pinging off of a tower near the Piggly Wiggly. None of the call data shows Patrick near any of the area hospitals, as previously stated to his mother. This is another inconsistency in Patrick's statements. Additionally, Patrick was clearly on Highway 231 north of Highway 2301 at 10:34 p.m. Based on the above information, this case is being exceptionally cleared. Victim refused to cooperate. In the initial stages of the investigation, Patrick Spikes was identified as the primary suspect of the crime, perpetrator of the crime, had intimate knowledge of the store, safe codes, alarm codes, and location of the DVRs. All employees with this information were vetted and cooperative. Patrick displayed signs of deception, was uncooperative, and caught in several lies regarding his whereabouts the night of the crime.
Get his ass.
Patrick has a history of stealing from his employers and is currently on probation for dealing in stolen property. I obtained the case file from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and upon reviewing it, learned that one of the witnesses described Patrick as someone who just likes to steal things. This above information was relayed to Mr. Spikes, who has refused to allow Patrick to be interviewed or investigated. At the time of this writing, Patrick still remains the main suspect. However, at the demand of the victim, he cannot be investigated. There are no further investigative leads at this time. As such, this case is exceptionally cleared. As of today, it appears as though Patrick runs his own backdoor Disney archive account on Twitter and is still relatively active. That seems to be it. His parents refused to press charges against him, despite the plethora of evidence that he stole $100,000 from their store. And given his propensity for stealing, this will likely not be the last time we hear about Patrick. Again, a huge thank you to Theme Park Tribune, who made this video possible. All my sources will be linked below. As always, if there is a case you would like us to look into, let me know by email.
He stole $100,000 from his parents. Holy shit, dude. It's wild. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. That was, wow. Alright.
Emailing me at dreading.
Oh, yeah. How we doing, chat? What YouTuber is this? This is a channel called Dreading Crime and Psychology. Hi, Kyryu. Yeah, I'm not doing my makeup today. You guys can't make me, and I'm just chilling in a cozy little thing. Jack looking all adorable and stuff. Thanks. Feeling pretty redacted. I am also feeling pretty redacted. That was a ride, wasn't it? I thought that would be a fun way to kick off stream, personally. Also, folks, if you're over on Twitch, if you're over on YouTube, come on over to riverboat.gg. You get to be in the on-screen chat, and also you can more directly support me without any middlemen getting in the way. Not adorable to buy subs, though, I notice. Yeah, I guess not adorable enough for people to give me subs during an ad break, huh? I prefer direct donations, asterisk. Indeed. Okay, chat. You have the option now between the RFK interview on The Rising, which I feel like is almost guaranteed to be a shit show, and the Are Drag Queens Coming for Your Kids video from Some More News that just dropped today. Can you lay down? I don't know what you want. I gave you a bunch of peanut butter and such. Do you just want attention? You don't know who I'm talking to. You're just a dog. Haven't you heard? We've given the right to choose between a douche and a turd. Hey, Doodleburb, how you doing? My lovely gentle them. RFK, we can watch something later. Okay, RFK. Alright, we'll do RFK. Are you ready for RFK Jr. to say crazy things like how dogs can read our minds? Huh? Yeah. I'm trapped, chat. She keeps hugging me before I can turn away. The quickest hug in the West. Open. Looks like it's healing up okay in there. I love Samus. Give him some good pets for me. I will. And also, chat, if you, every 5 subs, I will give her a treat. And if she gets no treats during stream, that's on you guys. That's on you guys. Yeah, look at her looking at me. A floofer. You are floofy. You need to go in and get a trim to be a little less floofy though. She's not getting a fucking thing from me until RFK is gone. Alright, here we go. RFK Jr. on Rising, full interview. Here we go.
We're back with you on a Friday for a special Rising.
God, Robbie is just so goddamn punchable. I can't believe they found they found a fashy little weasel on par with Sagar and Jetty to replace him.
Rising exclusive interview with 2024 Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
He joins us now. Welcome to Rising.
Thank you so much for having me.
Does anyone know why Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s voice sounds like a motor turning? I can
Yeah, we
fix
so
him.
appreciate it. So many questions we want to get
Nah, no one can fix Robbie.
to, so
He's too
let's
far
kick it
gone.
right off with COVID. So friends of our show, Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi, reported the other day that the earliest COVID patients actually did come from the Wuhan lab. They were scientists there. If this is confirmed, it would all but guarantee the lab leak theory, which I believe you've said in the past, you also think COVID originated from a Chinese lab. If that is the case, I want to know, will you prosecute Fauci and hold others criminally responsible in the U.S. health apparatus who advocated and funded gain-of-function research?
I think I'm going to have to look at that, but I think they should be prosecuted. I think it was reckless endangerment. They knew, all of these labs, including the Wuhan lab, had a history of leaks. There were numerous memos from the State Department and others saying that the lab was dangerous. It wasn't even a BSL-4 lab that they were doing this research in. It was a BSL-2, BSL-3 labs that have very, very low thresholds and and this kind of research is malpractice. To do it in the labs, that the actual.
This kind of research isn't malpractice. Like, we're like less than a minute in of him being on screen. He's already pushing misinformation. Like, this guy, I have a lot of contempt for RFK Jr. I just genuine contempt. Specifically because of the things he says and does, like, he thinks that vaccines cause autism, and the fact that like the Rising and Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Sove are having him on this show, I think that it shows a complicity with the vaccine denialism that has literally led to hundreds of thousands of people in America in over the last couple years dying. Like, the fact that they continue this is disgusting to me, frankly.
Scientist who got ill, who they're now saying is patient one, is Ben Hu, who was the underling for the Bat Lady for Xi Zhengli, and his funding and her funding came directly from NIH, and NIH taught them the technology for developing, not only for making the technology that was used to make these viruses more infectious, more virulent, more deadly, but also this technology called the seamless.
Yeah, they were doing that to try and predict how the disease in the wild might mutate. They need to do that in order to devise vaccines. If that is the case, if a new, I don't know how many of you guys know this, chat, but like a large part of like developing new vaccines is actually taking an educated guess about how different diseases might evolve in the short term. Like, the reason we need yearly flu shots is because the flu is continuously evolving, and so people who develop the vaccines have to try and guess how they're going to evolve in order to try and prevent another pandemic from like breaking out, Can't blame him for spreading conspiracy theories too much, though. Nah, fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care if you're. I don't care if you're one of the Kennedys. I don't give a shit. That doesn't, like, it wouldn't justify pushing like flat eartherism either as a conspiracy. It wouldn't justify peddling like Jewish cabals as a conspiracy theory. It doesn't justify the vaccine conspiracy theories. No, I reject that outright.
ligation technique, which is just a bioweapons technique for concealing human tampering on engineered viruses. And it was utterly irresponsible to be teaching anybody that. They should not have developed that technique in the first place. It's the inverse of everything that you would do if you actually were interested in public health. It's just, it's bioweapons technology.
So sticking with COVID just for one more minute here, President Biden obviously mandated vaccines for millions of workers before the Supreme Court struck that down. President Trump presided over Operation Warp Speed to have government funding to get the vaccines off.
Wait, Trump had vaccine mandates. What are you talking about?
The ground. How would your administration have handled vaccines differently in terms of mandates and government funding for them? What did those two individuals do that you would have done differently?
They did almost everything wrong. They, first of all, they shouldn't have locked down society. We now know, and we knew back then, that it would be cataclysmic, that it would cause far more injury and economic costs, long-term economic costs, $16 trillion it's going to cost our country over the long run.
Okay. You have a massive pandemic roll up on your country, chat. What do? Well, there are only a couple of options, really. Do you take measures to try and prevent, people from getting ill? Or do you just have business as normal? What do you do? Well, for a lot of diseases, we just have business as normal. Your common cold, for example, right? But, if millions of people could potentially die, well, then we tend to not think that that's an acceptable loss. How many Americans have died? How many Americans have died from COVID? Can I get a better... A lot of the death tracking has been frozen up. So some of this data is old, but as of March, 1.1 million Americans died. Yeah, hey chat, the American losses on D-Day was about 29,000. So roughly, I don't know, 40 times the number of people who died on D-Day. Or 50 times, maybe? No, 40 times. Dying. Hey, Larsers. Welcome to riverboat.gg. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't know. I think the fact that Republicans and RFK Jr., conspiracy theorist, are pushing the idea that 40-ish D-Day losses of just civilians in America is totally fine is absolutely wild, And the fact that, honestly, this is being mainstreamed into the Democratic Party, I find this very concerning. I think that there is part of the reason, and this isn't conspiracy theory for me. I think this is just genuinely what's happening. Conservative figures like Charlie Kirk and the Daily Wire crew, they're pushing this guy on their social medias really, really hard. They're pushing RFK Jr. really, really hard. And I think that the reason they're doing that is because they want RFK Jr. to become a prominent and influential force within the Democratic Party. Because if that happens, well, it turns everything into conspiracy. And once everything is conspiracy, chat, I think Republicans have cornered the market on conspiratorial thinking so far. This is fucking disgusting. Exactly, Erica. Exactly.
It shifted $4 trillion in wealth from the middle class in our country to this new,
Oh, also, keep in mind, I've checked the numbers that he's been throwing around on these podcasts. They're basically pulled out of his ass. They aren't real numbers or estimates. He basically is pulling them out of his ass.
oligarchy of billionaires. We created a billionaire a day during the pandemic. All of the pandemic response preparedness protocols that have been developed for decades, in fact, almost for a century, all said unanimously, you do not lock down societies. You keep them open.
The Black Plague would want a word, or fucking polio would want a word, Robert Kennedy Jr. We kept people in, like, iron lungs. We, like, bricked people into buildings if they were infected. Like, what are you talking about, dude? We like, isolation and quarantine have been the most effective and oldest methods of dealing with outbreaks of new and dangerous diseases. God damn, dude.
You quarantine the sick, you protect the vulnerable, you keep society open, and then you focus on therapeutic drugs with proven safety histories. And that's what we should have done. It would have been...
Like what? That, you know, like, just ask a follow-up question to these guys. Like, medications with proven safety histories like what, sir? Are you going to try and say ivermectin combats this disease, despite the fact there's no evidence to indicate that?
Much more effective to give people even vitamin D and to lock them down and wait for a vaccine that we now know. You know, the Cleveland Clinic study just came out, a new version of the study yesterday that shows that the more vaccines that you got, the more likely you are to get COVID. This is what the science is saying. That's 56,000 employees of Cleveland Clinic, a major, large study is showing the vaccine not only doesn't work, but it works opposite of what we were told that it was going to work.
I'm actually mad. I'm actually mad right now, like, at the lack of pushback on this show to what he's saying right now. This is insane nonsense. This is insane nonsense. I need to look something up real quick. I need to look something up real quick here. Marking, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, you guys could have had some more news, but you guys requested this. Oh my god. One second, chat. Brianna Joy Gray, I don't know what Bree is cooking here, but her thread was really bad. Treating the anti-vax movement as remotely reasonable or worthy of debate is legitimizing them. It's dangerous and deadly. Yeah, okay, I read up on the RFK Jr. autism stuff over the course of a 3-hour train ride, and I'm ready to debate. Honestly, don't see why folks are so squeamish. Yeah, we're 4 minutes into this. I haven't really seen Brianna Joy Gray debate this, you know? god, dude. Dude. He makes a number of specific claims that are vulnerable to probing. This should be a cakewalk for experts. 1. His original claims seem to be about mercury, thimerosal, in vaccines given to young children. He points to a change in the vaccine schedule in the 80s that upped the number of vaccines with thimerosal, and says there's a correlation with autism. 2, you can argue about this. There's no proven causal mechanism, and correlation isn't causation. But since thimerosal was taken out of childhood vaccines and autism rates continue to be high and climb, it's sort of moot. It's why he's pivoted to the 2 other causes. 3, now he tends to focus on 1, the fact that many pregnant women get flu shots that still do contain thimerosal, and 2, the idea that aluminum, which is still used in vaccines, can cause autism. 4, there's one study that suggests children of women who get flu shots in the first trimester have a statistically significant increase in the incidence of autism. RFK Jr. criticizes the authors for using something called Bonferroni correction to minimize the results. I defer to statisticians on that one. Fuck, dude. Like, the fact that this is treating any of what this fuck is saying right now? Seriously? I don't know. Why? The other day I compared this to bringing on a, and giving equal time to people debating climate change in the early 2000s, where you'd have, like, 2 sides given equal time. One side saying human beings aren't causing climate change, or that climate change isn't happening, and the other side being like, we represent 99.5% of scientists on the planet, and yes, climate change is happening, and giving them equal time. This is the same thing. Why are you treating his claims with any respect at all? He's literally just telling you, yeah, vaccines cause autism, and, not only do vaccines cause autism, but the COVID vaccine actually, it makes you sick. When you get the COVID vaccine, you get more sick than if you didn't get it. Like, this is soup-brained nonsense. Going to debate, but that's also the other thing, Erica. They're not going to debate him on this show. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in this interview, maybe I'm leaping to conclusions. Maybe Brianna Joy Gray is going to debate him gloriously for the next 30 minutes. Let's see.
We should have focused on the therapeutic remedies that actually work. It's things like zithermat.
Oh, Big Will. Big Will. You can't even spell retarded. You're gonna claim I can't talk about the science, and you can't even use the insult you had time to prep and choose? My guy. All right. Oh, God. Oh, you don't know the science, Dodoy! As, like, a finger extends completely up the nostril in search of a booger to eat.
Hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, the countries that use those.
Okay, yeah, nah, he's straight up saying hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. Yep. Holy shit, dude. How many times have we had this argument and gone over the science on stream? How many times have we done that? He's still on this grift.
Had much better records.
They don't.
Protocol gave us the worst body count from COVID on Earth. So doing everything that our government told us to do, we racked up 16% of the COVID.
Hey, guess what? We wouldn't have had the worst body count on Earth if we had gotten everyone vaccinated. Literally, there have been studies done. If we had gotten every adult vaccinated in the United States, we could have saved over 300,000 lives. 300,000 lives. This fuck is on this show with the audacity to claim like, oh yeah, you know, we had one of the worst body counts, when he is directly contributing to that body count. Yeah, actually, the United States did lose the most people to COVID as of May 2023. 1,161,164 people died in the United States as of May 2023. The second highest in the world was 701,494 for Brazil. And India was behind that with 531,547. So, that's the data I'm seeing here. So, yeah, this guy's a fucking tool.
Deaths globally, we only
This guy's a fucking tool who's not content with letting children die due to his vaccine denialism being imported to other countries around the world. He's not content with that. He's got to enforce his absolutely dipshitted, deadly agenda onto all citizens in the United States as well.
4.2% of the population. The countries that used ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, countries like Nigeria didn't even have a pandemic. We were told they were going to suffer terribly because of their poverty. Instead, they had a death rate 1/200th of the death rate we had in this country. And you can look across the globe. The countries that adopted our protocols did the worst in terms of COVID deaths, COVID mortalities. The countries that did the opposite, that employed ivermectin, employed hydroxychloroquine. Nigeria had a 1.3% vaccination rate, and it had 14 deaths per.
Nigeria also didn't have complete accounting or testing for COVID. Like, what are you talking about?
Per million population. We had 3,000 deaths per million population. And of course, it was a war on the poor. The poor suffered and shouldered the burden of these protocols more than any other parts of our population.
Well, that's a good segue to our next question. Go ahead, Brianna.
To your point, actually, about the aggregation of wealth that happened during the pandemic and how it disproportionately, the economic burden was on the poor. And the billionaires, millionaires and billionaires' wealth increased by 64% in the context of the pandemic. And so I want to put to you, a majority of Americans support a wealth tax for that reasons and others. You've described how much better the economic system was, the culture of your youth was in the
Yo, she was literally bragging on Twitter about how easy it would be to debate him on vaccine issues. She was on Twitter bragging about it, and not a single shred of pushback on the insanity he just spewed out for 5 minutes uninterrupted. Rising is a joke, and Brianna Joy Gray is a deeply, deeply unserious person. Like, I'd expect this from Robbie because he's a conservative shill, but Brianna Joy Gray has been a respected member of the left, I guess, for a while now, and this is asleep at the wheel behavior.
Period between the war and the 1980s. Would you support the kind of taxation that also existed back then when there were more taxes levied on the very wealthy?
My plan, Brianna, is not to change the overall tax burden. I will shift the burden around. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. I know that I will restore the child tax credits And so the burden will shift, but I'm not going to raise the overall burden on taxes for Americans.
So Biden committed to not raising taxes on people who made less than $400,000 a year. Are you saying that you wouldn't raise taxes on anyone, including those like the billionaire tax, which is extremely popular, and others who make well over $400,000 a year?
I'm not saying that I won't shift the tax burden. I'm saying that I'm not going to tax people more I'm not going to raise taxes on people who make less than $400,000 a year. As I said, I may shift the overall tax burden. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that yet. I need to study that issue, and I need to sit down with experts and figure out the best.
Now you need to sit down with experts, RFK. Now you need to sit down with the experts and listen to what they say? Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. We got you.
Way for keeping our economy moving and actually rebooting our economy, but also ultimately, I think what you talked about at the beginning, which was to figure out ways to restore the middle class in this country and reduce these extreme disparities between the very wealthy, these huge aggregations of wealth, and the widespread poverty that we're seeing below. We need to do that. It's not healthy for our society. It is an unstable configuration that cannot support democracy for any kind of sustained periods.
One of the reasons I think you're completely right that critics of extreme wealth think that there are anti-democratic implications are because the very, very wealthy have tried to do things like buy their way into elections the way that Bloomberg did in the last cycle. There's obviously an incredibly corruptive influence from lobbying, money, and politics, things that you've criticized a great deal in the context of the CDC and the pharmaceutical industry. And so I'm curious how you plan to run your own campaign. Do you have any plans to take a no corporate money pledge the way that...
I hope the reboot is dark gritty. We had good times with Gritty back in 2016. We need him now more than ever. We need Dark Gritty, the hero we need.
Bernie Sanders did in 2020 and still managed to out-fundraise the rest of the field? And if not, how do you plan to manage some of the conflicts of interest that emerge when people, let's say some of the Silicon Valley billionaires who have shown interest in your campaign, start to make demands potentially that are out of step with what the American public would like?
I am going to, there are limits on what I can accept. The campaign can only accept contributions of $3,300 per person. That's the maximum campaign contribution. Most of our contributions so far have been much smaller than that. And we are not legally allowed to accept campaign contributions that are larger than that.
Of course, there are these other ways that people contribute, right? They host fundraisers for folks. They're independent expenditures. They're not supposed to be directed by campaigns, but campaigns have found ways of getting around that. I'm not saying you specifically, obviously, but there are ways that campaigns signal how they would like money to be spent. And with Citizens United, there's almost an unlimited ability for corporations to spend to support their own political causes. Is that a concern for you? Do you have any plans to address Citizens United? Do you have any plans to do campaign finance reform?
I don't think there's anything that's probably more important for our democracy than figuring out a way to reverse Citizens United from a pragmatic standpoint, because the Supreme Court has upheld that and has, I think, very, very wrongly equated campaign contributions with free speech and essentially given them First Amendment protections. I think that was a very bad decision. I think it's been a catastrophe for our country. I am open to suggestions about how to reverse Citizens United. It's something that I've been thinking about since 2008, when it was when that decision came down. We almost lost democracy. We did lose democracy in this country during the Gilded Age in the 1880s and 1890s. And where you had our country, senators at that point were not directly elected. They were chosen by the legislatures, the big trust, the steel trust, the oil trust.
I heard the quartering said the missing Titanic sub was woke. Nah, that can't be real, dude. That can't be real.
The Railroad Trust, the Sugar Trust owned those legislatures. It was literally said of the Pennsylvania state legislature that nobody was for sale because John D. Rockefeller already owned them all and he would not part with them. And that was the way it was for legislatures all over the country. And so those wealthy individuals were choosing the United States senators. They controlled the political parties. They chose the president. And we were able to rescue democracy. And in 1908, we passed a law. One of the things we did, we passed antitrust laws, we passed child labor laws. We gave women the vote, but probably the most important.
I'm sorry. I've been listening to politicians like this for 20 years. I don't know how to solve this problem, but let me blow smoke up your ass for a few minutes instead. Sounds like, right? Right? All of this is bullshit. He's tweeting a lot about it. The quartering Twitter. The Deaf Noodles Comedy Club? More like Deaf Noodles Coffee Club, now serving the Quarterings Coffee Brand Co. Okay. Outside the miraculous rescue, the hull collapse is sadly the best case scenario. True. Being instantly crushed under the pressure of the ocean would be infinitely preferable to several days of knowing that you're about to die in some of the most horrible ways imaginable. What? I hope I'm wrong, but my guess is the people on the Titan have been dead for some time. I also suspect there was at least one murder that happened, maybe more. What? Okay, wait. Why do I suspect murder? I think it's natural to be looking at those other 4 to 5 people who are breathing your air and the precious little air you have and think, how much longer could my son live if I just removed 2 of them? I mean, I guess good luck trying to kill several people in a space the size of a minivan. Holy, okay, dude. Yeah. Some Donner Party shit. This is absolutely ghoulish. What the hell, dude? An oxygen meter Twitter account. Fuck this. I don't see the claim about it being woke though. Okay, I'm done.
Important law that we passed to restore democracy was a law that we passed in 2008 that made it illegal, or 1908, that made it illegal for large corporations to contribute to federal political campaigns. And that law has stayed in place for 100 years and protected American democracy. The United States Supreme Court threw out that law in 2008 and unleashed the tsunami of corporate money. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not allowed to coordinate with our super PACs. But I think, and Bernie was able to do, as you said, to raise a lot of money. And I think Obama raised a lot of money. And that's what I'm going to focus on from small donors. But if you're a super PAC, the law is just wrong in our country, but it's hard to, at some point, you have to say, okay, I'm going to play by the rules as they are given to us. I'm not going to bring a knife to a gunfight. So I don't know what they're going to do, but I can see the logic of taking money from larger donors if you're, if you're supporting somebody that's going to try to reform the system.
I want to ask you about the culture, social issues. You are someone who's getting some support from, I think, Republicans or former Republicans, maybe because of your stances on vaccines, aspects of COVID. Conservative voters right now, a lot of them on the right are animated by culture war issues, these questions about gender identity.
I'll be right back, chat. Gotta take that call. BRB. Sorry to Nindreen for making a hard-to-edit segment. Hello, sorry about that. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Sorry about that one, folks. Penny, good night. Get good sleep, and good night, Metal Kitty Mom. May you dream of, lovely, fluffy kitties. Shit, hide the horny, Jack's back. I'm getting too old for you guys to be horny over me. Hey, Kyryu. Good night. I think, did Ashley also say good night? Hey, VCC TV. We totally weren't having the horniest chat in a while in your absence. Oh my goodness. Jack, I pay $10 a month extra to be horny at you. That's true, you do. Heresy? We were being horny over each other. There's plenty of being horny for Jack energy left. Oh, well, guys, if you want to be even hornier at each other, join the Riverboat Jack Discord. We have an NSFW for 18 plus. All right, I'm back. We must resume the torment. Hi. I feel like I actually look pretty cute in this sweater.
In school, in sports, it kind of goes under the category of wokeness. I wonder, because I'm not sure I've heard you talk about.
I'll take an edible in a bit.
About this as much or answer questions
hey,
about
Marking.
it.
How you doing?
What are your views on wokeness? Do you have a definition of wokeness? Do you have views on?
Oh Jesus, they aren't even. Oh God, I'm already mad again. I'm already mad. Instead of offering him any pushback on any of the crazy shit. Again, Robert F. Kennedy thinks that Wi-Fi gives you cancer. Like, Wi-Fi internet connections give you cancer. Instead of giving any pushback to this guy, what's your definition of wokeness, sir?
On transgender individuals participating in sports, the what's being
yes, we gotta get Robert F. Kennedy's opinion on trans people. I'm sure it's glistening.
Taught in schools. You know, what is your view on this package of woke issues that so animates the right, which are some of your supporters?
I have said this in the past. I'm opposed to transgender people, to people who were born as biological males, participating in competitive female sports. If the sports, and I'll tell you.
Cool, my guy. I'm glad. Jesus.
Well, my uncle was the author of Title IX, and he spent years and years allied with women's groups who were being treated like red-headed stepchildren when it came to by colleges and everybody else when it came to organized sports. My uncle fought for, wrote, and passed Title IX, and it finally gave women the ability to participate in sports. And it doesn't make any sense to me that somebody who has the advantages, the physical advantages of being born a biological male and must.
They don't. Trans women don't have biological advantages because of being born as a male. Like they don't have that advantage because of the hormone therapy. And again, conservatives keep trying to say, oh yeah, trans women are exactly the same as cis men. And it's just like, dude, we're not. We literally take hormones that change our body. My tits, I grew these out of my body. Like, our biology changes because of the medical interventions. You know? Like, we get weaker, we get less stamina. Like, it's all part of the package, right? And once we've been on hormones for, you know, a year, 2 years, now that's up for debate, a year or 2 years, you know, then we can participate in women's sports. Like, that's fine. And prior to puberty, there's no meaningful difference in the athletic ability of, like, boys and girls, really.
Muscle mass in height and size and strength and...
Oh yes. You see, now we need to get into the dirty business of banning women who are too tall from women's sports. You see, if there are, I don't know, like, maybe there's, like, a group of people who, have a general higher height when it comes to women's sports. Maybe we should just ban those, too. You know, anyone over 5'7" gets banned from women's sports, I guess. Women's basketball is about to get a lot shorter.
And coordination should be able to walk off a playing field playing men's sports and then walk onto a playing field playing women's sports. And that, I want to start by saying...
It doesn't work that way, Robert. Jesus.
Saying this, though, anybody who makes that choice to be transgender, gender, should not be shamed. They should not be embarrassed.
They shouldn't be shamed or embarrassed, huh? But they're also really men. We got you, Bobby.
They should be proud of their choices, and they should be those choices should be respected. We should all do that.
Those choices should be respected, but not when it inconveniences us.
But there's that is a boundary that just doesn't make any sense for anybody to, you know, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. And, you know, I have a niece who is playing softball for Boston College right now, and she has devoted tens of thousands of hours in her life practicing that sport with the hope of getting that scholarship. And everybody on her team is in the same way, and it doesn't seem to me fair that somebody who has these profound biological advantages should be able to walk.
Yeah, profound biological advantages trans women have with our little noodle arms. We're just gonna come and compete against the ladies with our weak little noodle arms.
On that team and take one of those places from one of those girls. Squish. It just doesn't make any sense.
And Mr. Kennedy, there's a recent study that shows that a lot of Americans are increasingly divided on that particular.
Yeah, no pushback at all. Okay, cool. Thanks, Brianna. You're doing wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, you're a real ally to the marginalized.
Issue, but given the very small number of trans kids there actually are, or trans people generally speaking, that are seeking participation in sports, some members of the trans community are frustrated that there hasn't been more attention to the literally hundreds of pieces of legislation that have been coming down the transom just since the beginning of this year that would do things like restrict people's ability to dress as the gender that wasn't assigned as birth in public. There have been drag performances of classic Shakespeare plays that have been implicated in some of this legislation that impedes on a parent's and family's ability to make decisions about the health of their children in consultation with a doctor. And I wonder what you say to the Republican Party, who are largely pushing legislation, are pushing pieces of legislation like this down the pike.
I would say what I said a moment ago, is that I believe that people should be respected in their choices, and that, you know, they should be supported in those choices, and that, you know, about their gender choices. So I don't.
They should be respected in their gender choices, but also fuck them if they want to play sports. Am I right?
You know, any legislation that is mean-spirited or that is going to, you know, that is disrespectful to people or is bullying, I'm not going to be for that.
Well, I want to ask you, changing gears a little bit, about Donald Trump. Obviously, he was just indicted under the Espionage Act. Now, you have been very vocal about your support for Julian Assange, saying on day one you would like to pardon him. He was also obviously charged under the Espionage Act. And many conservatives right now are looking to the fact that Mike Pence, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton have also had these document retention cases, all of whom have not been prosecuted. We don't know yet what's going to happen in the Joe Biden case, of course, but they contrast that with how certain whistleblowers like Julian Assange, Reality Winner, et cetera, have been treated, even when they too had no there was no proof that they were attempting to do actual espionage, give the documents to a foreign party. In one instance, a 66-year-old Vietnamese American civil servant was jailed for 5.5 years for taking documents home just to work on them over the weekend to get ahead. So what do you say to conservatives who say what's happening to Trump is in fact a political prosecution if people who are similarly implicated in what he's been charged with or who have done less have gone to jail, but Hillary Clinton, Mike Pence, and Joe Biden himself are not being charged?
Well, first of all, I don't like the Espionage Act, and I think it should be repealed. I think, I thought Brianna, I thought the New York prosecutor, I also want to say this, I don't know that much about, I have not studied the case against Donald Trump. So, I'm speaking kind of off the top of my head. I looked at kind of casually or cursorily the New York case that the New York prosecutor Eric Adams brought, and I thought that case was weak. And if I had been a prosecutor, I was once a prosecutor, I would not have brought that case. And I think you can make a case for it, but I think when it comes to prosecuting a political figure, particularly a president of the United States, the prosecutors have to walk a really thin line and a very, very delicate line, because our country has always tried to avoid the optics and the reality of politically based, politically grounded prosecutions. It's something that's done in totalitarian countries. It was something that was done in Great Britain prior to the American Revolution, and that the framers of our Constitution were warned against. So people are there are two kind of countervailing principles. One is that people who are in political power should not be above the law. If they break the law, they should pay for it like other people. But there's another countervailing principle, which is, in democracies, it's dangerous to start prosecuting people criminally unless there is a really compelling reason to do so, because it gives rise to accusation in the optics that it's a politically based prosecution. So I think prosecutors have to be careful about that. I thought the New York prosecution did not, in my view, and again, the prosecutor may know more about it than I do, so I don't want to second guess him. But in my view, it didn't pass the threshold that that I would want to see for a prosecution of the president of the United States. I don't know enough about this case. I mean, I've heard things about it. I think that the danger to President Trump of this case is that the judge made this extraordinary decision to penetrate the attorney-client privilege, which is almost never.
Don't you do it, chat. I know you're all thinking about making smuggy emotes, okay? I know you're thinking it. Don't do it.
Done, but it is done in cases where the attorneys appear to be in collusion to commit a crime.
Right.
And that is, I guess was the rationale in this case. And I think once that decision was made, that the case against President Trump is very, very strong.
Yeah, just
you
quickly,
asked me whether I like the Espionage Act. I think the Espionage Act has been an anti-democratic act from its inception. It has always been in disrepute, particularly among liberals. Liberals have always hated that act, and it has been used to silence people who should have had the right to free speech throughout American history. It has been misused and abused by people in political power throughout our history. And, if it was my choice, I would repeal it.
Well, just quickly on that, Tucker Carlson, in the latest episode of his new Twitter program, made the argument that the reason that Trump is being prosecuted under the Espionage Act while others haven't been is because of the statements that he made in the context of his 2016 campaign and after that were targeting the blob, and the fact that he's positioned himself, whether authentically or just rhetorically, as an anti-war candidate. You have spoken about the consequences of doing so, again, talking about the fact that you think that your uncle was killed in part because of his anti-war stance. And I wonder what you make of this argument. Do you think that Trump's politics and his dissonance with the intelligence community and the military-industrial complex are part of what's fueling the prosecution of him under the Espionage Act?
I would have no idea about that. I mean, how would I know that? I mean, nothing those guys do. You can't see. It's all obscure. So I would have no way of knowing, or I would never speculate about something about which I have no way of knowing what motivates.
But when it comes to vaccines, am I right? It's totally fine if it's vaccines, right?
This prosecution. I mean, listen, I don't look. I try never to look at people's motives because you never can understand them. I wrote this whole book on Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates, and never in that book do I look into their heads and say this is why they were doing that action. All I can say is this is the actions they took. These actions appear wrong on their face, but I can't really speculate as to why they took them, and I'm not going to speculate about this.
The DNC has stated it won't
night,
actually hold a
Ashley.
Democratic primary
Good
debate. I wonder what you make of how you're being treated by the DNC, given your fairly significant minority, but significant poll numbers. And if, for instance, we held a debate here at Rising at the Hill with you, Marianne Williamson, and we would, of course, invite President Biden, would you participate in that?
Well, I would love to participate in a debate if President Biden participates in a debate. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong that he's not going to participate. And the reason I think it's wrong, of course, he has that power to not do it. And it's a strategic choice for him. And I think if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want to debate either. But I think it's bad for America at this point.
Asterisk, asterisk.
Very knifey dog. Thank you for gifting Larsers a sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for being one of the first people in several hours to support stream. That's me guilting the rest of you in stream. Haha. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Boy, I think if he doesn't.
Ooh, Nindreen redeemed fur babies, everyone. Time to drop everything. We dropping everything, baby. We dropping everything so we can do fur babies. Let's go. Fur babies, wider than a mile. Bum bum ba da da dum, bum bum, bum bum bum, ba dum, ba dum, ba dum, bum 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 ba dum, ba dum, ba dum. Yo, Thoism, thank you for the 5 tier 1
Thoism
subs.
asterisk gifted asterisk 5 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thoism, 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 Thoism. All right, here we go. We got some fur babies for y'all. Oh. Oh. With those eyes. My dog went and got her lamb chop and is laying on it right now. It's really cute. Oh yeah, treat for the pup. Treat for the pup. Treat for the pup. I brought them over here. These are her favorite ones. They're made with actual peanut butter on them. I don't know if you can see that. Let's go. Okay, here, I'll make it big. Hiya. Oh, you didn't get it. It's right here. And yes, every 5 subs, remember, we're giving Samus a treat. Let's take a look at some of these other fine fur babies. Oh, Thoysome, you have an adorable little lad or lady or creature. Look at that collar is really cute too. It's a Roro. Oh, playing tug. What a little cutie. Oh, look at that baby. Look at that baby, little kitters. Oh, look at their friends. We got 2 friend babies. Oh, from Beezy. Oh, that's just a Muppet. How? Who's posting little pictures of from the behind the scenes of the Muppets? Look at this little Muppet. Raccoon. It's a raccoon. Do you guys like the number 4? This one likes the number 4. Raccoon! Don't mind the Christmas tree. Oh, look at the little guys. With the Dr. Pepper. Hell yeah. Oh, they look so happy. A cat selfie. I've never seen one of those before. Excuse me, ma'am. This is a Wendy's. How can I help you? Oh. Lounging. Hiding. Duo baby. Oh. Happy little baby. Alert baby. Very cuddly baby. Luenya. A thief. Oh, look at this baby. With a little scrunched up face. Turds. We got who in our Discord is named Turd Stretcher? Come on now. You gotta post more often in here, Turd Stretcher. This is one guilty looking baby. Yo, this is a dog that looks like it just buried your buried your wallet in the backyard. I want a PS5, but I'm trying not to let Sony's scumbaggery that is exclusivity deal sway me. Help talk sense into me? I can't talk sense into you because I also want a PS5 and I haven't gotten one. Because it seems silly to buy it when I just want to play Demon's Soul. Be strong. I know. Be strong. I must wait until the release of Super Mario RPG remastered. I need to be strong. Oh, look at this noble baby. Oh, Just an actual baby. Oh, axolotls are so cute, chat. They're so cute. Though sometimes I look at them and their tiny little eyes freak me out. But otherwise, they're really cute. Their eyes just burn into your soul. Little Alice is in jail? Oh, her name's Alice, chat. Oh, God. Look at how cute she is. It's also doubly cute because the jail is really small. Like, the fence is really short. Yeah. Baby jail. They're watching cat TV? Hell yeah. Oh. That's right. Hail Soybeck's puppy Josie passed away, and this was her last day before crossing over the Rainbow Bridge. It's too hot to take her to the park, so just cuddling in bed, giving her various forbidden human foods, tolerating the resulting farts. Later, going with the partner at work, then to the pet store, so she can explore and select some treats. She stole a Chewy treat. Bye, Josie. Just a beautiful little dog. We don't deserve dogs. Yeah, we don't deserve you. Just happy with the choice we made. We could have kept her alive for another few months for our own sake. Could have forced her to go through chemo. Instead, we got a little bit more time, then let her go before she could start to suffer. Yeah, she looks like a sweetie. I told the vet tech this story. I think you would all enjoy it as well. Early in the pandemic, a friend texted to see if she could borrow one egg. Since nobody was vaccinated at the time, I opted to just leave the egg on the front porch for her, but I didn't mention this to my partner, so my friend is walking up to the house, and all she sees is the door opening, Josie running out, Josie seeing the egg, Josie getting the egg, and Josie eating the egg. This all happened so quickly that my partner didn't even get to see the egg. They just opened the door and said, "Hey, friend name," and watched the pure chaos unfold. What is this? Oh god, if I read this, I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna copy this and paste it into chat. Here you guys go. All right. If you want to read that, I know that if I read this, I'm gonna be a mess. Guess who back? Oh, look at this little munchkin right here. Oh, little cutie cat. Begging for pets. Just came across pictures of my two cats of 21 and 19 years. They passed last year and the year before. Pets are the bestest friends ever. They are. More of Nyx. She likes my porch chair. I'm like her second home. Look at this beautiful baby. Oh. Sleepy baby. My Bucky boy. Oh, look at that baby. Ugh. My kitty. Oh. Love. We got, oh, look at these babies. One hit wonder. The one on the far right looks like just fresh from the groomer. So happy. Oh, yeah. Oh, little Muppets. This one looks ready to fight. Oh gosh, what a little walking carpet. A little doofy guy. They were in fact fresh from the groomer? Yeah. Oh, it's Punky Gal. Neighbor's kitty. Oh damn, is this cat about to offer me a helicopter ride? It's what it looks like. He's about to sell me some tickets. Oh, sleepy babies. Eyebrow baby. Oh, they're friends. That is the look of a dog who seems to think that they stole a seat that wasn't theirs. I'm too dumb to Discord? It's okay. Generally you click like the little plus sign down here and then you can add pictures. This dog looks so uncomfortable. He looks so uncomfortable in that chair. Why are you doing that to yourself? Oh god. Beans. Got some beanie weenies. A few more pics of Basil. Oh gosh, just begging for the belly rubs. Sleepy Basil. Belly rub. Oh, Basil loves those belly rubs. Or it's a trap. Oh, baby. Oh. Oh, chasing after the rabbits. Oh, doofy little guy. You can like actually see the smile. Ooh. Oh. No, those cats don't want belly rubs? Okay. This is why I'm not a cat person. I get fooled by their traps. Thanks for the fur babies, chat. And for letting me be an emotional mess. And my black dog whose favorite thing was sneaking up with me at night, and I would eat some cheese, throw her a tiny piece, and she would capture it. When I had cancer, we always sneak up to eat what we weren't supposed to have and share it together. She always slept on my back. I do miss her. She could catch some food, OMG. Oh, kamikaze. Basil absolutely loves belly rubs. Oh. Their bellies are soft and vulnerable, not to invite belly rubs. Also, chat, we just finished the, you know what, I'm gonna minimize this and move to a different screen. We just finished Fur Babies. We got caught up. I'm sorry, Very Knifey Duck. Yeah, on my computer, I just click on the little plus, and then I click upload a file, and yeah. Break their auto mod with the raid message. No! Hey, Bleak Wind. Hey, Marking. Oh God, why are some of them getting through? Hey, Doodleburb. Hey, Neon Death. Hey, Cauldron of Bats. Hello, Fish Missile. Chaos the Gardener. Hello. Hey, Nerny. Hey, Sriracha Ace. Hey, Eon Wagoneer. Hey, Matthew Kohai. Hey, Rhizome. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Paladin Lost, thank you for the 5 gifted
RFK
subs.
isn't on screen. So bawahahahaha. 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 Bawahahaha. DWA.
Realistically, it's probably sensible for it to automod me to default. Well, every 5 subs, I'm giving my dog a treat. So, Paladin Lost, thank you for getting my dog a treat. That's very kind of you. Because she would like one. There you go. See you, Rhizome. Hope you have a good night. Get good sleep. You are gonna need to move, though. You're like right where I need my chair to be. There we go. Hey, Doodleburb. Yeah, you guys just missed Fur Babies. We went through the Discord pet images, and one of a good member of our community, Hale Soybeck, lost their dog, or had to have their dog put down, and we all had a good cry about it. Marking, thank you for gifting a sub to Doodleburb. Also, folks, if you are over in the Twitch chat or in the YouTube chat, I see you, Nova Celeste, over in YouTube. If you would like to be on the on-screen chat, come on over to riverboat.gg. That's where you can come and watch the stream. Totally ad-free. You don't have to watch ads or anything over there, even if you don't subscribe. And also consider coming on over here and supporting me, because when you subscribe or donate to me over on riverboat.gg, I get to keep 100% of the money you send my way, instead of splitting it half and half with Jeff Bezos or 70-30 with YouTube. So consider coming on over. And we have been streaming for 4 hours now, so this is indeed your top of the hour ad break. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good one, folks. God, the tears in my tear ducts. thanks, Doodleburb. Hope you're doing all right too. You've been streaming a lot. Been bringing in those crowds with your artistic prowess. Also, for those of you wondering what we've been doing on the stream today, I've been playing a game called The Last Spell and chatting with chat, and also we've been covering an interview that Rising did with RFK Jr., and it is an absolute joke. Like, he's just being allowed to say absolute horseshit, nonstop, unchallenged. I just posted my cat, forgot all about it. Well, you know what? You gifted 5 subs. We'll take a look at your cat. Oh, it's Lucifer. I like the name, and just look at those eyes and that little nose. How can you say no? A can of tuna for the queen. Or king. The more RFK Jr. talks, the worse he sounds. True. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Here we go.
Feel that he can.
Yeah, let's get some more context.
And I think it's wrong. I would love to participate in a debate. If President Biden participates in a debate, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong that he's not going to participate. And the reason I think it's wrong, of course, he has that power to not do it. And it's a strategic choice for him. And I think if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want to debate either. But I think it's bad for America at this point. I think if he doesn't feel that he can debate, it's not good, because there's so many people in this country who feel that the system is rigged, and that particularly the political system and the electoral system is rigged, and that it's the political parties like the Soviet Union that are picking the candidates, and the public has nothing to do with them. And I think it's really important for both political parties to make themselves at this point role models, templates for democracy, not only for this country, but to show around the world that we actually have a real democracy where politicians are out doing retail politics, going to town halls that are not just fixed, where you know what the questions are going to be, who the people are, they're screened, but are actually going into barbershops and nail salons and diners and gas stations and talking to the public. There's a huge number of people in this country who feel that they've been forgotten. 57% of Americans who couldn't put their hands on $1,000 if they have an emergency right now, and they feel like there's nobody in the political system that's listening to them. And they're right. And
they're right. So, the guy who should listen to them is me, the guy who doesn't listen to scientists.
Politicians now, because of Citizens United, it's very easy for a politician to go to the billionaires, raise $1 billion, and then fly over the country at 30,000 feet and aerial bombard the country with advertisements, and then drop in occasionally for these phony rallies that are just kabuki theater, where they know everybody who went into that rally, they know the questions they're going to ask, and there's a lot of flag waving and clapping. It's not politics, it's fake politics. And I think it's really important, and people know that. Americans feel that they're not being listened to, that the system is broken. Even on, January 6th, as bad as that was, you have to understand that it was motivated by people who think the system is rigged. And one of our responses to that, other than prosecuting the people who broke the law, should also be, okay, it's time to fix the system. Let's not allow people to continue to believe that the whole thing is rigged against them, and that everything is fixed, and that the political parties get to choose who's going to run, and anybody who tries to enter the process is fenced out. So I don't think that's healthy.
Well, you made it just quickly. You made a really excellent point about how few Americans can access cash right now. The stat we used to say during the Bernie campaign was that 40% of Americans can come up with $400 for an emergency. Right now, in the fall, Biden made a deal with Republicans to end the student loan moratorium that Trump implemented during the pandemic. And so people are going to be asked to pay a lot more than a few $100s. $400, $500, $1,000, $2,000 when their student loan payments kick in again in the fall. Do you see any daylight between how you would handle the student debt crisis and what Joe Biden had done? And what do you make of the choice to end the student loan moratorium?
I mean, I think we've got to give some kind of massive debt forgiveness to this generation of kids if we want to unleash their creative energies and rebuild our country. You know, it costs now, I paid, when I went to the University of Virginia Law School, I paid $600 per semester. And, you know, and that's low, but on average, the cost of education since 1970 has multiplied by 7 times. And, you know, my wife, it took
my
her,
wife,
who's a well-known actress, and it took her till she was 37 years old to pay back her student loan, and that's like an anchor. You know, it's an anchor on creative activity and entrepreneurial activity and the kind of and the kind of energies that we want to release in our children.
To that point specifically, Mr. Kennedy, when you're talking about barriers on creativity and entrepreneurship, et cetera, healthcare is repeatedly raised by people, small business owners, et cetera, as one of the largest costs they have when they start a new business. And of course, Medicare for All was such an animating force of the last 2 Bernie campaigns and really galvanized a lot of previous non-voters and disgruntled Democrats into a movement. You said in a recent interview that you were for Medicare for All in theory, but that you found it, I believe you were something along the lines of politically unlikely, something to that effect. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. But it strikes me that some of the other things that you've been fighting for, I think really valiantly, like cutting the military budget, taking on the military-industrial complex, are also things which will face intense pushback from the blob, from these deeply entrenched, very well-funded industries. And that being said, given the obstacles to fighting the military-industrial complex, what do you say to progressives who are disappointed that you don't seem to have that same urgency with respect to healthcare, which is repeatedly ranked as such a significant concern for Americans, and Medicare for All in particular, which 88% of Democratic voters support?
Yeah, well, let me answer both, all of your questions. You know, one is just from a practical standpoint, Brianna, in terms of cutting the military budget, it's easier for a president to do than passing a national health care program. And a lot of those costs that, you know, the president can do on his own without that much cooperation from Congress. And that's why I think of course you're challenging vested interests that are as powerful as the pharmaceutical industry and the medical cartels. But it's an easier thing. The president does not need to get 51 senators and 250 congressmen on board. And then, with Medicare, look, I watched my uncle and fought with him for 50 years trying to get national health care through. And I'm very conscious of the deadlock that he reached. And I am, if it were up to me, I would say we should have Medicare for all right now. The current way of funding Medicare is not of funding health care in our country is dysfunctional. What I would advocate is a public option which will lead ultimately into Medicare for all but give people individual choice. I'm somebody who is for personal freedom, for personal choice, and I think the public option is more consistent with that belief. And if we can make a public option that, for example, would charge a maximum of 8% of people's income rather than the 20% that they're paying today. If we can make that option work, and if we can make it attractive to Americans, you will naturally evolve it into Medicare for all. But you'll do it through a process of choice and evolution rather than imposing it on people with a lot of hostility, which is just practically impossible to do, as you probably understand. And I understand because I was involved in the healthcare battle for so long.
Well, can you speak specifically to what you think? I'm sorry.
We need to think of it. I think we need to think, because we have to acknowledge these deadlocks, acknowledge these practical obstacles, and we have to think in terms of ways to unify Americans in ways that will reduce the overall cost of healthcare. The healthcare costs now in this country are $4.3 trillion. That is far higher per capita than any other country on earth. We pay much more than anybody, double or triple what people pay per capita in Europe or Canada, and our healthcare outcomes are 79th in the world. We're behind Mongolia, we're behind Cuba, we're behind Costa Rica in healthcare outcomes. And one of the reasons for that, probably the principal reason, in fact, the principal reason is chronic disease epidemic. We have the highest burden of chronic disease of any nation in the world. Why is that? Why can't we eliminate it? We know that it comes from environmental exposures. Why aren't we doing the science to identify what those exposures are and to eliminate them? That will eliminate a huge chunk of our healthcare costs and give us a lot more elasticity and flexibility in the way that we allocate those costs to different actors within the system, which is really what you're doing when you switch from HMOs to Medicare for all.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy, I do just want to push back and say that I think, for one,
oh my God, we're 34 minutes in, and this is the first time she's pushing back. This is the first time. She said nothing after he sat there and spewed nonsense about, vaccines spreading COVID. He claimed that the COVID vaccine infected people with COVID. That if you got vaccinated, you were more likely to get sick. Okay, you're gonna push back now. All right. She tried to cut in, but he kept going. Nah, she did not try to cut in at all during this interview. We watched the entire goddamn thing. He literally was pushing hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, and that's been thoroughly debunked so goddamn many times.
The continued presence of a private healthcare system undermines some of the savings that come through a Medicare for all style system by letting people opt out in a way that diminishes the pool that the costs are spread over. So that's one concern people have with that. But more specifically, you're such a vocal and persuasive critic of industry capture and the ways and the kinds of corruption that cause there to be such a disconnect between what the average American wants. 88% of Democrats and a slim majority, but a majority of Republicans all support Medicare for all. So when you look at Congress and say, well, Congress won't pass it, even though the constituents in those congressional districts want it, I think that what people are looking for is a leader, a president who exposes the extent to which elected representatives are not, in fact, representing the interests of their people, and that they feel pressure, therefore, to start to do that. And when they hear a presidential candidate saying, well, there are these obstacles, and so we're going to take another track, it makes some people ask, well, when are we ever going to get that Medicare for all? Yes, we have chronic disease, we have these other issues, but how long are people supposed to subsist and suffer and have medical debt and die, while we know overwhelming majorities of Americans all want one solution, and it is elected representatives, including many of those in the Democratic Party, that are standing in the way?
Brianna, I agree with virtually everything that you say. The issue is that I've been in the trenches for 50 years fighting on this issue, and it's an issue that is because of what we're dealing with in Congress and elsewhere. It's entrenched is a source of polarization. And I feel like I need to look at ways of solving this that are actually practical. So I would like to get to the same place you are, which is Medicare for all. But I think the path to doing that, and if you remember, Brianna, when Obamacare got passed, there was there were a lot of problems with it. There were a lot of glitches with it that made.
Well, yeah, he's a Kennedy and he's Catholic as hell.
People very, very angry about it for the first 2 or 3 years, and then those glitches were slowly worked out. And the option that I'm proposing, which is to begin with the public option, will allow the glitches to be worked out in advance so that ultimately, when and if we get to Medicare for all, we won't have those times where people really get harmed by the implementation of a new system. So, I would say that's my best answer to you. I want the same thing that you want. I believe most Americans that want it. I think, listen, my uncle, I can't tell you the number of times that I was in Senate caucus meetings with him, in his office, talking to people, campaigning across the country, pointing out that this was the only country in the world, we're the only industrialized country in the world where people can work their entire lives and have.
I mean, do we need another human?
Their savings wiped out by a single.
I think let me put it this way. I don't mind having a Catholic president. What I do mind is having a president that's peddling conspiracy theories that are literally getting people killed.
The catastrophic illness is the only country in the world, industrialized country, where parents can sit in a living room and listen to their baby crying in the room next door and have to wonder whether that baby is $50 sick or $100 sick, $500 sick before they bring him to a hospital, and then have to make really difficult choices. And it's unfair. It's wrong. We should have Medicare for all in this country. The obstacle that I just recognize as somebody who's trying to deal with issues pragmatically is that it is, it's a, to put it mildly, a heavy lift.
Want to be respectful of your time, of course, so this will be the last question. But just before you go, on the show, we've been discussing increased interest in aliens, UFOs.
Oh,
Congress recently held historic hearings on Capitol Hill on the matter. Whistleblower David.
I hate this. I hate everything about this interview. Dude. Yeah, this is a very serious interview. Yeah, We're not gonna confront you with any of your bullshit ideology. We're just gonna ask you about the fucking aliens. Okay, yeah, all right.
David Grush has claimed that these hearings fell short of sharing all the government knows with the American people, going so far as to claim the government is in possession of actually non-human craft. So we'd love to know your thoughts on this. If you think there's UFO intelligence that should be declassified, rather than having this guarded closely, whatever it is, by military and U.S. intelligence agencies.
Fuck off.
All I can say is if they got it, it's one of the first questions I'm going to ask, and I'm going to want to see the little fellas and their spacecraft, and I will, and then disclose everything that I can. I'll disclose everything to the American public unless there's some really compelling reason not to, which I don't anticipate. But I read the article by that guy, about that whistleblower who's still in the military, and it just seemed very credible to me, but I don't know. I don't have any way of assessing it, and I guess they're taking it seriously on Capitol Hill, which I'm very happy about. I think everybody's curious about this. Everybody would love to know whether we have company, neighbors in the universe. It's really exciting, and I think, that's the kind of thing I think we should share with the American people and have discussions, philosophical discussions about what that means for us, and what that means for our planet, and how that, and particularly whether it's a good thing for us to continue to spend so much money fighting each other when maybe we should be trying to make this planet livable and habitable and, do all the other things. I think it will be really good for us to know those things. I suppose they want to keep it secret so they can, weaponize those technologies or whatever. I guess they probably think they have good reasons for doing it, but I think there's compelling reasons if they have that stuff that we should release it to people.
Are you a sci-fi guy at all, Mr. Kennedy?
Am I what?
Are you a sci-fi guy? Do you have a kind of a broader interest in entertainment that's related to this kind of stuff?
I would say that I always like science fiction. And I mean, I'm curious about aliens. I've never seen an alien.
Can we get it confirmed that RFK Jr. is a Trekkie, is a Star Wars fan?
Brianna loves Star Trek. I like
No,
Star
I'm going
Wars,
to tell you
Battlestar
something.
Galactica.
My wife had a show called Son of Zorn, which was where she was married to this alien, and so she went to the Comic-Con conferences where all the Trekkies are, and she was for a short time a big hero in those conferences. And I a couple of times said, I want to go with you and and see all these things. So I'm not completely immune to it, but I'm still the jury's out.
Fantastic. Well, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., we hope to have you back here on Rising, perhaps in a debate format. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
God damn it. Like, oh man, this is what we have to deal with in the lead up to 2024. This is real life. This is real fucking life. Why? Jeez. Hey, Fellini Fiend, how you doing? Yeah, just fucking give me the booze, man. That sucked. It sucked on so many levels. This guy literally led to the deaths of children. He runs one of the largest anti-vax organizations in the world that has long perpetuated the idea that vaccines cause autism. Rising is a joke, and Brianna Joy Gray is a deeply unserious person. Autism is genetic. Well, these people don't care. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work that way. It literally doesn't matter. It could be because of cosmic rays. They'll say it's because of the fucking metallicity of the Earth's core or some shit. Like it doesn't matter. There is no cause and effect here outside of the conspiracy. I just gave her a DNA test. She's 0% that bitch. Hell yeah. I think we have to worry about DeSantis. I mean, I think we have to worry about defeating whoever the Republican nominee is. Right now, that's looking like it's going to be Trump. But if Trump goes to prison, I mean, he's still going to run. Let's be real. Donald Trump, even if he goes to prison, even if, like, his trial is expedited, he's still going to be running for president from behind bars, Autism is cool, true. It's like having a superpower, but not in the way that people think it is. Yeah, it's not like the TV show. What's the TV show with like the twist is like the doctor has autism? Like that's literally the main wrinkle of the show. What's it called? The Good Doctor. Yeah. God damn. Have you read the stuff they released? Yeah, there's a video on YouTube of me going through the entire indictment. I read every word of it on stream. And he is fucked, dude. I hate that show so much. I mean, I've just seen like a few glimpses of it. I'm just surprised it has like 10 seasons, I'm concerned about the transgendered laws. Yeah, me too, bud. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think a lot of people expect autistic people to be, like, not charming. But, like, I have autism, chat. I think I come across as pretty charming sometimes. It's called masking. It's called masking. We just have to develop our social skills, and we wear them like fucking shirts, you know? You're transgender, you're not charming? That's true. I am transgender, but my autism is charming. Thank you for the clarification, Links CR. And a pregnant trans man in the one episode I saw. I mean, that's pretty cool, I guess. It's also called Riz. True. Scrubs' main character definitely had autism. That might be honestly a better point of comparison, VCC TV. I didn't watch a lot of Scrubs, though, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. It's called Game, not Riz. Nah. The kids these days call it Riz. Which apparently is short for charisma. And you know what? I kind of like it. I like calling people the Rizzler. It's fun. It's fun to say. I have zero charm. I'm probably very annoying to people. Yeah, but that's the great part about autism. We don't know. It's hard to read the social situation. Maybe we were charming. Maybe we weren't. I choose to believe I'm charming. I'm 19. I'm not down with the slang anymore. Oh, just you wait. Anarcho-capitalist bitch. When you turn 30, you're gonna be looking at people who are 19 and just being like, "What the fuck are you?" What did you even just say? I only am able to keep up because I'm terminally online. Bones had better autistic representation. True! True, the main character of Bones was extremely autistic. Medicare for all and workplace democracy now. Let's go. Hell yeah, Kairyu. You know the main thrusts of my channel. One of these days, I need to, like, have another show where, like, the entire show is just me going through, like, hey, here are my policy proposals for, like, getting us closer to socialism, you know? That'd be fun. It's been a while since we did that. Couldn't tune in earlier. How's stream going? It's going well now that we're past Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being a dipshit and being granted legitimacy. Looking at people that young is weird. It's like, you look like a little baby in an adult suit. Yeah, I mean, that, like, not, again, 19-year-olds, cool as hell, right? Cool as hell. But, like, now that I'm, like, I'm 31, okay? I'm 31, chat. And now that I'm 31, I didn't really understand prior, like, when I was young, how weird it was for, like, guys in their 30s or 40s to, like, try and date, like, girls who were, like, 18, 19, 20, right? I never really realized how weird that was until now I'm 31 and I'm like, they look like babbies. Like, just, like, what? Why? Why are you doing this? Like, the fetishization of youth is so weird, you know? There's a guy who wants to marry me and he's 33. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it unless he's a millionaire who's not asking you for a prenup, okay? And if he is a millionaire, marry him and immediately divorce him for half his stuff. It's true about youth. It is. It's real fucking weird. The two weirdest things that people fetishize in the United States right now, it's youth and step siblings. All right? Y'all need Jesus. We don't talk about aging, though, enough. I think we talk about aging just fine. It's just that, like, people make aging seem like it's scary, you know? And I feel like if you do the things you want to do, if you're having fun, like aging is really great, you know? You know, being a 10-year-old was fun. I presume. I don't remember being 10. Massive gaps in my memory that are concerning to me. But that's for therapy. But like, I don't want to be 10 right now. I'm pretty happy being in my 30s, you know? Every male teacher in my high school was a massive creeper. Oh yeah, 10,000 yeah, that's very common. We don't talk about preparing for aging. I guess I don't know what that means. Unless you mean like preparing for retirement, in which case, like, why bother in America? Trauma tends to be that way, yeah. I mean, Sweetman's music, I'm still growing and insecure, you know? I'm just not a child, you know? And like, I don't know, it makes sense to me, like, once you hit a certain age, like, you don't want somebody who's like more than like, I don't know, you don't want someone super far out of your age range, because it can get real weird, you know? I think once maybe you're in your 40s, then it doesn't really matter. Like, if you want to date a 30-year-old, knock yourself out. I wouldn't mind so much being younger again, but that's just sort of suck for me right now. Yeah, like, I think the other part is, ow, my phone just stabbed me. Damn. There are young people that date older people. Yeah, there are. And, like, I don't think it's wrong to find older people hot. Like, Helen Mirren can get it. It's just, like, I think that when it's specifically, like, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, dating, like, a 40-year-old, that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird and predatory on the part of the 40-year-old. And like I think once you're in your like 30s and 40s and 50s, it's easier for you to commiserate with, like, or not commiserate, but like bond with and understand people who are, you know, in their 30s, 40s, 50s, etc., you know? Don't want to act stereotypical here, but isn't it biologically logical to be attracted to the most fertile people? Not really, actually. No. Like, also, there are a lot of things that biologically our bodies are designed to do that we don't do, right? Like, in a state of nature, animals rape each other all the time. I don't think that means we should be raping our fellow human beings. You know, like, nah. And also, there are many, many, many compelling reasons to be attracted to somebody who is not, like, an 18-year-old when you're 50. Got friends in my group who are a lot younger, 20 versus my 29, and I don't know, we relate fine, and nobody's grooming nobody. Well, yeah, I think that's fine, right? I think you can be friends with people of any age. I think where it gets weird and where it gets, like, bad is when it's, like, a sexual relationship. But, yeah. I also don't think maybe 29 to 20 is that big of a jump. If it was a 29-year-old and an 18-year-old, though, 29 and a 19-year-old, well, and they're having sex, I think that's sussy. Al Pacino at 83. Yeah, how old is Al Pacino's wife? Or girlfriend, I guess? Noor Alafa is 29. Damn. Yeah, I think that's weird. I don't know. I think that's weird. I also think Nick Cannon's fucking weird as hell for a lot of different reasons. Yeah, and Nick Cannon made a bunch of, like, anti-Semitic comments. Yeah. He asked me to show him my tits as a joke, and he made jokes about me giving him head when I was 16 and he was 30. Yeah, those aren't jokes. None of those are jokes. He was trying to have sex with you. Like, yeah, when a 30-year-old is joking about wanting to see a 16-year-old's tits, that's not a joke. Should I stop talking with him? Look, anarcho-capitalist bitch, I don't know you, I don't know your situation, but I think that any dude who's trying to get nudes from a 16-year-old is someone you should instantly cut out of your life. Like, not, they're like, no grace period, no, like, oh, maybe he's changed. Nah. I would say he's a threat not just to you, but also to any of your younger friends that he might come into contact with. Yeah, I would, if I was talking to, like, one of my children, right? If I had kids, I would tell, I'm your mama. I would tell you, please, for the love of God, stop talking to him. He has waved the biggest red flag. Depending on your state laws, you might be charged with a sex crime. Well, the minor isn't going to be charged with a sex crime, no. Or someone who was a minor isn't. God. People are so gross. I don't think, by the way, to the dudes watching stream right now, I don't think you guys understand the amount of harassment and shit that young women deal with. Like, I have women friends who, like, started getting catcalled when they were like 11. You know? Like, it's bad. It's so bad. And it's not like an infrequent thing. It's not like, oh, well, just like one person catcalled an 11-year-old. No, it's like non-stop and constant throughout, like, age 12 to, like, age 20 something, you know? And honestly, the catcalls continue into your 30s, but, like, yeah. Goddamn. He said he told me he was harassed by women when he was 14. He said they touched him and asked him to have sex with him. Yeah. There are two possibilities. One is that actually happened, in which case it's horrible, but also doesn't excuse his current horrible behavior to you and other young women. And two, the other possibility is he was telling you about this abuse and was also like getting off to telling you about a sexual situation. Unfortunately. One of my cousins talked about wanting to bang one of my other cousins, like pretty openly. What the hell? Fuck, dude. Guy in a truck called my mom and sister once while we were walking downtown. Yeah. It's really bad people out there. Chat, please be safe. 100%. Going to cite Vosh's review of Fooly Cooley. People who go after children are either messed up themselves or after something else. Yeah, I mean, yes. I would argue often it's a mix of the two. Why are people fucked up? Because their parents were fucked up. Because other fucked up people were fucked up to them. Like, it's a long chain of damage and abuse, and it's hard to make it right again, you know? Often, like, when we get treated badly, rather than, like, doing introspection and, like, trying to be better, we decide to cope. And those coping mechanisms often lead us into the same behavior we saw modeled towards ourselves, you know? And so what's really important is going to therapy, where you can talk with like someone who knows about human psychology and like who knows how brains work and like can help you to unlearn the stuff that was ingrained into you, you know? There are tons of dudes that are not creepy. I'd say most of them. I mean, I don't think, I would hope not all dudes are like that, you know? I would say that there are creepy dudes and that our society tries to normalize creepy dudes, you know? Like there are people who, in like locker rooms, right? Who will say creepy shit about women in their lives or in their schools or whatever, and that is treated as relatively normal by like a lot of group dynamics, you know? Like an example of this is like adult men who talk about how they wish they had been molested by their female teachers. You know, stuff like that. That's pretty normalized. And yeah, there are creepy women as well. Very true. Very true. There are not insignificant number of women who also buy into the idea that, well, like, you know, if they're an adult lady, but they're attracted to a 15-year-old boy, like, well, that's okay because guys like that anyway. You know? Might I make a recommendation? Instrumental metalcore performed by a single trans female? All right. Let's check it out. Bury the River. Lefty dudes can grow together. That's the thing. You can always do better, chat. Go follow Cupcake Hellsword on Twitter.com. Yo, use this while while your party's defeating demons. 10 out of 10. That was great. I enjoyed that a lot. Thank you for sharing. Again, that is Bury the River on Bandcamp. He keeps saying he started talking with me because he found it interesting to talk with me about ideology and philosophy and didn't want anything. That is... I feel like that's a lie. Just having the experiences I've had with men. But, yeah. I'm gonna use this in a campaign sometime. Yeah. Also, chat, I feel like my hair, like my messy bun, is doing a lot of work for me today. I feel really cute with it. Yeah, and also, anarcho-capitalist bitch, you are wonderful, you are interesting, you have good ideas about philosophy and ideology. But that's not what he's interested in when he's talking to, or starting to talk to a 16-year-old or continuing to talk to a 19-year-old. As a 30-year-old man. Also, chat, hello! We've now been streaming for 5 hours. If you would like to support the stream and support this side bun, consider dropping some subs or making some donos towards stream, because they help me to not die. They help so goddamn much. Also, if you're over on Twitch chat and you would like to be in an ad-free chat and in the on-screen chat for free, all you gotta do, head over to riverboat.gg and make an account. Super easy, and you get access to emotes and you get to be on screen, all that stuff. Also, people are cool over there, and yeah. Come on over. Also, if you're watching over on YouTube, please consider hitting the subscribe button and hitting the like button on the stream. Helps boost us in the algorithm. And we also have a number of really good videos out. A couple of them recently about Andrew Tate. If you want to check them out after I'm done streaming, please do so. Leave a comment, hit the like button. Everything boosts us in the algorithm. Let's go, baby. There's a lot of people here, and then there's me. You're people. You're a people fox. You're there. We love you. Let's see. Yeah. How we doing, folks? All right, we are gonna watch a more fun video next. That isn't from Rising. I'm very high. I should take an edible. Here we go, baby.
Turn your music down! Sorry. Also, hi. But mostly sorry. Actually, you know what? It's more high than sorry. It appears that our new studio has some kind of rave happening upstairs. And like, yes, I'm hip. I smoke doobie blunts, and I get...
Oh, also, for every 5 subs, I think we're currently 4 subs away. For every 5 subs, I'm gonna give my dog a treat. And if you love dogs and don't hate them, you should dono. Podipod,
down with my bad self. But also, the situation isn't exactly ideal for recording a video about the news, which just so happens to be what we're trying to do right now. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I can't stress enough. I'm a rude, splooge, party dude, but I'm just not sure why our new studio is directly below an ongoing drug jamboree. Like, it has been on all day since 7 a.m. Who even lives up? Oh my God! Somebody just fell through the ceiling!
Oh yeah, I'm so numb! Woo, woo, woo! Spring break! Woo! Gah!
You felt directly on your neck.
Well, Cody, the neck is the safest place to fall. What's going on down here? What are you doing? What is all this? You know we got a bachelorette spring break party happening upstairs.
Right, so spring break was a while ago. Who got married?
No, who cares? I met them all at the club and brought them back to my burner pad. It's just a gaggle of wine moms wearing dick hats. Bachelorette parties are arguably the most destructive force in human history, so naturally I had a party with them.
Cool, naturally. Well, listen, could you maybe turn the music down a little bit so we can do this video? It's kind of important.
Come on, what are you, the sound police, huh? You the sound police? Because only God can be that.
I know, listen, what we have to talk about today is going to affect not just you and me, but all of those wine moms upstairs. It's worth an hour of keeping the sound down, please.
Oh, really? Really? What could possibly affect a group of middle-class wine moms getting their drink on while holding babies?
No!
Are drag queens coming for your kids? Just a little lower. Great, thank you. Awesome. Okay, party on. This is definitely a question. Are drag queens coming to hurt your kids? Well, a lot of you already know the answer. This is apparently something that a lot of people are asking right now. Because here is some of the news. Currently, there are 20 different states considering some new law restricting drag queens because of a newfound fear that they are either indoctrinating or grooming young kids. Tennessee became the first state to ban public drag performances, with many more bills on the way. Florida is also getting there because, of course, they are. Good luck, Florida. Florida is the Disney World of states with regressive laws that also happen to have a Disney World inside of it. This new animosity toward drag was sparked by a lot of bizarre controversy surrounding something called a drag queen story hour, in which drag performers read to kids, which is something we will certainly get to in a bit. We're gonna try to cover it all. No holes unstuffed, as they say in the news biz. Yeah, it's the news business, it says so. But we're going to focus mainly on drag shows, as opposed to the extremely terrifying escalation of, oh, I'm not being sarcastic, the extremely terrifying escalation of right-wing freaks celebrating Pride Month by clawing at anything rainbow adjacent.
Tonight, growing scrutiny on Target after the retail chain announced that it is pulling some products that celebrate Pride Month. And the reason is that there are concerns over employee safety. The company told the Wall Street Journal that over the past decade of selling Pride products around the month of June, it has always received some criticism, but it's taken a more aggressive turn this year. Quote, people have confronted workers in stores, knocked down Pride merchandise displays, and put threatening posts on social media with videos from inside
Let's go,
of the stores.
VCCTV.
Oh, right. Happy Pride Month. Sorry it's so bleak and embarrassing out there. Sorry that a lot of people have blown their hollow gourds over companies daring to sell adult tuck-friendly swimwear and sending a few custom beer cans to a trans influencer for TikTok. That's seriously all they did. They just sent her a few cans. Calm down! So yeah, sorry that we've regressed into 80s era homophobia, or sometimes even 70s. And if you don't think that's true, and you think that this is simply about concern for children, then I'm actually glad you're watching this right now. You are actually who we want to be watching this. We want this video to be specifically shown to people who are, in fact, on the fence with this drag show issue. Parents, relatives, friends, parents. You get it. People on the planet generally. But in order to address these people, we of course have to assume those people are watching in good faith, which means we also have to present this in good faith and with maybe less swearing, fewer references to unstuffed holes. I guess maybe we'll see. So for example, I'm going to assume in good faith that anyone actually concerned about Drag Queen Story Hour is actually concerned with protecting kids. That means protecting them from pedophiles or sexual grooming or psychological and physical harm. But again, that desire needs to be in good faith. For example, if you're concerned about drag shows and not the Catholic Church, which objectively has a far larger problem with child sex abuse, then I would highly recommend you seek a therapist to talk about why that is exactly. Or a priest or whatever. Because another thing we need to agree on here is that this isn't just about having an objection to LGBTQ people existing or being around children. Because going by just the hard, busty facts, there's no scientific evidence that exposure to or awareness of gay people is harmful to kids in any way. Nor does it, quote, turn them gay. Here's a paper
Thanks,
that looked
Pat
at 72 different studies to find that over 90% of those studies found no link between the sexual orientations of parents and their kids. I think anyone who has existed in the world long enough probably understands this. There has also been overwhelming evidence that kids with gay parents are just as psychologically stable as any kid. Here's the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry saying that there's absolutely no difference, nor are kids more likely to be LGBTQ themselves with same-sex parents. Here's a similar statement from the Canadian Psychological Association saying that their review of the psychological research showed no difference between children of same-sex couples and opposite-sex couples. And here's a legal brief filed to the Supreme Court and representing the, deep breath, American Academy of Pediatrics, American Psychiatric Association, American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, American Psychoanalytic Association, American Academy of Family Psych Physicians, and American Medical Association. We're not doing another take, I got through them. American Academy of Pediatrics, American Psychiatric Association, American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, American Psychoanalytic Association, American Academy of Family Physicians, and American Medical Association. Ha-ha! And those associations and organizations in that Supreme Court brief say, among many things, that being gay isn't a choice, is a normal expression of human sexuality, doesn't affect children in any negative way, and the only reason to deny gay marriage is out of bigotry. I can keep going, but the point is that being gay isn't inherently harmful. These are just the facts we have. And if they bother you, or you don't agree with them, then there's nothing I or anyone can do for you there. So, sorry. Best wishes. But if you're still sitting there in your little outfit and watching this, but still are worried about drag shows, then perhaps you don't think of yourself as bigoted or homophobic and are simply concerned about the issue. Maybe you've never been to a drag show, or maybe you see nothing wrong with laws making sure that adult entertainment is seen by adults only. But here's where I need to make another good faith agreement, which is that along with wanting to protect kids, we need to agree that we want to protect freedom and human rights as well. Obviously, we are not free to harm other people, but there needs to be a burden of proof that the freedom being limited is actually causing harm, right? Because if there isn't that proof, then anyone can ban anything they don't like by lying about what that thing is. We certainly don't want to ban being gay or any LGBTQ event simply for existing. And it's very important to stress that, because the laws being pushed here are directly attacking personal freedoms in ways that are often extremely broad or bizarre or vague or just f***ed up. Sorry, I swore. The dam has broken now. Cum. A torrent of cum from the broken fucking dam. Let's go back to Tennessee, to that law that was passed, only to have a judge throw it out for First Amendment concerns. The reason why is clear when you read the law, which was trying to ban, quote, adult cabaret performances on public property or anywhere that could be seen by a kid. And while that sounds reasonable, they define this as topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest. It was tossed because, as legal experts explain, the law was broad in how it defined both entertainment and public property. For example, here's the big drag bus that operates out of Nashville. While they don't allow indecent exposure, that bus is for adults only, but drives down public streets where, in theory, a child could see the bus. Does that count? They don't know. A non-drag party bus seems like it wouldn't count, so why does it being drag-themed make it a threat? Most of these laws function this way, creating a vaguely worded double standard directed only at drag performers. For example, being a cheerleader wouldn't be banned under this law, would it? They aren't go-go or exotic dancers, but they absolutely are dressed in a way that appeals to a prurient interest. But because a cheerleader isn't also a male or female impersonator, it doesn't apply. It would only apply to a drag queen dressed in a cheerleading outfit. So how is that fair? If you truly are concerned about children being exposed to sexual content, wouldn't you also ban all cheerleading for anyone under a certain age? I'll give you another extremely clear example of how these laws aren't actually concerned with children, but rather are specifically limiting the rights of gay people. I want you to meet Bridget Bandit. Bridget is a drag queen. Here's Bridget reading to kids in a much more modest outfit. Bridget is currently fighting against the numerous anti-drag bills happening in Texas.
Cute.
But what's interesting is that, despite being a drag performer, Bridget is actually in no danger of being hurt by any of the laws Texas has cooked up. Under Senate Bill 12, which limited, quote, sexually oriented performances in public or in front of a child, those performances are defined as a person who is nude or, quote, a male performer exhibiting as a female or a female performer exhibiting as a male who uses clothing, makeup, or other similar physical markers and who sings, lip syncs, dances, or otherwise performs before an audience and appeals to the prurient interest in sex. So why wouldn't this Bridget Bandit, a drag queen, not need to worry about this law? I will let them explain it.
These bills discriminate against people based on sex and not the actual content of performances. The only reason this bill would affect me is that most people assume I am male under this costume, and I receive the same kind of treatment as any other drag queen. However, the bill would not directly affect me with the way it currently defines drag, as I am someone who is born female and does drag as a feminine person.
That's right. Bridget is AFAB, or rather a person assigned as a female at birth, who is also performing as a female character. She's a chick, or a dame to be scientific, and she's doing a chick character. And since this law defines sexual performances as either nude or prurient behavior specifically performed by someone exhibiting the opposite sex they were born with, Bridget is exempt. She can, if she wanted to, perform sexually suggestive acts in front of kids, so long as she wasn't naked, and be fine under this law. So you tell me, does that make sense? Does it make sense that a drag performance can be sexual, just as long as it's performed by someone displaying the perceived sex they were born with? How is that about sexual content or protecting kids? It sure seems like this is less about common sense laws and more like a no-homers club. You also might have noticed that most of these bills have ultimately removed the word drag from them. It's similar to a lot of anti-LGBTQ laws in that they know the wording can't be discriminatory because that's still frowned upon, thank goodness. Or at the very least, it gives pedantic little freaks a way to pretend like the bill isn't actually that bad because it doesn't literally say the thing it does. See gay, comma, don't say, comma again, bill. The don't say gay bill. But by trying to dance around what they mean, the laws almost immediately fall apart because of how broadly or confusingly worded they are. For example, in Florida, their anti-drag laws will apply to any, quote, adult live performance, which they define as any show, exhibition, or other presentation in front of a live audience, which, in whole or in part, depicts or simulates nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement. Hey, so what does sexual excitement mean there? If a character says hubba hubba about another character, is that now banned under this law? If the cartoon wolf's eyes pop out at a pretty lady, does that wolf go to jail? It should be noted that this law is going to ban letting anyone under 18 into these performances regardless of parental consent. And as lawmakers have pointed out, this will have some super bizarre side effects.
If the Broadway show Hair comes to Florida, and there is nudity, a 17-year-old is not allowed to attend. Is that correct? And they need to check ID at the door. Is that correct?
Senator Yarborough.
Thank you, Madam President. If it is an adult live performance, which is any show, exhibition, or other presentation in front of a live audience, and has any of these descriptors, Senator Polsky, then it would apply, regardless of what that show, exhibition, or other presentation in front of the live audience is.
Right. This law would ban anyone under 18 from seeing any live theatrical performance that depicts in any way sexual conduct. Is that really what we want? To make teenagers not get to see musicals? What if you have a theater kid? I know that's every parent's nightmare.
I mean, look, it worked in Footloose. Everything worked out at the end of that movie, right? Let's just make sure the kids can't dance. It'll be fine. It'll work out.
But certainly you'd want them to go see the thing they're interested in rather than sitting around the house doing improv exercises. You want to live your life with zip zap zop just echoing through your home? No, obviously you don't. Do we want our teenagers to have absolutely zero fucking exposure to even the slightest sexual innuendo until they're 18? If your answer is yes, then once again, you should seek counseling from your pervert priest. Because if you are actually interested in protecting kids, if this is seriously about concern for children in terms of their physical and psychological health, then surely you understand that exposure to sexual themes, as well as sex education and discussions about things like consent, will actually protect your kid from being victimized. Acting like sex doesn't exist until the kid is 18 certainly isn't the way to protect them. And it's literally never been how teenagers work. Anyone who has been a teenager knows this, at least a cool one. Also, does anyone want seeing a musical to be an act of rebellion? What is this, that Equilibrium movie where art is banned? I mean, I wouldn't say no to the gun kata because I'm really awesome at that. But generally speaking, I don't want to exist in a world where Andrew Lloyd Webber is considered contraband.
Yeah, cats.
This is also very scary when some of these laws are threatening serious legal action if you violate them. In Arizona, for example, they're looking to send anyone to prison for up to 10 years if they expose kids to an adult-oriented performance or business. And in the original bill, that would include most drag shows, literally any instance where someone would, quote, dress in clothing and use makeup and other physical markers opposite of the performer's or group of performers' genders at birth. 10 years in prison. The broad inclusion of drag was later taken out, but you see how incredibly weird and oppressive these laws are attempting to be. They are, in many cases, a direct attack on drag performers in any context. Not to mention the other, also direct attacks on drag performances by the Proud Boys, who have posed a serious physical threat to people attending these shows. Seems like if you're going to a children's book reading looking to beat people up, you might not be there with the interest of safety in mind. So I guess my question to you, and the reason I wanted to begin with these laws, is whether or not this seems worth it. Is the removal of human rights and forcing all kids into this puritanical prison actually protecting them? But I guess the answer depends on what specific danger the kids are in, right? If you really think that drag queens are targeting children, then any law is worth avoiding that. So let's explore that. Let's look at exactly what harm these drag shows actually inflict on kids. There are a lot of videos and stories floating around the internet, so it's important to actually acknowledge that and address it. But when we do, I want you to remember what's at stake. Human rights, freedoms, to be specific. It's not really a joking matter.
Oh God.
It's Katie. Cody, get up here. There's a dick clown. What's a dick clown? I'm gonna have to. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna do some ads while I check out the dick clown and the ads. Good day. As my grandpa used to say, a gnarled ham is a happy ham. Now, I have no idea what that means, but I've eaten a lot of ham in my day. They used to call me Hamhole because that's what my mouth was. But these days, this ham swallower enjoys AG1. Everyone needs vitamins, but since there's no ham version of vitamins, AG1 is the next best thing. I gave AG1 a try because I was sick of swallowing a bunch of pills every day. AG1 takes all those different supplemental products and hams them into a single drink. A drink I will now drink like a ham. Oink. Ham it to me, baby. I drink AG1 because it makes me feel healthier when I do these ads. Plus, it aids with my gut health, which I need. Because of all the ham, every scoop is packed with 75 vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and whole food sourced ingredients. That is so ham. So if you want to take ownership of your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/more news. That's drinkag1.com/more news. And remember, early to ham, early to rise.
What does
makes
that
a ham.
mean? Hey, Odidums, how you doing?
Just 1 second.
Oh, anarcho-capitalist bitch, you gotta either come over to the riverboat.gg site to post links, or you gotta whisper links to mods over on Twitch. Sorry, the link just looks like 3 asterisks if you try and post it in Twitch chat.
And I am sober. It's a secret technique where I drink even more and it circles back around. Hey all, Cody's upstairs hanging out with Dick Clown, which turns out to just be the guy's name. He's pretty cool. Knows a lot about doing taxes. Anyway, I figured I'd give him a break and read the teleprompter for a bit. But also,
no ads,
this just
baby.
matters to me. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to the intense frustration and rage felt about this bizarre idea that drag queens and other LGBTQ people are trying to sexually groom children. It's hard to even want to address things like the libs.
What is this?
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, like everything about like the moral panic around trans people and people in drag and stuff. Everything about it is that clip ad nauseum.
Of TikTok account. There's a reason they were originally banned from Twitter, and that's because they put out a great deal of misinformation and propaganda specifically aimed at LGBTQ people. But since Twitter is now owned by a, let's call him a very divorced man who is specifically mad at trans people, these accounts have been given a voice. Despite people like Libs of TikTok creator Chaya Raychick being a full-blown bigot who is using a public concern for kids as a way to attack the LGBTQ community.
The LGBTQ community has...
I don't really have anything funny to say. But wahahaha b wahahaha bwa.
Why does it pronounce them differently? But wahahaha b wahahaha bwa. Sentient Waffle, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, and you know what that means. You know that means it's time for treats for this doggy dog. Look, she even knows. Stay. I am. Treat time for baby. You're a baby. Yeah. I love her. I love her a lot. And Sentient Waffle, thank you so goddamn much for the 5 gifted subs. And chat, we have been streaming for 5 hours. I know today is kind of chill, but if you're enjoying stream, consider making some donos and subs, and you too can contribute to my dog getting treats. Let's go.
Has become this cult, and it's so captivating. And
the weirdest thing about Chaya Raichik is that she just looks really boring. She looks boring. She's got or as the kids say, she doesn't have any riz. She is rizless. She is lacking in riz.
Pulls people in so strongly, unlike anything we've ever seen. It's really, really difficult. It's unlike anything we've ever seen, I think. It's extremely poisonous.
The anti-Rizzler.
Do you see a spiritual component to any of this?
Um,
You don't have to answer that if you don't want it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I do. I do.
think-
I don't think this makes sense at all.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And I think they're evil.
She is just a bigot, guys. This is like 70s style anti-gay fear-mongering. And it's weird that anyone would fall for it. But there is a good chance someone watching might have stumbled across a Libs of TikTok video depicting some drag performer flashing their butts to a room that included a child in it. And perhaps, messenger aside, that still concerned them to see. And that means we have to have that good faith conversation again. Because I need you to remember that the end goal desired by conservatives is to make laws banning kids from attending any drag show. And in some instances, banning all drag in public areas. And honestly, they probably won't stop there. I also need you to remember what it means to avoid harm to children and what is considered ban-worthy in this country. After all, guns cause a great deal of harm to children, but most conservatives do not want a sweeping ban, or in some cases, even embrace giving guns to kids despite that being a leading cause of death. Everyone has a different line they draw about what is deemed appropriate or safe for their kids. But it's very often the case that this line is drawn unfairly when dealing with LGBTQ content, because to them, hyper-heterosexuality is normal and somehow non-sexual, but homosexuality is inherently sexual. For example, are you also concerned about your kids going to Hooters? Because that's a restaurant literally named after tits. And they have recently created a family-friendly version of their honker brand. So is that any worse or different than drag queens reading to kids in a family-friendly environment? If in both cases the people are covered up and not saying inappropriate things, then that should be equally acceptable, right? Well, what about belly dancing, which often happens at public places aimed at families? Or how about Mardi Gras, an event known for flashing boobs, advertising specifically for kids to come? Or cruise ships. You can find tons of—
Damn. I never thought about the Mardi Gras example. That's a really good one. That's a good one. I'm gonna use that in the future.
of examples of weird sexual dancing being performed on cruise ships in front of kids. They'll often hold fun best bikini contests for families to watch.
Look at that camera. I need you to fill the chest hair, the back hair, the shoulder hair. Ladies, he's coming for you.
Chad, are cruise ships fun? This doesn't look fun to me. This looks very anxiety-inducing.
Hot, hairy stuff. That's from a best hairy chest competition on a Carnival cruise line. And it sure does feature a lot of men dancing suggestively while kids watch and laugh. Is that suddenly inappropriate if you take those same people and dress them in drag? Should there be a law restricting that? What's the difference between Mardi Gras and a pride parade? It seems like this should just be up to the parent, as it has always been. Some parents are fine letting their kids watch gory horror films, for example. Kids go to wrestling events that have both sex and violence, and often dangerous levels of awesomeness. If you think pro wrestling is okay, but drag isn't, well, you might want to think about what pro wrestling is. It's generally not up to the government to police what parents can and can't bring their kids to see. Conservatives are big fans of parental rights for this reason. There are, of course, exceptions, like if a principal of a school brought a pole dancer in to perform for kids.
What?
The New York Post is probably not alone in pearl clutching over that, but you don't also see them calling for the banning of all pole dancing studios, right? Because that would be silly and an attack against the First Amendment as well as our precious pole industry. We need those poles, folks. But despite that very obvious double standard, the narrative right now is that drag is a specific attempt to sexualize kids. But I gotta say, the evidence of that It's very flimsy.
Here's one example from the Aspen Hill Library in Rockville, Maryland this summer.
If you're a drag queen and you know it, shake your bum. If you're a drag queen and you know it, shake your bum. If you're a drag queen and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're a drag queen and you know it, shake your bum. Woo!
So the deal always was, do what you want, just leave the kids out of it.
Seriously? Has Tucker never seen, like, the chicken dance? Where, like, you flap your arms and you shake your butt? Jesus.
Because child molestation is a crime.
I don't expect you to know this, Tucker, because I doubt you raised your kids, but there's just an unsettling amount of kids' content encouraging them to shake their butts. And if you think that's somehow sexualizing kids, the problem might be you. As others have argued, it's not the drag queens making this about sex, but the people opposing it. And so it's just so disingenuous to use video like this as evidence for any kind of problem, or to say that drag queens are pedophiles or that they shouldn't be around kids, because there is. And I really want you to hear me now. Zero statistical evidence that drag queens are regularly molesting kids. Priests? Oh, there's a ton of evidence for priests. But all this conversation, you may have noticed no one bringing up sweeping evidence of drag performers grooming kids. At most, we get 1 or 2 examples in a handful of videos, most of which have nothing to do with Drag Story Hour. For example, wow, that looks bad. While it's not exactly a drag show, the video appears to be a bunch of scantily dressed people doing sexual dances in front of babies and parents. It's captioned saying it's specifically targeting babies. Libs have taken
Weird! Clearly there's no logical explanation for this! Weird!
TikTok shared it with the sarcastic quote, innocent, beautiful, family-friendly entertainment. But of course, none of that is based on what we see in the video or any source saying that. Those are just conclusions by the people sharing the video. Here's Fox News calling it a drag show for babies based on exactly zero information. So here's a wild idea. Let's look into what the video actually is. Turns out that it's from England, so right away, none of the drag laws in the US apply here. You might have also noticed that there are no kids over a certain age in this video. It's all babies. And that's because what we're looking at is called the Kaba Baba Rave, an adult performance specifically advertised for parents with babies. It's not targeting babies, but parents who want to see a racy show but can't leave their young child at home. It's hosted by 2 mothers, and to quote their website, "We wanted to create the type of event we ourselves as mums would want to go to. There's only so many times you can listen to the fucking wheels on the bus. We wanted to give parents the experience of a big London night out, cabaret, drinks, and dancing, but one you can bring your baby to and still be home for bedtime." Is that weird? I mean, yeah, a little. I certainly don't want to go to a brightly lit bondage show performed over the crying of babies at 3 p.m. That honestly sounds like something they'd do at Guantanamo Bay. But you might notice that this wasn't held by drag queens, but rather new parents. And new parents are pretty fucking weird. A similar event would be stuff like movies for mommies, in which films are screened for people with babies. Those films are also adult themed. For example, this showing of Magic Mike for parents and babies.
What?
That's a movie
What?
about stripping and sex. Or here's an article about baby-friendly showings of Darren Aronofsky's Mother. Not to spoil the film, but there's really no such thing as a baby-friendly screening of that movie. So when you realize the context, it's not exactly a scandal, is it? Babies and this is important, don't even register or remember stuff. They're babies. Parents do all kinds of dumb shit while holding babies. Heck, whenever someone hands me their baby, I always try to do at least one dumb thing while holding it. Here's
What?
the New York Post, acting shocked over baby-friendly bars. But again, despite your views on parents bringing babies to adult events, this footage is not a drag queen story hour at all. This is why all of these videos are so insidious and why I didn't want to address them at all. People tend to react viscerally, even if they're not actually seeing a drag show event aimed at kids. But you can't use these videos to make a case against a story hour or to propose sweeping bans to people's freedom of expression. And if you are, you're participating in propaganda. The people pushing for these bans know this, which is why they've already tried different tactics to convince people that story hours are bad, even if they aren't actually sexual in nature.
The academic queer theorists and the people who founded the drag queen story hour movement have left a trail of evidence in academic papers and manifestos that say the goal is very clear. They want to sexualize children, they want to subvert the middle-class family, and they want to basically eliminate what they call the sexual hierarchy in favor of creating a sexual connection between adult and child, which has, of course, long been the kind of final taboo of the sexual revolution.
So, if you know who Christopher Rufo is, and I mean actually know him, you already might suspect that he's not exactly being truthful in his accusation that child molestation is baked into the ideology around queer culture.
Yeah, Christopher Rufo is the guy who deliberately... You remember how CRT became something talked about all over like a year or two ago? Christopher Rufo was the guy behind that. He's the guy who basically developed the GOP's communications around critical race theory. And they're trying to do the same thing with queer people. That's his latest project for trans people in particular.
Rufo has spent his career going after critical race theory and LGBTQ rights, specifically in schools. He's kind of a fucking clown. Not Dick Clown, who is drunk and cool. And his opinion about drag, which you can read here on Fox News, is very wrong. The Roofers actually recognizes that the majority of drag story hours have nothing to do with sex, but claims that the very nature of a man dressed in drag is rooted in an ideology where the end goal is to have sex with kids. However, the only, and I mean only, link to pedophilia in his column is a single essay from the 80s by Gail Rubin called Thinking Sex: Notes for a Radical Theory of the Politics of Sexuality. He claims the essay discusses a sexual hierarchy in which pedophiles are at the bottom, and goes on to say that Rubin's goal was to subvert that hierarchy. He then concludes, advocates of drag queen story hour might reply that these are outlier cases and that many of the child-oriented events feature drag queens reading books and talking about gender, not engaging in sexualized performances. But the spirit of drag is predicated on the transgressive sexual element, the ideology of queer theory, and the goal of elevating those at the bottom of the sexual hierarchy, including pedophiles, which cannot be erased by switching the context and softening the language. So that's the accusation. Specifically, that drag as a performance is rooted in the theory that there's a sexual hierarchy where pedophiles exist on the bottom, and the end goal is to elevate people at the bottom of this hierarchy. So in this scenario, it doesn't matter if the drag story hour is sexual in nature because it's part of a larger agenda to abuse kids. The problem, however, is that Chris Rufo has no idea what he's talking about.
How can they possibly believe this? Well, so very often, right? It's a good question, right? And that's something that puzzled me for a long time. Conservatives won't believe the entire conspiracy theory. But you can think of the conspiracy theory as like a funnel, right? It's a funnel, an ideological funnel that moves people down the rabbit hole of the conspiracy theory, right? And it starts out with with things that are usually not objectionable, like, hey, look at this video. This kind of looks weird, right? And like you're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. And then it's like, hey, look at this. Apparent like they like brought a little kid into like this place, and like it looks like this lady was stripping, and that's not even a lady. That's a man. You know, and then it's like, okay, well that's really weird. Yeah, that's really weird. They brought a kid to like a strip show. Yeah, that's weird. And then the next step is something along the lines of, well, you know, that's actually not just, you know, they talk about how drag is part of the culture. They talk about how the drag is part of the culture, right? So like they're saying that drag is part of the entire culture, and well, it's just part of their culture to take off clothes in front of kids. And you're like, well, I mean, that seems to make sense so far with the, you know, it seems to make sense. And to the conservative who's on the receiving end of this, it does make sense, because they are operating based off of the presented facts that have been sufficiently warped to lure them in, you know? And then from there, it like goes farther and farther, and it's like, well, it's not just part of their culture, you know. They're actually doing this to be predators towards children, you know. Like that's it's an ideological funnel that brings you down to basically the left wing agenda is pro like sexually abusing and grooming kids, like that's how they walk you from like oh yeah, that kind of looks weird, to, oh, all leftists want to abuse kids. Like that's how they walk you from like through that, right? It's an insane ideology, well, I mean, it's an insane conspiracy theory, right? But all conspiracy theories are like that, right? It's the same way like flat eartherism doesn't open up with the idea of like, well, the Jews are controlling the world and are controlling NASA, and you know that's they want you to think the world is round, so that you don't investigate beyond the ice caps. You know, like at the base root of flat eartherism is anti-Semitism, because again, it's why would the government lie to you? Well, because the evil Jewish cabal wants to rape kids and drink their blood. Like that, it's the same mechanism, right? But like, who are the lefties who want pedophilia? They don't have to exist, Kyryu. They don't have to exist, because we like you're operating as if like conservatives and the narrative that conservatives present has to operate within real world constraints, and it doesn't, right? You have to like or all they have to do is tell you, well, like, yeah, this video looks weird, and then from there it's just presenting like, oh, this happened here, and look, you know, and the inference, the idea that they are trying to say without explicitly saying it is that leftists want your kids to be sexually abused. You know, they tie in the idea of gay people with leftism. They tie in the idea of drag with leftism. And so it's not just the gays who are grooming your kids, it's all leftists, right? And for what purpose? Well, I mean, they can fill in that gap with whatever other conspiracy theory they want to. You know, they can fill it in with the evil Jewish cabal that's running the world. Like, again, a lot of these can like meld together very nicely, which is why conspiracy theorist communities often get along quite well, you know?
Starters, are drag queens all reading this one essay from the 80s? Does he think being a drag queen is like a secret club with a newsletter they all get in the mail? But more importantly,
The Gail Rubin essay that Rufo is referring to does not actually say what he's claiming. Here's that actual essay. We'll put a link in the description. Go ahead and read it. It's very online. Like Ted Cruz. You might notice that Chris Rufo doesn't quote directly from it when he claims that Gail supposedly calls for the elevation of pedophiles. And that's because that quote doesn't exist. Gail does mention the sexual hierarchy and then concludes that most of the discourses on sex, be they religious, psychiatric, popular, or political, delimit a very small portion of human sexual capacity as sanctifiable, safe, healthy, mature, legal, or politically correct. The line distinguishes these from all other erotic behaviors, which are understood to be the work of the devil, dangerous, psychopathological, infantile, or politically reprehensible. Arguments are then conducted over where to draw the line and to determine what other activities, if any, may be permitted to cross over into acceptability. All these models assume a domino theory of sexual peril. The line appears to stand between sexual order and chaos. It expresses the fear that if anything is permitted to cross this erotic DMZ, the barrier against scary sex will crumble and something unspeakable will skitter across. Notice how she's not calling for pedophiles to be allowed past that imagined line. She's simply pointing out how we draw these lines, and then, as a society, we grow concerned that letting any sexual desire across it will open the floodgates. In other words, she is literally warning against the kind of thing that Rufo is doing by equating drag queens with pedophiles. Seriously, read the fucking essay. It's not a call for pedophilia, but rather an argument against the exact pearl clutching that's happening here. And that's it. The big bad wolf that Rufo is claiming exists is that drag is part of queer theory. And within queer theory, there's an essay from the 80s that talks about how society draws a sexual hierarchy and that perhaps we shouldn't be so strict about penalizing certain, but not all, expressions of sexuality. That's the smoking gun they have. And it's pathetic. There's just no evidence that drag shows and drag story hour are in any way designed to victimize kids. There just isn't. And so going back to that good faith conversation about human rights and freedom of speech versus ensuring safety for kids, it just doesn't seem like there's enough of a proven threat towards children to justify making sweeping laws that ban drag shows, is there? Do you see any reason to be making these laws? If you don't, and I change your mind about this, well, I'm still gonna need you to stick with me after the break. Because after the break, we are gonna talk about why these new laws are not only unjustified, but fucking terrifying. And that starts with the history of drag. But ads first, because as the Bible says, a Katie needs to get her drink on, Ezekiel.
I also find that many conservative supporters make judgments on emotions. The things they are saying aren't exactly well thought out. It's just story segments stitched together to express their frustrations, insecurities, or beliefs. Well, yeah, exactly. That's why they absorb narratives. To them, you know, it's a narrative on how the world works. It explains everything. Malachi, you get good sleep, okay? Thanks for sticking with us.
Hiya folks, Katie here. Ever since I've moved to the mountains, I've become crepuscular, which means I'm only active during dawn and at dusk. But society has yet to recognize my lifestyle. For one, it's hard to sleep sometimes, and that's why I use the pod cover by 8 Sleep. You know, no matter when you sleep, temperature is often the main reason we wake up before the alarm. But the pod cover regulates your temperature all year long, even in winter when I'm able to blend in with the snow during my hunt. It works just like any other fitted sheet, except smarter. It even monitors your health and sleep during the night. Sleep is everything, especially when you have to wake up and protect your territory every day. So having the pod cover to keep you comfortable is very important to me. So go to 8sleep.com/more news and save $150 on the pod cover by 8 Sleep. That's the best offer you'll find, but you must visit 8sleep.com/more news for $150 off. Wow! 8 Sleep currently ships within the USA, Canada, the UK, select countries in the EU, and Australia. Woo! Sorry. It was the snow leopard. I was thinking of the snow leopard, not me. I just sleep regular, sorry.
Oh my. Good. Hey, you guys are still here. Did you know I can write off part of my home if I work from home, which I do. You know, I work from that place. Pandemic stuff, you know, that really changed things a lot, you know, changed the world. You know what? I gotta Oh, there we go. Had to circle back around. Sorry, I was gone, but it looks like Katie did some of the show while I was hanging with the DC. Before we broke for ads, she discussed the many accusations around drag shows and why they are unfounded. We pointed to an article by Christopher Rufo that was sopping with misinformation and desperately tried to ideologically link drag to pedophilia. If you noticed, his essay didn't use historical examples to do that, or really any actual facts.
Thank you, Kyryu.
That's probably because the actual history and facts of drag doesn't showcase
You're
a
welcome,
timeline of
Malachi.
child molestation and villainy. And honestly, something tells me that these modern moral panics are purposefully ignoring the historical context of drag for very specific reasons. Because Rufo was right in saying that drag is rooted in queer ideology, but not at all for the reasons he claims it to be. Also, you may have noticed that nowhere in this video have we really talked about transgender people as they relate to drag. And that's because while the anti-drag crowd might want to make that link, being a drag queen and being trans are two completely different things. They will often intersect, but traditionally, drag as a performance was not seen as an expression of transness. There was actually controversy within this community for this very reason, but that has since blown over, it seems. Point is that drag is, at its core, about entertainment! And historically, the politicization of it has always been thrust on drag queens as opposed to being something they themselves bring about. To explain that, I'm gonna start in goddamn 1848, when Columbus, Ohio issued a ban on public cross-dressing. Soon after, there were a whole bunch of similar laws in over 40 cities across the United States. Now, what may surprise you is that at the time, this had nothing to do with drag or being trans, but rather these laws originated because female sex workers would often dress as men to attract customers. These were anti-prostitution laws designed to clean up these areas so that people would want to migrate there and start their own hardware store before reluctantly taking on the role of sheriff and fighting George Hearst. And because of these laws, there were absolutely instances of cops straight up checking genitals, including the genitals of immigrants.
Yep, this was not rare.
Coming into the United States. Boy, that's f***ed up, right? Thank goodness we don't do anything like that anymore. That would be extremely f***ing scary if we still did that to people. Anyway, these were called masquerading laws and didn't just apply to sex work. They were generally laws against people wearing disguises while doing crimes. You know, like if a rabbit dressed like a sexy human to avoid being hunted. But in the late 1800s, the idea of drag as an expression of queer culture became a larger thing. Mind you, drag has been around since forever, but in America, the first reported drag queen was a former slave named William Dorsey Swan, who would go to jail for hosting drag balls. All William was doing was hanging out with other adults, but his mere existence was deemed a crime. Swan would even ask for a pardon from Grover Cleveland, but it would be denied. The official charge, by the way, was keeping a disorderly house, because it turns out that broadly worded laws aimed at queer people have been a whole tradition.
What?
Awesome, we love tradition. Now, there isn't going to be a time.
He was charged with keeping a disorderly house? What? That's fucking bullshit.
I'm in history where LGBTQ people aren't routinely victimized, because America is cool and normal. However, something interesting happened in the early 1900s. That thing was called vaudeville. Vaudeville, along with burlesque, managed to popularize the concept of drag while very often separating it from LGBTQ culture. There was an odd disconnect that happened here where people enjoyed drag on stage, but not on the street. What's kind of fascinating is that for a while, it was simply respected as a comedic art so long as the public thought it was done by non-gay performers. Arthur Blake, a drag queen from the 1940s, was able to perform in both gay venues and major stages. He specialized in impersonating female celebrities, something very common with drag performers today. And for that reason, he actually performed as Eleanor Roosevelt at the White House for FDR. Historians seem unwilling to say for sure that he was gay, but his obituary notes that he spent 20 years of his life in Provincetown, Massachusetts. If you're unaware, Provincetown is, objectively speaking, the gayest place in America. Incidentally, P-Town is also just a
I need to go to there.
very family-friendly vacation spot that, yes, on occasion, hosts Macaulay Culkin vampires. Friend of the show. So anyway, it's kind
Wait, what? Wait, Macaulay Culkin was on the showdy?
Wild that all the way back in the 1940s, drag was mainstream enough for the president to enjoy it, and not just this one president.
You know, you're really beautiful.
No, not that one. Farther back.
Do you think that you can get me into pictures? If you're nice to me, I'll get you on the screen. How about a movie test? Not with hair upon your chest. And now it's time to dance, but keep it clean.
That's a clip from the 1943 film This Is the Army, in which a bunch of soldiers perform a drag show. And yes, the person opening the curtain at the start of that clip was Ronald f***ing Reagan.
Wait,
Big quotes on
what?
f***ing, because I don't actually think he had sex. It was a very popular film, the proceeds of which were donated to Army Emergency Relief. Notice how, in this clip, no one is screaming about sexual deviancy. That's because it wasn't and isn't a problem. Which isn't to say there were zero problems during this time, because as we already alluded to, this was all acceptable so long as no one publicly stated that they were gay. Drag, in terms of vaudeville, was very much a closeted profession. It did, however, shape a lot of modern drag, which is very often a comedy and variety show. But as vaudeville faded away by the 1960s, all that remained was the homophobia. Masquerading laws were used to specifically target LGBTQ people as they hung out in private clubs and had consensual relationships. And throughout the 60s, the harassment and anger escalated more and more until the sex number year that is 1969, the year of the Stonewall Riot. In the month of June, police raided a gay club in New York called the Stonewall Inn and arrested 13 people for violating the state's gender-appropriate clothing statute. This wasn't an unusual occurrence. In one of the many fucked up ways that they could just put you in jail for being gay, police regularly raided and targeted drag performers for violating these old laws originally made to catch wascally wabbits. There were, of course, oodles of mistreatments, such as making queens wash their faces in mop water or spraying down people with hoses. But this time, the patrons decided that enough was enough, hence the riots. This event would immediately be associated with drag, as the New York Daily News would run the headline, "Homo Nest Raided! Queen Bees are stinging mad." Boy, they just love their puns. This, of course, fueled the politicization of drag performances, and it was the police who absolutely started it. All cops are beginners of it. ACAB. After this, the raids winded down, though it would be silly to say they stopped completely. But what Stonewall did was make LGBTQ people realize that in order for them to exist safely, they needed to push back against what the cops were doing. And so as being gay became a little more public, a different tactic had to be formed by the right wing. This is where we finally get the whole "think of the children" argument.
Yep.
Stuff like the Briggs Initiative in the 1970s,
Good call,
which tried to
ANCAP
ban
bitch.
gay teachers from California schools. That was supported by a woman named Anita Bryant, who spearheaded the idea that while she didn't hate gay people, she was simply concerned for them as well as the children.
Because if you don't flaunt it, who's going to know you're homosexual or not, you see? What they wanted to do was to flaunt it and to not lose their jobs because of it. If we were going to go on a crusade across the nation and try to do away with the homosexuals, then we certainly would have done it on June the 8th after one of the most overwhelming victories in the country. But we didn't. We tried to avoid it and went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And
I didn't have to show the part where an activist hit her in the face with a pie, but I wanted to. So I did. Bryant pushed the idea that gay people lived a deviant lifestyle just by being gay alone. And I had to get to her because what she was doing is exactly what people like Christopher Rufo and Chaya Raichik are doing today. They are trying to argue that being a drag queen is inherently, and without the need for proof, deviant. And you can see how, in this history lesson, that belief ebbs and flows depending on how out these performers choose to be. We saw a vaudeville repeat in the 80s and 90s, didn't we? Tootsie, Bosom Buddies, Mrs. Doubtfire. A lot of non-LGBTQ actors playing queer or drag characters. And of course, it never went away with sketch comedy like Kids in the Hall or Monty Python. Which is why it's so obvious that drag itself isn't a problem. Drag is everywhere. It's an American institution that isn't exclusive to any specific lifestyle. Very often it's good, clean fun, but other times it can be raunchy and inappropriate. It's not unlike stand-up comedy in that regard, except no one is out there trying to make stand-up comedy illegal, right? Despite what Dennis Prager and Adam Carolla might have you believe, the libocrats aren't banning all jokes.
Is that... I need to know... Is this the actual art for their special? Is this actually the art for their comedy, the comedy special? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is the image from... This is the image from IMDb, chat. They literally look photoshopped onto their bodies. What the hell? No, that can't be right. Well, like, it looks like they eventually went with a different art, but this is on IMDb and on Indiegogo. Yo, it's the image on Common Sense Media. Oh my, okay, yep, On Common Sense Media, this special gets approved for age 13 plus, but only has 1 star. Overly long, illogical docu is long-winded and obnoxious. Excellent.
Might have you believe the libocrats aren't banning all jokes. No one is showing a handful of videos of stand-up comedians telling jokes about their dicks to an audience that happens to have a kid in it, and then using that as proof that they should be banned across the board. And it would be very weird if they started doing that suddenly out of the blue. Just like it's weird that a bunch of politicians have suddenly decided that drag is this really insidious thing, and all these people are suddenly protesting and outraged when, I can't stress this enough, it's never been that way in recent culture.
Oh, girl, where did you get that wig?
That's a Pepsi ad from 2019 celebrating Pride. Don't you think it's odd that people didn't hold a massive boycott of the brand back then? Why didn't Kid Rock shoot a bunch of Pepsi cans? If this is such a big problem, why didn't they care when that ad ran? Heck, Drag Queen Story Hour has been around since 2015. It's almost a decade old. Don't you think it's strange that people only just started caring about it? What does that say about the people going after this event? What does it say when drag, as a profession, has been around for longer than America has? If it was resulting in the molestation of kids, you'd think we'd get a ton of stories about drag queens hurting children. Some statistics. But we don't. Instead, we get stories about, let's call it, other groups. But of course, they don't actually care about kids, nor do they even care about drag. What they actually care about is that drag is a way to empower LGBTQ people specifically, because not too long ago, they lost the battle to prevent gay people from getting married, and they've been mad about that ever since. And they super fucking hate that drag is being used to teach further acceptance for children, because that's all it's actually doing.
Author Michelle T first created Drag Queen Story Hour in San Francisco in 2015. Its goal? To inspire a love of reading while teaching deeper lessons on diversity, self-love, and appreciation of others.
Everyone is different and everyone is not bad, said Scooter, who is a turtle. Different is special.
So what do you think a drag queen is? A queen of dragons.
Oh, I like
really
that.
Are. We entertain, we lip sync, we are funny. We're like clowns, but prettier. And I get to hang out with people like you. Isn't that awesome?
There it is. A big, scary drag queen story hour. You can watch these things online, you know. And it's just the same hippie-ass, self-accepting bullshit we've been teaching kids since forever. That's really it. The kids aren't disturbed. They aren't thinking about sex. They're little kids, after all, you freaks. The only way you can make this sexual is if people start forcing their own anxieties onto it, or start, you know, forcing fucking genital checks on them like it's the 1800s again. And see, that's why it's not enough to point out that drag shows are an innocuous form of entertainment that's been rooted in American culture forever, or that accusations about Drag Queen Story Hour are lies. We have to point out that it is our duty as Americans to reject the idea that these should be banned, and vote out anyone who plays into that idea. Because I'm not at all inaccurate in comparing this to banning stand-up comedy, or really any recreational activity that Americans engage in. Jazz, for example. Imagine if we banned jazz because a group of people decided that it was associated with deviant behavior. Why?
I don't like where he's going with this. I don't like where he's going with this. This seems like it's gonna go to, seems like it's gonna. You know what? I think America might have done that one, guys.
Geez, that would be exactly what the Nazis did in the early 1930s.
Oh. For once, it wasn't America. I'm just surprised.
Am I calling the people making anti-drag laws Nazis? Not exactly. I'm more specifically calling them Nazis in the early 1930s, because banning entertainment is, without question, a clear sign of authoritarian leanings. How could it not be? And so, pushing aside your personal feelings on drag shows, you, any person watching this, should be furious that our government would, on any level, play with the idea of banning any artistic expression over some flimsy fear that it will upset someone. If you believe in freedom, then that's something you should reject with every fiber of your being. You should be sickened over the fact that in this month, there's a very real danger for people who simply want to celebrate who they are and the fact that who they are doesn't hurt anybody. Banning drag is no different than banning theater or sports or comedy or any other activity you might have grown up with. Because there are people out there who grew up with drag, just like you grew up with barbecues or watching sports or going to the drive-in theater or going bowling or fingering at the drive-in theater after going bowling. Many people who work on this show have gone to drag shows or had drag shows at their high schools. They've grown up with gay mentors or family. For a huge part of the country, LGBTQ culture and drag are just American ways of life. Pride is an American celebration, and it's been in the mainstream for a while now. RuPaul's Drag Race alone has existed since 2009. It's never been a problem before. And so imagine how you would feel if something that you grew up with, something that is perfectly normal to you, that didn't hurt you, was suddenly being banned and called immoral. Because that's what's happening. An American art form is being criminalized because of the people who engage in that activity, otherwise known as fascism. It's fascist, not in the hyperbolic way, but in a way that exerts strong autocratic or dictatorial control over a group of people in this country, because they won't stop here. Of course they won't.
A new bill proposed could ban the pride flag from being flown outside of government buildings. Now, a Wilton Manors commissioner is expressing his concerns.
Right. See, by banning drag in public events, they are by extension banning pride parades, and that still won't be enough for them. We know this because every time they claim that's the case, they keep pushing for more and more restrictions. In this case, more and more ways to make being gay illegal. And as we've seen from history, this very often starts with drag.
Should wearing dresses and skirts be illegal for men in public? If so, should wearing pants for women be illegal in public? Well, pants not so much, because there is a female version of pants that is nearly indistinguishable in many cases from male pants. But men wearing traditional female clothing...
What? What the hell, dude? Dude.
In public, I think that there's a case that local local communities should be able to stop that.
Does it seem reasonable to police
Male
what people wear on the
pants.
streets? Can't stress it enough. It was never about the kids. The people making or supporting these laws and spreading this fear have always done it because they simply hate and or fear gay people. That's it. And if they start with this false concern for kids, they know they can slowly push the boundary more and more. Matt Walsh isn't happy just getting rid of Story Hour. He's now calling for people to go to jail for any drag event, because that was always the logical conclusion. And what's disturbing is that they've somehow gotten even more puritanical over the years. Genital checking, anti-cross-dressing laws. This is shit from the 1800s. Do you really want to keep going down that path? Do you really want to let Christian fundamentalists dictate their morals on everyone else? Because this country was specifically founded so things like that wouldn't happen.
Pink
Is that really
pistols?
worth it? Even if you
Like
don't like
pistols
drag.
that are pink,
but
or is that
also,
something specific?
why the hell don't you like drag? I know there are a million other better points we've made, but drag and pride events are a blast. It's something that everyone should experience at least once. In fact, hey Dick Clown, hit me with that party magic. Dick Clown is also a gay cleric. Perfect. I'm beautiful now. You knew you wanted this when you started watching the video, and you got it. And I feel great, except I'm not used to the tucking part, which I now realize I didn't need to do because you only see my torso. Anyway, happy goddamn Pride Month. Once again, I'm sorry that America is failing the LGBTQ community and letting fascists dictate our lives. They won't stop at drag shows or even LGBTQ people. It will keep going for as long as people let them. And so thank you to all the drag queens out there who are once again on the front lines of this. They deserve support from everyone. Everyone should be furious. Everyone should want every single
Drag
lawmaker
Cody.
making or proposing these laws to be removed from office, and for everyone pushing this weird anti-drag stuff to be exposed for the fascists they are. You should want to fight this. You gotta fight for your right to par-tay. Oh my god! She just fell through the ceiling again, but like a different part of the ceiling.
Yeah, smoke ones. Yeah.
And she's puking. So much puke. Oh. I still
Cody,
feel beautiful though. Even with
Cody actually does kind of look good in drag. Not gonna lie. Good job.
wow, so much puke filling the room. It's everywhere. She's getting it all mixed up with the corn cream. I don't even know what's what anymore.
I'm hungry.
Well, you ruined the meal by puking on it. The corn cream was everywhere, ready for you.
Corn cream.
Okay, you're definitely drunk.
Yeah, NCAP, bitch, I would say that, generally speaking, I would say we are in a period of far-right radicalization that justifies queer people arming themselves in order to ensure safety. I typically refer people to, like, was it the John Brown Gun Club or the Socialist Rifle Association? And frankly, like, the main thing is that I'm generally against guns, right? I think that the topic of guns is very divisive in our country and is not particularly effective for political organizing. But I do think that we are currently in an era where, like, if queer whatever methods and whatever things queer people need in order to ensure their safety, they should be doing those things. If you're not comfortable with a gun, get knives. If you're not comfortable with knives, get fucking pepper spray. Like, get something, get some kind of self-defense. Because we're in an era where, like, neo-Nazis are showing up to drag queen story hours. You know? We're in an era where armed fascists are showing up at queer events. So my advice would be that when you are particularly part of a group that is known to be targeted by fascists, it would be good to arm yourself to protect yourself against the extrajudicial radicalizing elements of fascist movements, namely vigilantes who will operate outside of the law, believing themselves to be operating with the endorsement of a fascist state or government. So, yeah, like when Donald Trump told the Proud Boys stand back and stand by, that's what I'm talking about. The Proud Boys are not empowered legally, but they believe themselves to be empowered by Donald Trump himself, you know? A fascist worked out today, did you? Hell no. I was depressed today, and I laid in bed for a long time and cleaned parts of my apartment, but not all of it. Yeah, today was a bad brain day, folks. Let's see, do we have like a... Do we have any updates on the sub? Can I ask you an off-topic question? Always. Ooh, also, chat, exciting news today. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has approved, or was it the USDA? Yeah, the USDA has approved lab-grown meat to be sold to the public in the United States. There's now going to be commercial lab-grown chicken. But it probably won't be in grocery stores for a few years. So, yeah. It's happening! It's happening! I would include insects in my diet if I could buy them easily in a store. I'm a big baby about insects. I would try like an insect patty, like if they are ground down and made into like a meat patty. I would try that. But I can't guarantee that I would eat it. It'd be really hard. I would try the insect patty, but I'm a big baby about about bugs. Yeah, the high-end restaurants will sell them first. Of course, it's going to San Francisco and DC. But eventually, like, initially it's just going to be as production, like, spins up, you know? I'm excited because, frankly, if given the option between a cheap lab-grown alternative to like real meat, or even like a comparably expensive alternative, like I would 100% go with the lab-grown meat. Like ethically and economically and morally, I think it just makes sense. Like I think if we're talking about like sparing, you know, suffering, I think it's an extremely ethical thing to do, to eat lab-grown meat. Lab-grown mastodon steaks. Honestly, though, those could, like, they could make them taste like anything, and we'd be like, man, mastodon tastes delicious. Or it's weird that they made that mastodon tasted like strawberries. You know, like. Dragon meat? Hell yeah. Let's not limit ourselves to real world creatures. But why eat bug when we can eat plant? Honestly, yeah, like the plant patties aren't bad these days. They're actually pretty okay. But also, I'm not really against eating like animals, eating meat. I just think that morally it would be infinitely better to buy lab grown stuff, you know? Growing plants can actually be really, really good for the environment, but it all depends on how the plants are grown, you know? Did you see my question? I did not. Is it weird to have preferences with people you would date? Like if you like redheads but wouldn't reject someone just because they didn't have red hair? Is that weird? No? I'm like 99% sure everyone has those, you know? That's not bad. I think that's just normal. Watch the leftist cook's video on veganism. I'm not I gotta be honest with you guys, like, I'm not terribly concerned with, like, veganism. Like, I really like animals. I think they should be treated as ethically as possible, but, like, also, my primary concern is for humans. And, like, I think the shift to lab-grown meat is infinitely better for animals and will be better in the long run. I'm not terribly, I don't find like super hardcore vegan arguments compelling, you know? Growing plants kills more animals than growing animals, so I don't get veganism. I mean, anything we do is going to kill animals. That's just the nature of being on the top of the food chain, unfortunately. Like, the lab-grown meat is also going to kill animals because we're going to need to build the infrastructure for, like, growing the meat in the lab, and that's going to kill animals too, you know? Why is your primary concern for humans? Because I'm human. I'm biased towards them. I recognize it's a selfish concern, but I'm biased. I'm biased towards the perpetuation of the human species. You know. Just don't think veganism makes sense. I think it makes sense from the perspective of, like, if your priority is minimizing suffering, I think that veganism moves towards that end. But also, I feel like I'm more concerned with like organizing politically for, you know, making sure people aren't dying of treatable illness, you know? Biggest argument against veganism is that it draws in a lot of abusive pieces of shit. I don't think that's an argument against veganism. I think it's just an argument against irritating people. Good night, peaceful warrior. I mean, I think we have also bred like species of animals that depend on us to survive, and that like we're gonna have to figure out what to do with the sheer numbers of those animals, you know? I mean, I wouldn't say I only care about human well-being. I just prioritize it above other animals, you know? Like, when I walk down the street, I try not to step on bugs, and I feel bad if I do, but, like, I'm also not gonna weight that on par with, like, stepping on a human being, you know? I think it's a bit fucked that scores of living things are born and bred to be slaughtered. Yeah, but I mean, that's also just kind of the nature of life, isn't it? Like, life feeds on life. We don't have the luxury of living off of this, you know, solar power. At least not yet, until we become cool cyborg robots. Until we transcend these mortal frames, we will always have to feed on life. Look, one day we'll all be able to upload a photo and get it marbled into lab-grown meat. Exactly. Exactly, Glucy. One day, I will be able to eat myself. When does my mortal frame become a war frame? Exactly, it's a Roro. You get me. I would just say, like, I think we should minimize animal cruelty. I think we should, I think we should, you know, treat animals well. I think we should respect animals. And, I'm also not against eating them. Did you see the Nintendo Direct? You bet your ass I did. We're gonna watch the Super Mario RPG trailer right now! Chat. This is one of my favorite games of all time, and Nintendo is remaking it. Nintendo is remaking it for the Switch. I'm so goddamn excited. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here, I want you to have the full experience. Look at this beautiful thing. You're getting 1080p, baby. It looks so good. Look at his little stubby legs. Look at my boys. My beautiful boys. Oh, it sounds so good, too. I'm so excited. Yeah, Distron, we can absolutely do that. Where's Jeno? We saw him at the beginning. Where's Jeno? Look. He's coming up. Oh, Lord, he coming. There's my boy. My boy, Jeno. I'm so excited. And chat, would you, like, before this comes out, would you like to watch me play through it? Like the original? Because I have the original. It's one of my favorite games. I could set up, like, I could set up, I could set up streaming from that. Yeah? You wouldn't mind watching me play through, like, the original, and then, like, maybe playing through the new one on stream? Yes, please, yes? Okay. Like the RPG Marios, but I never finished this one. This one's my favorite. It's just so weird. Like, the designs are just so goddamn goofy. Also, chat. Guess what else came out? It came out today, actually. Here we go. They did a remake of Pikmin, chat. Oh, thanks, Inkap, bitch. Also, Louis, welcome. Recently sorted your following. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I appreciate the good energy, Louis. The other chat is on my streaming website, riverboat.gg. People can go over there and watch without ads if they would like. But no pressure-reno. Yeah, you can get the first and second Pikmin in one go, chat. Shut up, Snuggle Kitten. Shut up. Everyone shut up. I love Pikmin. I love Pikmin. But you know what I love more than I love Pikmin? I fucking love Konosuba. No. What? What? It's coming next year. Oh, chat. I love it. I love it. Chat. For those of you who don't know, I like anime. And there's an anime that came out several years ago now called Konosuba. And it's about... Well, it's an isekai, which is a subgenre of Japanese fiction that involves, like, someone from our world dying and being transported to, like, a fantasy world and kind of reincarnated into a fantasy world, usually with their memories and, like, some kind of special power that they then use to, like, better themselves, right? Yes, I'm a filthy weeb. But what made Konosuba so special is that basically you combine that concept with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So instead of going off on like some grand adventure to like save the world, the main characters of Konosuba are all fuck-ups in different ways who just kind of like bond together out of necessity and then keep bumblefucking around with different schemes and plans to get out of doing work. So everyone is awful and also a drug addict? Kinda, yeah. The human character who died and was getting reincarnated is like a horny weeb who like thought he died trying to save a girl, but like he actually died of fear at the idea of getting hit by a truck while like just thinking about it. And while he was being driven to the hospital, he like pissed and shat himself. And one of his first interactions is the goddess of one of the goddesses of this fantasy world who's reincarnating him. Just starts laughing and making fun of him for having pissed and shat himself and farted so much that like his entire family was laughing at his corpse. And he gets mad, and so he can choose what one thing he's going to bring with him into the fantasy world, and he chooses the goddess out of spite. And so, like, basically, like, the entire show is just, like, kind of these people being kind of mean, but also, at the end of the day, having each other's backs and holding, like, petty grudges against one another. It's very fun. I really like it a lot. Sorry to interrupt, but does anyone know how to fix the ergfix state in RDR2? I have no idea. Yo, One Hand Wonder, I love Ascendance of a Bookworm, and I would also like another season of that show. I haven't watched the spin-off, mostly because I just wanted season 3. I didn't want a prequel, you know? Also, the first episode of the second season is the human character, Kazuma, being like judged for all of his crimes in the different ways he's wronged other characters throughout the first season. Like it's just a really good show. I like it a lot. It's good. My only criticism is that the movie had like a couple kind of transphobic jokes. But other than that, I really like the show. Because my mother bought it for me and I got this error and I can't launch it. I have no idea. I'm sorry about that. Maybe your mom will be able to return it and you can try again. Yeah, it's mostly a trial because he wrecked the house of a rich guy. Yeah. Are they making a game of it? I think they made a game. Yeah, I think they already made a game of Konosuba. They'll probably make another one. Here, maybe I can find a good clip for you guys. Oh, damn. Crunchyroll uploaded the first episode of it to YouTube? Maybe we could watch it. Let's see. Have I seen Terror in Resonance? I think I watched the first episode and it didn't hook me, so I moved on. There are a lot of anime that I've done that with, and I need to just go back and watch them. Oh yeah, we are gonna watch the original. Yes, I thought there was a trailer for Konosuba season 3. There's just a piece of art, but it looks really good. Okay. Also, Pikmin 1 and 2, very good. Here we go. Yeah, don't watch Promised Neverland Season 2. Don't do it. This game's just charming as hell. A lot of apples. That emoji is how I feel about the entire soundtrack to this game. Hey, Catalina Gearbox. battle system in this game is so much fun too. Like, it's a very satisfying, like, timing mechanic that I feel like they never quite got right in most of the Paper Mario games. Some of them they did. Also, getting the rights to remaster or remake this game must have been absurdly difficult from a legal perspective. Because the big barrier here, and the reason you've never seen another Super Mario RPG game, is because this was co-developed with Square Enix. So that's the reason why Nintendo has basically never talked about this game. I never even hoped for a remaster. I never even hoped for something like this. So the fact that this just got announced apropos of nothing is wild to me. But doesn't Nintendo own the rights to all the characters? Yeah, they own the rights to all the characters, but Square Enix put new and original characters in the game that, like, you've never seen in any other, like, piece of Nintendo media. They got a bad relationship. Yeah, I forget exactly what soured the relationship between Nintendo and Square Enix, but it's basically what, like, it might, it might have been that Square Enix jumped ship to Sony because they used discs that were able to store more data. Like, Sony just had more hardware to run Final Fantasy stuff, you know? Is she Peach Toadstool? I think so, yeah. Yeah. And this was 1996, so I think Super Mario RPG came out, like, right before, like, the next generation of consoles kicked it off, you know? Well, clearly something must have happened because they would have had to collaborate again to get this remastered, so... Yeah. Charles Martinet isn't voicing Mario in the new Mario Wonder? What? That seems weird. PS1 came out in 95? I mean, that would have been enough time for them to, like, finish development on... Oh, did the PlayStation come out in 95? Oh my god. It released in 1994. Holy shit, dude. The fact that the Super Nintendo was still going strong, like, in the mid-90s is wild, you know? I thought the PS1 and the N64 were contemporaries, but damn. Huh. Okay. Man, I feel old. N64 was 95? Wait. Oh man, this is a mind fuck for me. I thought that I thought that the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time came out like about a year or so after the N64 launched, but no, it was like 3 years in to the N64 life cycle. That's wild. And then Majora's Mask came out in 2000, so, like, right at the tail end of the N64 era. That's wild, dude. Huh. PS1 had legs for days. Also, chat. hello. I have now been streaming for almost 7 hours. If you would like to support me and my ability to continue making content, I would very, very much appreciate subs or donos. That's primarily what keeps me afloat, you know. So please do consider. Oh, the N60. Wait, the N64 came out in '97 in North America. Okay, so then I wasn't wrong. I was just very confused about how early the PlayStation came out. Anyway, consider dropping some subs or donos because that is what actually allows me to live and make content for you guys. I forgot to like the YouTube stream. Go like the YouTube stream. Do it. Do it. Cleanse your sins. I mean, the amount of mileage they got out of the PlayStation is incredible, right? Like, if you go back and play another game I would like to play on stream, and I think I could do this pretty quick. Like, it's maybe about a 20-hour long game, Final Fantasy IX. Like, the amount of use they got out of PlayStation hardware is wild. Oh, but even more, like, just take a look at this, okay? Just take a look at how good this game looks. This is a PlayStation 1 game, chat. PlayStation 1 done entirely in in-game graphics, the cutscenes here, which was pretty groundbreaking for the time. Man, if they remade this game, I would freak the fuck out, you know? I got you to play Hollow Knight again? Hell yeah. But like every character model in this game has a blinking animation, which is insane. Like, they added... It's so good. I would love a remake of this. It would be so good. Yeah, like, it's really hard to put into words how impressive this is on PlayStation 1. Like, for example, they don't have a lighting engine, chat. There's not a lighting engine in this game. They made each asset to appear lit. And whenever a character goes from a lit space into a dark space, they had to like make an entirely different character model. Like, it's so cool. Like the technical things that they did for this game in particular, Vagrant Story, it's so cool. Yeah, you can actually see pretty clearly what they're doing here in this particular GIF here from Twitter. So you see how they're like backlit in this scene? Like there's light coming from behind them and lighting up kind of their profiles. They don't have a lighting system to do that. They didn't have a lighting system to do that, so they just copied the character models and then brightened them up and then put them behind these character models. Like, it's wild. Yeah. Just really impressive stuff. Vagrant Story, That's also a game I need to finish on stream at some point. It's just so cool. Also, hello, hi, hey. How we doing? I honestly miss the days where Square would make groundbreaking achievements. Honestly, a lot of those groundbreaking achievements were made under constraint, you know? What's my opinion on Final Fantasy 16? I haven't played it. I know that the demo is out and about. I haven't looked at it. I don't know anything about it. I think it's coming to PC, in which case I'll be able to play it. Again, no PS5. So I think I'll play it when it comes out, but I like RPGs, and it seems like its main thing is that it's billing itself as not an RPG. So I'm not entirely sure if it'll be my jam. You know, I don't particularly like a lot of... Like, I very much disliked Final Fantasy 15's battle system. I disliked it a lot. Thank you, NCAP, bitch. But I'd like to experience the story. I really love Final Fantasy 12. I really love Final Fantasy 10 too. I really love Final Fantasy 9. You know? Maybe tomorrow I'll start Final Fantasy 9 on stream. That seems like it'd be a fun thing to do on stream. Okay. How about we do... You have a question? What's up, Kyryu? What is your question? You may ask me anything. Am I not beneficent? Wondering what you think the future will look like in terms of relationships and intimacy? I mean, I have absolutely no idea, you know, but the main thing I would say is if it continues the way it's been going, I would say that like one of the next big hurdles will be like embracing like polyamorous families. You know, I think that's kind of the next hurdle for us in the United States to get over. Like, if I'm looking ahead from like just accepting that trans people are facing right now, once we get past that, it's gonna be polyamorous families. And I know polyamorous families, they're great, but the the wider public is not chill with that idea, you know, at all, right? There's a lot of stigma associated with it, I think. But yeah, I mean, like, beyond that, like, if we're talking about like sci-fi stuff, I think like the development of like some kind of like, you know, brain to brain thing, you know, brain to brain communication, where like, you know, Elon Musk, but also actual scientists and actual reputable people not associated with Elon Musk or any of his companies are working on the ability to like put to hook up brains to computers, you know. And I think from there it's not that far to say maybe humans would use that for sex in new and interesting ways, right? I'd imagine there'd be a lot of intimacy in directly sharing like some kind of mental link with someone else. So yeah. Which is weird because there are plenty of families with like stepmoms, right? Which implies two mothers. Right, exactly, Stout Man. Exactly. Right? The brain to brain stuff sounds existentially terrifying. I think more in like if we're thinking about it more in practice and like in a more approachable way, right? And I know this is gonna like make people roll their eyes. The like weird Navi hair fucking thing. You know, where they fuck by like putting their hair cables together. I think it'd be somewhat similar to that, you know? So the idea that polyamory is bad is just weird because like families already exist and are accepted and have more than two parental figures. Yeah, exactly. It's weird, but like I think that would be like the next thing that the, you know, conservatives would be wild in about, you know?
Podcast.
Also, I'm gonna throw on Hee debate. Well, let's watch Ethan debate a TikTok alpha male, huh?
The edit, I said, we're gonna give you some money. Nice.
Yep.
Line and then. Hey, Sebastian.
How's it going?
Okay, got it there. There's also not much justification to not like poly families. Well, I think conservative Christians will find the way, you know? Don't they also put their genitals together? Well, their hair connection is their genitals, I'm pretty sure. I'll embrace a future with brain cum, right? I don't know. But yeah, I think once we get to like once we get to a point where we have like cybernetic enhancements, you know, like cyberpunk, I think at that point like relationships and intimacy are gonna be fucking wild, dude. You're gonna have like there are freaks out there, you know. You're gonna have people like giving up their entire body so they can like replace all of their limbs and then have like several more limbs added and all of those limbs end in a dick, you know. Like it's gonna be weird. And if you don't think it would instantly get weird, you have not been to the weirdest parts of the internet. Which implicitly means the Na'vi fuck their horses. Yeah. I'd give up my body for a cool robo body. I would, you know what? the only method that I think would make sense and would make me comfortable, like transferring my consciousness into some kind of cybernetic form, right, is if we had like nanobots or like extraordinarily smart smart materials, because there are ways you can like program materials that are pretty relatively new anyway, and if you just slowly replaced like the different cells in your body with those, and so there would be like a continuity of existence, that I would like. I don't know if I would like the whole like your brain pattern gets copied into a robot thing, because that feels risky to me. You're basically like flipping a coin to see if either you or which version of you gets to live in a cool robot body, and the other version of you gets condemned to live out your days in a flesh prison, you know? I just want to die young. I don't want to live forever. Maybe you can find a happy medium between the two. I would hands down sign up for the Cyber Cat Girl body. Oh, same, 100%. You know, like, hell yeah. Ship of Theseus me? Exactly, Sentient Waffle, you get it. Okay, I would do that, but not the dick stuff, yeah. See, I know the people in my chat are good Christian chatters, okay? I know that, chat. But you know there are people out there who would basically become, like, octopus dicks, you know? There would just be a copy of you who was a robot. I mean, it's a coin flip from the point of view of, like, your consciousness, right? Because one of you is going to have the continuity of having been a flesh person and then a robot, and the other one of you is not, and is just going to continue being a flesh person. You don't know what I've done on cam for money? You don't know what I've done on cam for money. Let's see. Also, again, 7 hours. Subs, donos, that's what allows me to live. Yada, yada, yada. Here we go.
Thanks
How's
for
it going?
calling.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh,
Sorry.
you got to
Gotta
get that
get-
LaCroix queued up, huh? Get it in the chamber, as they say.
It's going to be a
First of
thirsty
all,
debate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for calling in. You know, I really appreciate.
Oh yeah, no, 100% Sentient Waffle. The teleporter in Star Trek basically just creates a copy of you on another ship with a continuity of consciousness. Your original body still has a consciousness in it. It just it gets disintegrated. So basically, every time a character uses a transporter in Star Trek, they're killing themselves.
Appreciate it. You know, so we're
Yeah.
we're here.
Before we start, could I just sent you guys a request to record it if you guys could accept that?
Absolutely,
That'd be great.
absolutely. Yeah.
I just clicked allow.
It doesn't seem so, but that's okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Oh wow, they
Should be good.
really let the people know. Okay, well, so
Where are you at, Ethan? Are you in the Amazon rainforest?
oh, you see the green screen? No, I'm in Los Angeles. It looks like a shithole in actuality, but here it's beautiful. Okay, so Sebastian, I kind of was refreshing everybody. You went viral for your Lamborghini clip and a few other things. But recently what caught my attention was this clip of you talking about me. And I thought, let's just go through it. Let's just go through it and talk it out, right? Because that's the best way to deal with these things, right? So let's hash it out. So
Hey.
Thanks for Strimstrom. P W A.
Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs, Stub, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. You lovely, lovely chatters, you.
So here's Sebastian on Ethan Klein on his TikTok page. Let's see.
Some people are really stupid. Ethan Klein is the worst.
Okay, so I am really stupid. Let's start there, I guess.
Did I say that? Did I say Ethan Klein is really stupid?
Oh, here, I'll go back.
Some people are really stupid. Ethan Klein is the worst.
No, he said Ethan Klein is the worst
So-
person or something.
We'll
I
get to
said
that
Ethan-
next.
I said some people are really stupid. And then I started, when I said that, I was just like, okay, I
Right.
got to talk about Ethan Klein.
Now
But-
what made you think about me when you said some people are really stupid? Because that's how usually in language you're presupposing, you say some people are really stupid, like Ethan Klein, who I'm now going to talk about.
Yeah, so I was talking about someone else. His name is Bryce Hall. And we were just talking about some people basically jumping to conclusions, taking things that I've said out of context, and then jumping to a conclusion with absolutely no evidence.
Do you think it's
and then
fair-
believing those things? Well, hold on. And then believing those things without any actual evidence. And I was like, okay, people like that don't dig deep or fully know what they're talking about are in that moment really stupid. Maybe not stupid as people, but just being stupid in the moment.
Okay, interesting.
That's what I meant by
so
that.
we'll put a pin in that. That's interesting. So would you say that this is taken out of context, or how would you
people are
describe
really
this?
stupid.
You say some people are really stupid. Ethan Klein.
What do you mean taken out of
Well,
context?
it's edited. Like you can't deny that it's edited to say I'm really stupid.
Well, I didn't tell the editors to do it that way. They edit however
Okay.
they edit. I
It's
didn't
on-
even
okay, cool.
approve that clip before it went out. So.
Okay, it's on your TikTok. This is your official TikTok page, right? Official. It says official. Official.
No, actually, it's not. It's so I don't even have the login to that account. I have a team of people that post content for me to try to get more awareness for like me.
Okay.
And they
your
just post
your
clips of it,
team
so
is
I pay
posting on
them.
this.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's your people. All right. So
Yeah.
the stupid thing, we're not standing by that, which is thank you. I appreciate that. I don't think I'm stupid. I don't think I'm the sharpest guy in the world, but I wouldn't say I'm stupid.
No, you're not Ethan, you're not a stupid person. I mean,
Okay.
everybody does stupid things. Everybody has stupid moments. People
I
make
agree.
mistakes.
Yep.
I wouldn't say you're stupid, but yeah, what you
I
did when
wouldn't
you
say you're
criticized
stupid,
me,
but-
you and your wife were saying some things that were just you guys were just jumping to a bunch of conclusions
Mm-hmm.
with no evidence at all, and a lot of them are wrong. You guys have this perception of me based on like several pieces of information, tiny pieces of information as to who I am. Which
I
is
would love. I
completely
do want to
wrong.
get
And
into that
I'm
stuff.
here to show you that.
Yeah,
I'm
good,
here to
good,
show you
good,
that.
good, great. I want to get into all that. So let's go. Let's just want to take. Once we get through this, then we can go talk about whatever we've said. Here it
Some
is.
people are really stupid. Ethan Klein is the worst person on the planet.
we all know.
Okay, so you say Ethan Klein's the worst person on the planet.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you think I'm the worst person on the planet?
Yes.
I'm quoting you. I'm quoting you, actually.
I said you're the
You
worst.
said that.
I said you're the
No,
worst.
you
person.
said.
No, you said
You
it.
said that I'm the worst. No, you.
No, you said I don't know. I'm just watching your video, bro.
All right, listen. I'll send I'll email or I'll DM you a link of the video where you say I'm the worst person on the planet. You say it. I'm quoting you.
Okay. Okay, interesting.
Do you remember?
I don't remember it, to be frank, but we can look
Okay.
it up. We can
And-
we can look it up.
And to be completely honest, and I'm sure you're aware of this, you don't have like exactly the best reputation in the YouTube space. Like,
Great.
your content a lot of the time is pretty hateful and pretty negative.
Right.
And I know you guys have
Pretty
beef with a lot of
hateful.
people. You don't like a lot of people, and I know you don't have the best
I don't know that making fun of somebody for being or saying a dumb thing it makes you hateful. Goodness.
reputation.
When is this from? This is
So
from
when you say I don't have the
2
best
months ago.
reputation, do you just mean that I cause a lot of beef? Is that what you mean? That by reputation?
Well, no, because your content just since the beginning, your content has always been about like criticizing, making fun of, talking shit, disagreeing with people that have different beliefs than you,
Right.
making fun of them, calling them names, etc. So you have a very negative audience, like a very negative type of content that you put out there. And I know you've had some beef with some people. I was doing some research on you, and you had beef with Keemstar, and obviously you don't like Andrew Tate. And
Right.
I don't know. There's probably more people that I'm
Do you
not
like
aware
those
of,
two
but,
guys?
I don't know anything about Keemstar. I've met Andrew before in London. When I met him, he was very nice to me.
Yeah.
And
He was
that's
very
what I know
nice
about
to you.
Andrew.
Okay, so do you think
Yeah.
it's possible that when I'm criticizing people, it's from a place of, like, I think maybe the people that I'm criticizing are doing harm on other people?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can. That's fine. Like, if you think somebody is
Oh,
hurting
you
someone
have seen this
else and you
before,
wanna
Erica.
call that out,
Oh,
you
I'm
can,
sorry.
But your style, and you can't even
Oh,
argue
Jimmy's
with this, but your
passing me a
style of
note.
doing
1
that.
second. Jimmy passed me a note. He thinks you're too young to understand.
He's a kid.
I would completely disagree.
He
I don't
says you're
think
a
age has
kid.
anything to do with it.
Yeah.
No. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I don't have a lot of wisdom, Jimmy. I don't know how old you are, but I've been through a lot in my life. I've had a lot of experiences that people
How
don't
old
have.
are you? How old are you?
It doesn't matter. That's my entire point, is that it does not matter. And I'll tell you, I'm 24 years old, but I've done a lot of things and I've been in a lot of positions that most people haven't, and
Go ahead,
that
Jimmy.
gives me
Say it into the
experience
mic.
and wisdom.
I don't want to fight.
But okay, I'm sorry. Listen, I just want to let's go through this video. So, you said
is the worst person on the planet.
it's just weird if it's like a joke and you're trying to reference stuff. It's edited like you're just saying these things. You say he's dumb and he's the worst person in the world. So, are you not you're not backing that up. You're saying we don't.
No, Ethan, first of all, I'm quoting you.
Okay.
Second of all,
So do you
hold on,
believe I'm the worst
hold on,
person
hold
in the
on.
world?
Hold on.
In this video, you say Ethan's the worst person in the world. There's no context about you making a joke.
Can I answer?
I just want to stay on the point. Yeah, of course, please.
Okay. In that video, I'm obviously being sarcastic. Okay, you're not the
Complex Media,
worst
thank you so much
people
for the
on
raid.
planet.
Welcome, Raiders.
All right? Can you understand that? You're smart, right? I'm obviously being sarcastic. Just how I was being sarcastic when I said everyone in their 20s should have a Lambo. There's sarcasm. And it's actually a specific style of sarcasm called deadpanning.
Okay,
where it's
interesting.
designed to look like I'm almost being realistic.
You're doing
And what it
deadpan
does-
humor.
That's not dead.
Sure, yeah.
And
So
are you a
obviously you're
student
not
of
the
the
worst
comedies?
person on the planet. Are you the best person? No. Are you a person that's good? Are you a net positive? Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not, based on
Okay.
the content that you put out there.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I like that. I like that. That's a good starting point. We'll come back to that. I'll keep going.
We all know this. He's the worst person on the planet.
He wishes he was us. He does.
So this is awesome. Like, obviously it's not you saying it, but you didn't challenge him. Do you think that I wish I was you or your buddy here? You can be honest.
No, I don't think so. I think that you probably are okay with who you are.
Because you're okay. Okay. So your buddy says, "I wish I was him." Do you think he really means that? Because you do a podcast with him.
I don't
right?
know.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, he's actually my business partner. But yeah, I talked to him.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you wish you were us?
Absolutely, man. You guys got it all. I mean, everything that I don't
what's
have,
up.
right? Like everything I don't have.
So you do?
Yeah. I was like, for example, what is it that you guys have that you think I would wish to have?
Well, I don't believe this, but if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it. Is that what you want to do?
I'm curious, yeah, since you seem to be open to entertaining the idea. So I'm curious, what are the enviable traits of your life?
Do you want to talk about this, or can we get through the video? I mean, I could tell you this, but I feel like we're just we're ranting, like we're just going off.
Okay,
in
let's
another
watch the
direction.
video. Yeah, let's do that.
I would love to speak to him. I'd love to talk to him and go on his podcast. I would try to change his life,
Oh,
but
good
I
luck.
think I'd have a hard time. That'd be the final boss. The toughest battle. Some people are really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm actually really excited to talk to you. Yeah, I'm really, really excited. I'm all smiley.
Go ahead, man. This is your opportunity to change my
How
life.
can I-
And I'm
That's-
in desperate
that's
need
the
of
goal,
it too.
man. That's the goal, man. So can I ask you this then? So now that we're done with the video, why you've defended obesity and you've bragged about being out of shape and being overweight.
Based.
Why do you do that? Why don't you think that it's appropriate to take care of yourself and have
perfect.
a healthy body?
Thank you for asking that because I think it's interesting you started this conversation by accusing me and my wife of taking things out of context and how bad and how stupid that makes you look. It's funny that you say that because it's pretty obvious if you go back to anything I said about it is that I 100% respect people that exercise. I obviously am a rational person. I understand that exercise is important. It's healthy. And I don't think that obesity is anything to be brag about. In fact, I'm always trying to lose weight. People know it's a big part of my personality is that I recently gained weight from taking antidepressants, and I'm trying to work it off and stuff. So, and also, I will say, as a comedian, I felt that to me it was pretty obviously a joke. Once again, I don't know if I would call it deadpan. I'll have to look up the exact genre of comedy. Maybe you guys could think about that, maybe to help you consume it. But the joke I was making is that if I spend X amount of time on the treadmill, right, will it make me live X amount of time more? And in the segment, we crunched the numbers and we figured out that working out does pay off. And in fact, there's people laughing in the clip behind that. So you started off by saying that people don't get the proper context. So now now that you've heard the full context, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, thank you for explaining it to me. That's a much better response. That's a much better stance on it. I would
that was always my
agree
stance.
with you.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Well, thank you for explaining it to me. Yeah, it's good. I would say you should try very hard to exercise and have a great body. It makes you feel good. If you feel good, you're going to think good. You're going to perform better. You're going to be happier about yourself. You're going to be proud of yourself. It's good for your mental health. It increases your lifespan.
I know that. No, I agree.
So
yeah,
that's great. I mean, that's great. Are you still on antidepressants?
Yes, I am.
So you're currently. Would you describe yourself as a depressed person? Are you currently depressed?
No, I'm not currently depressed.
Can I easily
So why are
answer
you
the question?
taking?
Well,
why are you taking depressed?
Yeah, because yeah, I was depressed. I was having a hard time a few years ago, and I decided to try Lexapro, and it's really helped me a lot. It's actually, I recommend people that are feeling depressed that they should actually, I think people should try it. In fact, I recommend it.
So I would disagree. I would say that there's a lot of things you could try before taking medication, synthetic medication, to cure this. Because
medication.
depression can come from a lot of things. And if you sit down and think about it, it's probably going to be different for every single person. But I was depressed at one point. My mom was depressed. We were depressed for different reasons. My mom took antidepressants. I didn't. I was depressed because I didn't like the way that I looked when I was a kid. And instead of
I need the anti-anxiety meds. That's what I need. I also might need ADHD meds. Who knows?
taking medication, I just tried really hard to get really, really healthy.
So when you say that you have the wisdom,
well, hold on.
Hold on. This is important. You acknowledge that you've been depressed.
Hey, young black
but you
economist,
also
how
talk
you
about
doing?
you have the wisdom of a 24-year-old. Do you think that there's other reasons that people could be depressed other than kind of adolescence anxiety about the way that they look, which is pretty common? Let's be real. I think everybody's insecure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's several reasons why people could be depressed, and I'm not going to try to name them off to you, but I think that there's plenty of reasons people could be depressed. But either way, depression will come from you're not in a situation that you like. You're not where you like to be, whether that's done to you outside of you or whether you've done it to yourself. It's just you're not happy with your situation or where you're at in life. And a lot of the times you can personally make a change, or you can react differently to make that situation better. And doing that, like actually reacting, like for me,
I'm hanging in there
to the gym and come
I'm
up
glad
with a
you're
diet
hanging
plan
in there,
and
young
learn
black
and work on
economist.
getting
I
a
always
six-pack
wonder where you
back
guys
is a
go.
lot harder than popping a pill every morning.
Popping pills is the easy way out.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You know what's
understand that.
interesting?
So it's like everyone's going to always opt for, well, not everyone, but most of the time you're going to opt for the easiest route. But I don't believe that the easiest route is the good route. I think the harder route is the good route.
I actually think your opinion is super toxic, and it's actually super basic. And you talk about wisdom. And I think and I'll explain to you why. Well, you're making a lot of assumptions about me. Again, I've been to a lot of therapy, and I've tried lots of things to improve my situation. The pills was the last ditch effort to do something to help my situation. In fact, if you'll know, I had the pills next to my bed for months because I was so apprehensive.
Well, you know what? My hormones reduce my sex drive. So maybe if I got on ADHD meds, my sex drive would return.
To take it
to
because of
normal.
all the opinions of people like you who, and because I felt that too, like that it's the, and people say it's the easy way out. People who kind of are in the Sigma grind set like you. Is actually the hardest decision I had to make in my mental health recovery was the decision to take the pill, right? And I think for a lot of people, that's the reality of taking antidepressants. It's not the easy way out. It's actually the hardest decision to make.
My mom went through it, and what you said's right. What you just said's right. She went through this for years.
Right.
She was bipolar. So you said the truth. You spoke from your heart.
Thank you, Jimmy. I did speak from my
You're
heart.
making me almost cry.
How
I
is-
never heard
how
you
is
talk
my
like
opinion
that.
toxic?
That's crazy.
Well, it's toxic because I've heard this opinion a lot of your peers and people who share that opinion with you. And I think it's toxic because it's discouraging men specifically from seeking out valid and very helpful treatments for their problems. You think that going to the gym is going to resolve all your issues. And I think that's actually...
No,
You
I
talk
didn't
about,
say that.
What,
No, I didn't say that.
You say...
I said, look, if you don't like the way you look, get in the gym. Don't take an antidepressant pill. That is not a toxic
I could have
opinion
told
at
you
all,
that.
and that is the correct thing. That is the correct thing to do.
Yeah, but that's not that interesting of a statement, is it? Because that's
It
pretty
doesn't
obvious.
have to be interesting. Yeah, oftentimes the correct thing is boring, and it's yeah, sure, it could be basic and boring.
I also
but
don't think
correct.
that's clinical depression. You have 24 years of wisdom, so I don't want to patronize you. But if you're able to go to the gym and go through the depression and get kind of shake off the depression, I don't think that is clinical depression.
That's not depression.
Yeah, that's
appearance.
Yeah, I mean, who are you to say why I felt depressed? I had a very depressive feeling.
Right. Well,
because
there
I
is a
didn't like this
clinical
part about myself.
Yeah, there is a clinical.
So there's, I mean,
depth of-
you. It's an opinion.
Right.
It's
No,
not,
it's not.
You guys can't. You're not. You have no authority to say what's
that's
okay
an
to cause my
opinion.
depression or
That's
what
an
isn't.
opinion.
I mean, I don't know why you're depressed, but I'm not going to sit here and say, well, that's not a fair reason to be depressed. Why are you depressed? Why were you depressed?
No. I'm not saying it's not a fair reason. I'm saying that there is a clinical definition of what clinical depression is, right? And chances are, if you're young and you go to the gym and shake it off, you probably don't have clinical depression. And can I ask you, were you ever diagnosed with depression?
Yeah, I think I went to when I went and got therapy for a period of time, and I went to a psychiatrist as well, and they said I just have some similar symptoms, like I'm over there, but
you're over.
I didn't take any medication, any medication for it. I worked my way out of it, and this is also so you understand.
Can I say something?
Yeah, chat. This is just as an FYI. This is the worst advice possible. If you are depressed, don't just try to work through it. Don't just try to power through it. If it is recurring, if it is worsening, go seek help, please. For all his wisdom, he can't tell he's being schooled. He's used to it.
You say you worked your way out of it. It implies
Well,
that people
hold on.
who have clinical depression are not doing everything that they can to get rid of it before they take the medicine. There's this implicit thing that you and your peers say is that people who have depression are weak, and that if they taking the medicine, that's a sign of weakness. Right?
No, not at all.
Medicine
No,
is a
no.
cop out. It's the easy way out.
No, not at all. I'm not saying people that have depression are weak. I would argue that most people feel depressed at some point in their life. That's what I would feel.
Well,
most people I know.
that's not an
most of my
argument.
friends-
That's a known fact. People go through depressive
Okay.
periods. It's absolutely
Right.
normal.
So everyone has been there, and it's not weak for you to be depressed. Everyone has been depressed.
No, that's not
maybe
what I'm
in that
saying.
moment. Maybe in that moment you're being a little bit weak in that moment.
Taking
Maybe
the
not. I don't
medicine
know.
is the weakness that you're implying.
I'm saying that there's a lot that should be done before you take medicine. And I'm also saying that even though I'm saying that is going to be hard. Like whatever that you have to do before you take medicine, whether it be go to the gym or work and mend a relationship, it's going to be extremely difficult.
Well, that's
and
great.
people are going to give up far too soon.
I can't
before
imagine life
it
like that.
fixes itself and they can pull themselves out of that feeling, out of that state. Okay. So taking a pill, yes, you said you could think about taking it for months and it can be on your mind. But for you to go into the gym or for you to fix something in your life, that could take way longer than months, and it could be way harder than thinking about taking a pill.
Do you think?
And people oftentimes give up.
You and your contemporaries talk often about going to the gym. It's very important to you guys, and it seems almost like. And Bradley Martin's a friend of mine, and I don't mean to.
By the way, my kids are in the gym all the time, so
it's good.
Kids his age, they're all kudos to him. My sons want to
Good.
be built. They lift weights. They want to look good for the girls. It makes them
good.
feel good.
The gym
yeah,
is
it's a good thing.
But
when
I'm
my
saying
kids do it.
there's this weird emphasis that like the gym can fix all your problems, and I find that odd.
No, not at all.
So what's the difference between clinical depression and feeling down? Clinical depression happens steadily and constantly and doesn't just like go away. Like the difference between having like one off day versus like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 week long bad days. You know?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying this will fix one of the problems. And absolutely, all men should go to the gym. Men should be proud of what they look like. Men should be strong. That's their job. You have to protect your girlfriend, your wife. You have to protect your kids. So it's your job as a man to be physically strong, to protect those people that rely on you.
It can be a snuggle kitten.
So your job.
It can sometimes be hormonal imbalance, but there are also other. Yeah. But yeah, it can be that.
As a man is to be strong to protect them from physical violence if you need to.
One of the many jobs.
Yeah.
Yes. One of the many jobs you have. One of the many responsibilities of being a man.
Right. And in the modern world, I understand that because, as we all know, there's constantly bandits and vigilantes and barbarians coming at us with spiked maces and shit.
Ethan, if somebody were to break into your house and you are not protected from it, and let's say you fight up against this dude, and this dude he's stronger than you and he has more training of combat experience than you, he's going to kill you. He's going to win.
Yeah,
he's going to do whatever he wants to do to your wife and your kids and break your house. And that's just it's a hypothetical situation.
I have a gun because only a fool would try to engage them in combat. Yeah, I have a shotgun for home defense.
I like that Ethan's like, okay, yeah, well, but I have a gun. Ethan's like, I look, I don't need to be physically fit. I got a gun. Anyway, I started blasting.
It'd be foolish.
What if you can't load your gun in time? What if you can't get to your gun in time? What if he has a gun?
Well,
There's
I
a lot
would
of
assume he would have a gun.
Hypotheticals.
Yeah, if someone broke in my house, I would assume they had a weapon.
Right, you're just not as prepared to deal with any situation possible, and that's just something that I don't feel good about. Like, I would rather be more prepared and better safe than sorry.
So
for sure, and that competence also would make me feel more confident. I wouldn't like have more anxiety. I wouldn't have more worry in my bed at night if somebody were to break in, or if I heard a sound outside.
Let me ask you
I
this.
would feel better about myself.
Can a six-pack stop bullets?
I mean, if you work it out hard enough, maybe. I don't know.
Right. Right. Because it just seems like, I mean, being strong looks cool, and some women like it.
Yeah, well, I don't just work out either, Ethan. I also do, like, I train Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu. I do combat sports.
Hell yeah,
I go to the gym. I do cardio. I do all sorts of stuff. I do a lot of. I go rock climbing. I play tennis.
Yeah, that sounds super fun and cool.
I can be.
That sounds super fun and cool.
It is. It's better than making fun of people on the internet all day.
Ooh, that was below the belt. That was below the belt. That last comment, below the belt.
No, it's okay. We're here to talk everything out. Well, you're talking about my professional
Ethan,
job versus my
you should
hobby.
come with me. You should come with me, Ethan. We can go
He
together.
can show you,
It's really
Ethan,
fun.
the world. You need to learn.
We can fight. It would inspire you. You'd be like, this is fun. Let's do it more.
So let me ask you this: some men are smaller in stature. Are they just doomed to be a pathetic?
Oh yeah, Sari
partner
Scorpion.
Because they can't protect
these
their
boys
family?
are just
What's your
terrified
thoughts on
of the world.
Small-statured, small muscled people who have you know what I mean?
The little guy.
The little guy.
No. Yeah. My business partner is average or a little bit below average height, and I have some
Wow,
friends
what a
as
loser.
well, and they should do. Hold on, and they should do just that. They should also prepare and train themselves. When I was in jiu-jitsu, there was plenty of people that were smaller than me when I started out that had more experience than me that would kill me.
I want to
They'd
ask
actually
you. I want to
absolutely
ask
destroy
you a
me.
very specific question, though. Protecting the family is part of a man's job. So if you take a really short guy, like 5 foot, he's going to be better at that job, or you're going to be way better at that job than him, just on paper, right? You are better. If when it comes to protecting the family, you got that on the little guy. You can speak the
think
truth.
I understand what your point is.
No, the
I don't
point
understand what
is
the
that
point
you, as a man, have a job to protect the family. Some people are better at protecting the family because they're stronger and bigger, and some people are worse at protecting the family because they're littler or fatter or less muscular. So if a woman
not
had to,
necessarily.
no, hold on. Let me.
Well,
I
hold
want.
on, let me answer.
I want to get the logic out of you. If
okay,
if
I want to answer.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. So, are you better at protecting your family than a 5 foot dude?
No, I think, like I just said, it depends on your level of competence. It depends on how well trained you are.
So you think a 5 foot dude's gonna Muay Thai a fucking
Hold on. Okay? Look, if you interrupt me all the time, you're never gonna understand what I'm trying to say. You're asking me a question. I'm trying to explain it to you.
I got to
let me
sift
finish.
for. No, you're right. They're gonna sift for gold, dude. Go ahead, Ola.
It depends on your level of training. If there is a 5 foot guy that came into my house and he is the most badass military dude that's been training for years, he will probably win, right? I don't have as much
You think
training.
there's a 5 foot guy who's a fucking Navy SEAL?
Probably, absolutely. I think it depends on your level of competence. And like I just said, when I was doing jiu-jitsu, there are people that were smaller than me that would win against me on a ground fight.
Also, chat, just a reminder, we are 2 subs away from another treat for my dog.
Because they're way more trained in jiu-jitsu. A little bit shorter than me or has like a smaller reach than me, and he could beat me in Muay Thai if he's been training his entire life because he has a better strategy than I do. Now, if you were to take somebody that's smaller and me, and we have the same exact level of training, then odds are I would probably win because I'm just bigger and I have more strength. Yes, obviously. That's not a surprise. But I'm not saying that if you're little, you have no chance at all. If you're little, you just have, I would say you have extra work to do. You have more work to do.
Yeah.
Do you need to go outside?
Why? How tall are you, Ethan? I mean, you're pretty tall.
I'm going to take this dog out to pee and poop. Do you want me to leave this playing? They're living in fear. Or I can turn on music. I'm going to turn on music. Here we go. And cat bitch, good for you. Good job. Glad you're keeping yourself safe. How we doing, folks? Thanks for sticking around, even while I was gone on a prolonged break. How we doing, Twitch chat? How we doing, YouTube chat? How we doing, folks? Got a lot of people here today. I do have to say, by the way, a lot of our streams these days are averaging around like 110, 120, it looks like, when I combine the analytics. Which I think is pretty cool. I'm hoping that we keep growing on YouTube, you know? Your community's pretty cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I knew the numbers would recover. I'm hoping they continue going up. Found this video about strength. It's short.
I may be a skinny guy, but I can do some pretty impressive things. Yeah, I'd be able to do that too if I weighed 95 pounds. Personally, I wouldn't let that slide. Little does he know, I weigh 98 pounds. But seriously though, strength and hypertrophy are two totally different things. If you have really big muscles, you're pretty likely to be strong, but that isn't always the case. You gain strength when you train with intensity, and you gain muscle when you train with volume. That means over the course of a week, a bodybuilder is gonna do upwards of 10 or more sets for one muscle group. Whereas if you're training for strength, you're just gonna make it as intense as humanly possible. I personally don't mind that I look like a twig, so I train for ability. Like for instance, I don't need to hang by my toes, but I mean, I can, so there's that. Stay flexy.
That was fun. But damn he's small. Had a good feeling this would help growth in the long run, still do. I think it absolutely will. And I think just like I'd like to like stagger trying to stream on as many platforms as possible. I know that I need like 200 more followers on TikTok in order to like start streaming on there. How do you do that? Honestly, you just set up accounts and link them to their streaming software, you know? Oh, never mind. Moving right along. Whoop.
Aren't you?
Well, yeah, I'm like 5'11", but it doesn't matter really because I have a gun.
You have a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a gun, so you're fine.
Yeah, right, exactly. But exercising's cool. Hey, so let's move on to something else. This tweet we talked about on the show, you said, you should be able to see it on your computer. Men literally want one thing, large mountain-style home in the forest by a lake, pleasant wife with no attitude, 3 to 5 kids.
You guys didn't like that one.
Well, specifically, what is a pleasant wife with no attitude?
Can you give me another record? Thank you.
What's a pleasant?
Right. You guys, for 5 minutes, you were like, thank you. He literally said, men want one thing, and he listed off 5 things. And in that moment, I realized that, like, anytime you were looking into me, anytime that you got into something that was actually interesting, you're like, okay, parents grew up poor, came from a communist country, mom grew up uneducated. Somehow this kid's a millionaire. Boring. Okay,
what do I need to? I'm not here to fucking suck your dick. I don't care.
In sales for his clients. He made a bunch of money on the internet. Boring. And then I go to this, and you guys talk about this for 5 minutes.
I'm here to talk about interesting stuff. I'm not here to have.
You're here to talk shit. You're here to talk shit.
Yeah. No, I'm here. I want to. I think what's important, what's interesting, is that we talk about the places where we conflict. I think it's great that you're an immigrant and you came to America and succeeded. It's like, oh, okay, great. What do you want me to do? Suck your dick?
Ethan.
Yeah, pleasant wife with no attitude.
Is it not more interesting that my parents came here?
Like, I feel like anyone, I can't imagine any woman I've ever met reading that and being like, finally, my king has arrived.
to escape communism. They could barely speak the language, and I lifted my
That's
family
awesome,
out of
bro.
poverty and turned us into multimillionaires. Is that
Okay.
not more interesting than me saying men want one
It's
thing and then
yes,
listing
but
off
it's
4 things?
uncontroversial. Why would I want to discuss that? Tell me, what is a pleasant
There you
wife
go.
with no attitude?
Sebastian, can I ask
You
what
know
you
what an
do?
interesting conversation is? Do you think an interesting conversation entails someone just sucking your dick and doing a puff piece? I think that is what you think it
No.
is based on your podcast.
No, not at all.
You're-
Not at all. I've done interesting stuff, and we could have interesting
Just
conversations.
tell me, you
about
wrote
what
it.
I've
What
done
is
and
a
what you've
pleasant
done.
wife with no attitude?
I'm just saying, Ethan, that there is a lot of interesting conversations that don't have to be controversial. But you don't know that because your entire brand is based on controversy.
No. I'm having an interesting conversation.
What's his job?
Based on our differences of opinion. Right.
What's his
Okay.
job?
So do you have a difference
He's
in
a
opinion? You don't
drop
want a
shipper. I'll get
pleasant
into
wife?
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want a wife? Do you want a wife with attitude?
What is
Ethan?
attitude?
A wife that nags, a wife that talks back to you, a wife that remarks at you and says sly comments. Do you want that in your house?
Right.
Who the fuck talks like this? Sly comments.
Right. Well, do you think that when a woman quote unquote nags, that's just like an inherent quality of women? Because you act like it's kind of
No.
right. Because you act like there would never be a reason for a woman to bother you about anything. Like your significant other would never have a legitimate reason to quote nag you.
I would never want my wife to call me weird names or like make remarks towards me. Yeah, like I would never want her to say that I'm stupid or I don't look good or just
Oh, of
have an
course. Well,
attitude
that's
with
just
me.
mean.
If I ask her to do something, if
That's
I ask
not
her to
nagging.
do something, I wouldn't want her to have an attitude with me and to I would want her to act and speak to me as if
I
we're
don't
on the
want a
same
wife
team,
with
the same way that I would do that for her.
attitude.
Yeah,
We're-
but that's
we're an
just
equal
that's
team.
obvious. You're
There we go.
you're saying I don't want her to call me ugly. I mean, that's just mean. That's just like a toxic relationship. That's nothing to do with pleasant wife with no attitude. Sometimes an attitude is warranted, right? Like you got a little attitude with me today. And that's cool, right? Because that's warranted because it's a little bit contentious, our conversation. So sometimes an attitude is justified, right?
I don't know. It depends on the scenario. I don't know.
Okay. So it depends on the scenario. So is there ever a scenario that you would have with your significant other that would warrant her to have an attitude with you?
I mean, yeah, I imagine if I like did something really stupid, like if I don't know, I would never do this because I'm not a cheater, but I could imagine if I cheated, she'd have an attitude, which is
I think that's
definitely
mildly
warranted.
putting it mildly, yeah,
But
an attitude.
I would never do that because that is not
Freaking
not the person
attitude
that I am.
over here.
But yeah, I just want a pleasant wife with no attitude. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I would say
Jesus.
that most women would want
How
a
does he
pleasant
keep
husband
saying it?
that has ambition and has goals, and I think that's fine.
Well, yeah, and I want that in my woman too. I want a smart woman who has
Sure.
ambitions and goals too. But we're all
So
different,
you
right?
agree with me? You agree with me on one thing.
Well, no, I think that people want partners that they respect.
So you agree with me, but you just don't like my verbiage.
No, I think your verbiage of no attitude implies that women are docile creatures there to be subservient and just obey and to they're just there to make your home, right?
Well, that's just an assumption. That's just an assumption.
But it's in the language.
God, he's such a smarmy little fuck, dude.
I love women. Women are the
I
the
didn't
most
say you don't
beautiful
love
things on
women,
this
bro.
planet. I know.
But
I'm
they have a
telling you
role to
who I
play.
am.
They have a role, right?
No, they're the most. Yeah, well, women and men have a role to play, of course.
Right, but they have a specific
it's
role.
not-
What is the woman's role?
It's not subservient. They don't have to be subservient to the man, but they complement.
They
the
don't
man, and the
have
man
to be,
complements
but
the
if they
woman.
wanted
make a
to, it'd
great
be
team
cool.
together.
Okay, you're not saying anything. What is the woman's role?
To be, what do you mean? The woman's role in a
Yeah.
household?
Yeah.
Can you
In
be
a
more
relationship,
specific?
in a household, yeah.
Ooh, let's see.
You know, I find it interesting that you're being so thoughtful.
I want this man to tell me what my proper place in a home is.
About it now because I've seen millions of videos of you spitting this shit off. Like, this is what a woman needs to do. They need to be at home. They need to support the man.
I'm always thoughtful. No. I'm always thoughtful, and those
But
videos
it
that
seems
you
like
see,
something
I'm
you
probably
would
doing
know.
the same thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Those
What's the
videos
woman's
are
role?
highly edited. Those videos are highly edited.
But you're
and they're
putting them
quick
on your
like this.
TikTok, bro. It's your fucking
I'm not
voice. It's
putting
your.
them-
It's your team. You pay people to put it on the internet to make you look cool to other dudes. That's why it's there.
Let me answer your question.
Please.
And let me just think about it so I give you a good answer.
You said women prefer to submit. Why is that funny?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I think a girl's job. I think a girl's job is to display a lot of love and a lot of. Hold on, let me get in focus.
What the fuck does that? What the fuck does that mean?
I think a girl's job is to be the affectionate one, to be extremely affectionate, and to be very loving.
You sound
and very
insecure.
patient and very understanding for their children and their husbands, and to make the children feel loved and heard. I think that's a woman's job. I think it's her job to. Women have this kind of love for their children that nobody else in the world will understand.
I love my
Men
kids.
will never understand.
No, I love. See, that's a little crazy
Yes.
to me.
I'm sure you do, but I think that
You think
men
my
and women
wife
love their
loves my
in
kids
different
more
ways.
than me, or differently?
No,
than
I
me?
never said that. No, I said that they're different. I think a father and a mother will love their children differently, not more than the other, but just in different ways.
I disagree
A father
with that.
loves.
That's crazy.
Okay, that's fine. And a father is going to want to protect his kids, and he's going to want to provide an environment where his family can feel safe. And he's also
so
going
you're
to want
saying
to pass
being
down
muscular,
lessons
like that's not
and
really an
pass down-
active role in their
pass
life.
down lessons,
Pass down lessons.
Ethan, I'm pretty sure you as a father need muscles to move, therefore, they're necessary for your family life.
Wisdom.
Okay.
Wisdom to his children.
Was this a fucking
and
like
the
medieval
the mother
times?
is. No, this is just nature.
We're,
This is just what
we're
how it's
passing
always
down
been.
wisdom. Like, of what are we doing? Sitting around a campfire singing songs and shit. I feel like
All
you're.
right, Ethan, you're
All right,
you're
Ethan.
almost 40 years old.
I'm
You're almost 40
37.
years old.
Yeah.
These things that you're saying, like you're just snapping back at me. Nothing you're saying, it's not like you're not disproving me in any way. You're just
I
saying
want
whatever comes to your
to
mind. You're being
challenge
very
your
emotional.
opinions.
You're being very but we're not even having a conversation. I'm just talking and you're just like spitballing off everything that I say.
Well,
like trying to correct me like a little kid. It's just very childish.
Well, you're going off into places I know I'm not gonna there are not a good topic, because you're gonna go on and explain things that are pretty obvious and uncontroversial. Like you go, I just want women to be like nice to me. I mean, you said women prefer.
That's literally what I said. I
Yeah.
want women to be pleasant.
Women prefer.
And I want women to. You took that however you took it. I said I want women to be pleasant with no attitude. That means if I don't want you to do something because it makes me feel whatever uncomfortable, then please don't like make it a huge deal.
I think you're okay. What? So you think women prefer to submit? This is something you've said.
Okay, so we're gonna ignore everything.
Well, what do you
We're just
want?
gonna
Do you
move on.
want to go have a specific conversation?
I want you to stop acting. I want you to stop acting
Damn,
like a
they're
child.
little
I want you
babies.
to let me speak, and then we can discuss.
Women prefer to submit. Is that correct?
I think women are happier when they feel like their husbands can properly lead them, or their mans. I think women are happier when they know that the person that they're with is going to make the right decision, and they don't have to worry about it. And I would.
I don't. These types of men are difficult, because I'm sure there's some sort of approach that I could take when talking to a dude bro like this. But like, he just frankly, he just seems like he's only ever going to respect like a dude he perceives as more masculine than him, you know?
I would say that's a form of submission in a way, yes.
What is your
and
data on
I would
that?
agree.
Yeah, Nexus of Midnight, Ethan.
Just what I've seen in myself
in your long
in my life.
Ethan needs to debate his way into the White House, baby.
4 years.
Yes.
How many long-term relationships have you been in?
I've been in a few long-term relationships.
A
But
few?
I'm not going to tell you the number.
Because
I'm gonna keep that
you've
private.
only been legally allowed to even have sex for 6 years, so.
Well, in my culture, we don't have to have. We don't necessarily have sex. I don't know. I'm Christian
What?
and Romanian, so like we don't just date and then hook up on the first night. That's not how it works.
Okay. Okay. So in your experience, women like to be uh, uh, uh,
Most
submitted.
women would agree with that. Women would agree with
Do you
that.
talk to a lot of
Like,
women?
Women would agree with that.
When I'm single, yes, but
Yeah.
most women would agree with that. And they do. They want a man that's like, hey, if my guy's if he
Well,
always makes the right decision, I'd prefer to just let him do his thing.
Well, I don't want to seem
I'm sure-
presumptuous,
I'm
but
sure your wife is like that too, Ethan. I'm sure. I don't know. What's your wife's name? Could you tell me?
Hila.
Gila?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure she's like that too, and that's a form of submission.
I don't want to be presumptuous, but there are women here. Do you guys want to talk about? Are you happier submitting?
I also like it when my partner is nice. I also like it when my partner doesn't say I'm ugly. I also like it when my partner is nice to kids and animals. I like that. I like a partner who likes my strength. I think.
What's your name?
I'm Olivia.
Can you tell me your name? So, Olivia, my question was, do you like it when your man, say you have, I don't know if you have a boyfriend or husband or whatever, but theoretically, when your man, if he were to always make the right decision and you felt inside of you that you could trust him and you didn't have to worry, would you prefer that to the alternative, which is, I don't think that my man is making the right decision right now and I'm going to have to figure this out on his behalf? Which would you prefer? And you can be honest.
I would prefer that both of us know how to do it together. Like
That's what I do.
I
in
would
my
rather
life.
have
Yeah.
a say
That's what
than
me
not
and
have
Lynn
a
do.
say.
We talk.
But you're implying it's a masculine trait to be dependable, and it's not a female trait to be dependable. You see what? Like,
You're a lady if you rely on ladies.
you're not explicitly saying that, but you're asking. You're like you women want a man
ridiculousness
that could
here.
depend on. It's not as important for men though, because it's not really a feminine trait for a woman to be dependable.
No, women have to be dependable, but I
Okay,
think
so what's the
it's probably
difference?
they're just dependable. They're just dependable in
That's
different
also
ways.
European.
I would
old school
imagine.
European. That's how they
I,
think.
for one, don't think that the whole submitting thing is right.
It's not American.
I prefer
'cause
partnership.
It's European, Asian. It's more his.
That's Lena, by the way. She's a woman.
Okay, so you guys, you ladies prefer partnership. That's fine. Then just imagine a scenario where you're with a husband, and for every single decision that he has to make, he's going to come and consult you for every single thing. He's like, hey, babe, what do you think about this? Like he
Well,
has
it
no
depends-
sense of leadership or direction.
If it concerns both of
You
us
really
or
want
not.
that.
If it's something that's just in his life,
Important
he can
stuff.
handle himself. But
Important
if
stuff.
it concerns me, I'd like to know about it. I'd like to give my input on it.
I
like,
think it's actually fascinating that you bring that up. Like, why would you want your man to consult you? Because he thinks you're an equal and values your opinion on things. I mean, are you saying, oh, I don't want to ask my wife what gum I should chew right now? Or like, what are you talking about? Because it's obvious that in big life decisions, you should consult your partner.
Look, my girlfriend, she trusts me. If I
Mine
say
too.
it's a better decision for us to financially do this or to wait until we do this,
Right.
I will tell her, I'll explain it to her, and she'll give me suggestions. Sometimes she'll trust me sometimes and not give me suggestions. I'll be open with her. And if she does give me
This guy sucks. Like, wanting to be this controlling in a relationship is the reddest of red flags.
a suggestion, I'm not just going to toss it in the trash. No, I'm going to listen to her and honor her. I don't think that we are really disagreeing on much here. I think that we're literally just splitting hairs.
Right, but okay, so then what's interesting is that you are appealing to this red-pilled community. This is, if you go to your TikTok, if you go to your YouTube, this is your identity. You're getting these men and you're telling them that this is the alpha way of life. And when you say that we're not that different, I do agree, and we kind of both understand
Do
which
I have
is
a
the
Discord
obvious
server?
what makes a good
Yeah,
relationship
NCAT
and stuff,
bitch.
but the way you
Riverboat.
paint it online,
Just riverboat.gg/discord.
is you say women are submissive. And then what you just said is like, when you have to make a financial decision, it's your decision, right? But you'll ask, but you'll take, but she's in no position to make that decision, right? That's ultimately your decision. That's you.
I don't think that we're that similar. I think that we're just agreeing about this specific thing. just to correct you there. And then I don't know what you asked me. What your
Well, you're
last question
presenting your
was.
opinion in a way that I think is harmful to men specifically, actually, because women know better, right? And I think some women have a like tradition.
Vegan for the
Ethan,
memes.
let me just say something.
I need to watch more Mooncap videos.
Most
She's
of your
very
content,
entertaining.
most of your audience used to be men, and now it's not. Now a majority of your audience is women, and my audience looks up to me. They're inspired by me, and I've had conversations with plenty of men, older, younger, same age, that have said that I've changed their life for the better. They feel happier. They feel better about themselves, and they're in a much better position in life right now because I've inspired them. Most of my audience is males. So I don't think you can say that I'm not a good role model for men when your audience used to literally be mostly men.
Okay.
And over time, men have stopped watching you
sorry,
because they don't look up to you in any way. You're not a role model to these men. They don't want to consume your content. Your content is very hateful. It's uninspiring.
Okay.
My content is very inspiring. So hold on, I'm almost done. You can
Yo,
respond.
Ethan is not a hateful
To give you an
channel.
example, I've been in a car with someone
Not
before
hateful.
that he stopped me, and he works for me now, but he said, Sebastian, my father was never around. I don't have any older brothers. I don't have anyone to look up to. You're literally the only person I've ever looked up to, and you have made me such a better person. I've gotten in the gym. I've taken care of myself. I've started a business, and now I'm making good money. And this kid who was 18 was crying in front of me when I met him for the first time.
How many
because
peop-
I was that much of a role model. To
I've
him.
had people cry when they meet
So
me. Probably more than you.
Yeah, but probably not because you inspired them. Probably just because you're
Why
famous.
not?
And
You think people just cry
Ethan,
because I'm famous?
I'm just saying.
People
Ethan,
shed tears
I'm
for
just-
me, bro. They're a mess.
I don't think
there's-
that you would even disagree with me when I say that I'm a much better role model at 24 for men than you are at 37.
Okay, good. I'll come back. By the way, my audience is like 50-50 male and female. But you're right. It used to be majority men. But let me go back to what you said. You said because a lot of men look up to you, you're more qualified to talk about what's good for men.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so
No, I
what was
didn't
your
say that.
point?
I didn't say that. I said I said I'm a better role model for men, and I don't think you're. I don't think you're a role model for men at all.
Right. Because I have a more women audience. Is that,
No,
but that's
because
what you
men
said.
don't look up. Because you used to. You used to have a more male audience, and now you don't.
I
And that's because
alienated.
men have no reason to look up to you.
Right. Well, a lot of people looked up to Hitler. Does that mean he was right?
No, of course not. But I'm not Hitler. I'm not.
Man, that was an awfully long pause.
I'm not
Of course,
crazy.
it's an extreme example, but just because you have people that look up to you doesn't make you right.
I mean, yeah, that was just a very poor example. That doesn't really that doesn't prove you right or anything.
So what? Okay, so this is good. What do you think makes you a better role model than me?
I encourage men to exercise, and I lead by example. Okay. That's one
Exercise?
thing.
What if I told you exercise is not
the
most important?
The second thing is I encourage men to become financially independent, and there's plenty of ways you can do that leveraging the internet. Okay. You've seen it because you've done it yourself. So you know that I'm right. And there's plenty of ways to do it as well. And I encourage men to do that instead of the alternative, which is going and getting a job that they might regret later in life. And they do that. Okay. I also encourage men to not be a degenerate, not sleep around with a bunch of girls, and to get one.
Yeah, notice the use of the word degenerate. We know where these ideas are coming from, boys.
Girl, to be loyal to that girl and to build a family with her. That's what I encourage men to do. Okay, so those three things are very, very important for me, among others as well. But those are, I would say, like the most important ones.
Okay, and that makes you a better role model than me. How?
Because you don't do that. You don't promote exercise. You spread a bunch of hate. You don't love anyone. Your whole entire worldview is negative. You're like you don't spread love. Like
Wait, what do you mean? I don't love anyone.
I meant to say that you don't spread love.
Only
like your
I'm
entire
on the
worldview
page.
is extremely negative.
Okay. Do you think
Is this kid a dropship scammer?
No, I do. I think you can observe that I criticize a lot of people, right? But the people I criticize, I think, are very worthy of being criticized. For example, Andrew Tate, I think, is just doing untold damage to a whole generation of men. But do you think that there's other ways to inspire people other than going to the gym and doing drop shipping and shit like that?
How do you think that you inspire people, Ethan? Do you believe you inspire people?
I wouldn't presume to do that much, you know what I mean? But I do think probably there's people. I wouldn't presume to even to make that assumption, though. You know,
Ethan, the thing is you.
it's a
you
little bit of
criticize
hubris,
everyone.
isn't it? It's a little bit of hubris to look at yourself as a savior like that.
No, I don't. You criticize everyone.
It's not
like
really
you
my
criticize
goal either.
everyone
I'm an
except-
entertainer. You know,
Except yourself.
I'm not a
Except
self-help guy.
yourself.
Right, you're not a self-help guy.
I mean, I'm an entertainer. I'm not a self-help guru.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, not. Okay. Anyway, look,
Let me show you this,
what I'm
dude.
trying to say.
This is gonna blow your fucking
Hold on.
mind. Ethan inspired me to lose weight. I'm under 200 pounds. Please, someone mayo up their dome. Look at, I inspired this man right here. That's a picture. That man, he would cry if he ever met me, boy. I'll tell you what, tears, kisses, and hugs, man. And I'll be like, I
That's
love
good.
you, dude.
There's an inspiration right there.
That's very inspirational.
Good job. You inspired one person. Good job.
So you think he's the only one out there?
He inspired me.
No, I
He
think
told me
I, think,
can't do
think you
jokes
should lead
today.
by- I think you
You're
should
doing
lead by
great, Jimmy.
example.
Thanks, buddy.
Do you think making
you'd be
people
much
laugh
more
is a?
inspiring if you
Do you
had a
think
great
making
body.
people laugh is important? Do you
I
think?
don't think that you make people laugh. I
What?
don't think that your
Okay,
content is
come
that
on.
funny.
That's it. That's it.
I mean, come on. Like, you might not think I'm funny, but we get 1 million views per podcast. We're one of the most important. We're one of the most biggest podcasts in the world. Like, you can't say that I don't make people laugh.
Oh God.
Like, even if you don't find
Ethan,
me funny, that's kind of a
you're-
crazy thing to say.
Your brand has been on a downtrend for the last 2 years.
Yeah, but
Your brand is dying.
That's
Your brand
not
is
true,
dying.
is it?
Your tweet got less likes. You got like 300
I
likes on your
tweeted
tweet.
directly
Like,
to you, dummy. It was a public
Dude.
tweet. It was literally I
Your brand-
tweeted directly to you. You understand how Twitter works, right?
yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
I do.
So then why would that get
Your
a lot of
brand-
likes?
Your brand is dying.
Why would that get a lot of
and,
likes?
And it's going to continue dying because of the type of content that you push.
It's not
You
really
can- sure,
dying,
there-
though, is it?
There's a lot of
How are you
there's,
dying?
yes it is.
In
People
what
have
way is it
consistently
dying?
Unsubscribed from people have consistently unsubscribed from your channel.
And so people unsubscribing, this one metrics proves that my brand is dying.
No, and the overall reputation that you have in the YouTube community. And when I looked up your name to just do research on who you are, because I don't know who you are, there is no shortage of videos talking
Wait,
about
you
how
don't know who
your
I am?
brand. You used to be so much more popular, and you used to be funny back in the day, but now you're like this
I used to be
SJW
funny.
person that spreads a ton of hate. And
Wait,
yes,
you
I
don't know
think
who
people
I
like
am?
that.
Did you know who I am when you made that TikTok saying I'm the worst person in the world and that I'm dumb?
I know who you are.
Well,
yes,
hold on,
but I
because you
don't
looked me
know
up
all of these
after I
people.
reached out, and it was after that video. It seems that you made a lot of presumptions about me.
No. I know. I've known who you are, but I've never like watched or consumed your content.
Okay. Do you just
So,
know
like, I
that
don't
I'm
know
the
you
worst?
as a person.
You just
I don't know you as a person. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm quoting you. You
Sebastian,
said
can
that
I pull
about
up your
yourself.
analytics? Your shit's on the down curve, brother. Your career is going down to the fucking dumps, bro. I mean, that is a
What the fuck?
colossal dump, bro.
That's
Off the cliff.
And I mean, at least mine is like pretty flat. But that is
Funny,
treacherous, man. You were going down like the Titanic, brother. That is rough.
That's brutal. His hands.
Can you get? Hold on. Yeah. So yeah, my analytics are down because I haven't posted content. I posted a video with my
Okay.
mom that I knew wouldn't do well, and I just posted a video yesterday. So yes, I know my analytics are down. I'm taking
Aw.
a little bit
Poor
of a
mom.
break from YouTube because
Getting
I've been
thrown
getting a lot
under
of
the bus
heat on the
there.
internet. So I just wanted to take a step back. That's why they're down.
It's tough being out there as a creator, huh? I don't think you're gonna make it. You see, if you have thin skin like that. I mean, that's why it's going down.
I think I'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
I think I'll be fine. Yeah.
Ethan, if I can
be all right.
interject in his behalf, I think he's going to do better than all of us together.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
Not you and me, him.
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Yeah, but I
That's just
disagree.
my
I mean,
opinion.
our podcast is continually in the top charts of the most popular podcasts in the world, and our viewership is phenomenal. I don't know if what you know is normal viewerships for a podcast, but regularly getting 1 million views on a podcast, and we post 4 or 5 times a week.
That's really impressive.
That's pretty impressive, don't you think? Like, clearly people like the show.
They wouldn't watch it if they
Sure. Yeah. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Yeah, you got
Atheist.
viewers.
Checkmate.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Listen. Let's see. I have other things I want to talk to you about. Here's one about what girls can't wear. So let's see. Let's take a
So
look
if
at
you're
this.
dating a girl, is there things she can and cannot wear? Well, it depends. I mean, fashion is so broad.
Right.
So I'll have to see. But
Dude, I don't get these Zoomer like podcast shows. Who watches this?
if she's dressed provocatively and I'm not with her, there's absolutely no reason why she should be dressing. Whose attention are you trying to get if I'm not there? If I go out with her, that's another thing. You should only care about my attention. If you're my wife, there should be no other attention from a man that you should care about other than mine. At all. Except for your father and your brother. That's it.
So your stance is
What
you
a
can
fucking
look
weirdo.
pretty when you're with me, but if you're not with me, you need to not look pretty.
No.
Okay.
Wrong. My stance is you shouldn't dress provocatively unless you're with me.
What's provocative?
Like showing a ton of cleavage or wearing as little clothing as possible.
Wearing as little clothing as possible. Okay, so it's cool when they're with you, but if they go out looking like that, it's not okay.
And I mean, no, I would say even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay. Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, it's a little insecure.
No, it's not.
It is a little bit.
It's a preference.
Well, no,
it's
a
not.
preference.
It's a preference.
Well, in this video, because you're kind of walking it back, so we can move on if you want. But in this video, you say, dress sexy when you're with me, but not when you're not with me.
Yeah, no, I would
But
say
now
I
you're saying
prefer
don't
if she
dress-
never dressed.
Don't dress
I'm not
sexy.
saying dress sexy. Women can dress sexy and not provocatively. You can dress sexy and be and
Again, the manosphere is and always has been built off of fear, and it's literally insecurity is baked into its bones. You know.
look tastefully good without showing like your tits and your butt and whatever. But
It's a
yeah,
preference.
I would say I would.
It's a preference
I
based
don't like
on
it.
your.
I don't like it.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's
not-
fair.
it's not-
No, that's fair. If you have that understanding with your partner, I think that's totally fair. But this
And it's not insecurity either. It's not insecurity. It's just I don't like that. I don't want.
It is. Like, let's follow the thread.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not.
You're
Would
a
you
role-
want? Would you want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would
hold
you
on.
want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
Well, the definition of a hoe, I guess, is. I'm not quite sure what that means. But
Well,
you're.
just answer my question. Would you want her out there dressing or wearing as minimal clothing as possible out in a club?
What I want my. Well, hold on. Hold on.
No, answer the question.
Okay, well, let me show you this.
Like, it's a
Do
yes
you
or
think-
no.
Okay, well, hold
It's
on.
a yes
Then.
or
Is
no.
my wife dressed like a.
He thinks he's got that. That's his gotcha, Chad.
Oh, here. Because I just want to get your. She posted this to social media.
Would you go out to dinner with your wife dressed like that?
Of course, she wouldn't go like that. I mean, why? But do you?
I don't know
just-
why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife, your relationship.
No, no, but I just want.
wouldn't. I
No,
wouldn't
say
be
what
okay
you
with her
want.
posting
Say
on
what you
Instagram.
want. I'm trying to understand your point. Would you? Do you think she's dressed like a hoe right now? And you can say yes. It's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want her posting. I wouldn't want my girlfriend posting pictures like
Okay,
that
because
on
that's a
Instagram.
preference from insecurity, right? Because
No, it's not.
Because
it's just, it's a I don't want that.
yeah, because it makes you feel insecure.
It doesn't make me feel insecure.
How
I
does it
feel
make you
perfectly
feel?
secure.
How does it make you feel?
I don't like the hold on. How that girl's portraying herself, like how she's basically advertising and like saying like, look how nice my body looks for the entire world to see, for the entire public to see. I don't like that. I want
Why?
her to just save that for me.
Why
because
don't
that's
you like
what
it?
I like.
But
I just don't
why?
want other people seeing it. It's mine.
Are you
because
not?
It's mine.
It's yours. It's yours.
It's my wife. I don't want everyone to see her body. It's my wife.
It's mine. It's mine. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe Ethan. Like, Ethan just teased that out of him effortlessly. That was very impressive on Ethan's part, but also just like, yo, bro, you just called. I don't think he's married at this point, but like, I hope your potentially future wife sees this on your wedding day and walks out on you. Okay.
Wife. Yes,
But
and
do
I'm
you-
hers.
Okay, and so, well, to me, I don't want to
100%,
control. I
yeah.
want my wife Ela to be as powerful and confident as she wants to be. I'm
Hell
not
yeah.
threatened by other women looking at her in a way that they think maybe she's attractive or maybe she looks hot or whatever, because I trust her, right?
It's
She
not-
know. Well, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. I know that there's no one else out there who's going to tempt her away from me, and I want her to feel powerful and confident. Okay.
Not insecure is what you're saying. That's all.
I don't think I'm insecure,
Well,
right?
That's what you just said. I'm not
Yeah,
insecure.
yeah.
I'm the same with my wife.
Yeah.
She's with me, and nobody's going to do anything.
Exactly.
I mean, she's not going to do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I just want you to dig a little deeper and explain why you don't like it, because it's yours, because she's yours, and nobody else
Yeah,
can
she's
see
my
her
wife.
body. Nobody else can see her body
Yeah.
but you.
Yes.
Even if she wants to show
100%.
it. Even if she wants to show it because she wants to feel
She
sexy.
doesn't want to.
Oh,
She doesn't want to.
I know, but you're a role model and you're putting this out on your TikTok. This is what you're putting out. I know you guys have a preference, but I'm talking about your influence on men. So if she wants to go out and dress sexy and look good, you're against that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm against her dressing provocatively. She can look nice, of course, but
Because for
dressing
women,
provocatively-
putting on makeup and dressing sexy and going out, it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel confident. It's not necessarily about wanting to fuck other
you know,
people.
it's what it is what makes them feel powerful about it is when they go out and they dress really nice. What gives them the power is the attention that they get. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a guy walking up to them. It could be a guy looking at them.
Okay.
And that's what gives them the power. It's the attention from other men.
Okay.
And if that weren't true, then they could dress up and
It
look
is
True. But notice how fucking like he's talking about it and it's like he almost gets it. Right? That like he's treating women as an accessory to show off to other men, right? Like he articulates that idea.
amazing and just
That's true,
and
he
they could
said.
stay in home or they could look in the mirror and without anyone around.
So they can dress
And
hot but stay at
don't
home.
I don't think that if I have a girlfriend, she should have a desire to go out there and even seek the attention from other men because the attention she gets from me is enough to
But
fulfill
don't we
her.
all
That's
crave
where I'm standing.
validation? Like, don't we all crave validation in some way?
You should get enough validation from your wife, and your wife should get enough from you. She should be inspired by you, and maybe if you had a six pack, she would be more inspired by you, and she wouldn't post thirst traps on Instagram. But you should be inspired by your significant other.
Okay, so me not having a six-pack is promoting my wife to seek male attention because I'm not hot enough, because my attention is not working.
Maybe if you took care of yourself, Ethan, and you were in better shape, maybe she wouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe.
No,
she
it's a good
wouldn't. Who knows?
hypothesis. It's a good hypothesis. So if I was hotter,
Maybe not.
If I was hotter, she wouldn't feel the need.
Not hotter. If you took care of
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah.
You
If
don't
I was
have to be hotter.
Okay, if I was skinny and I had a six-pack.
If she saw you and you're like, wow, he really cares and respects himself, and I like his attention, and I don't need to go out there and look for attention from guys in the comments or whatever.
See, don't you see you're insecure? Because I know
It's
she's
not insecurity.
Yes, it is. You are insecure, dude.
Okay.
You're threatened by the other attention that people give to your significant other. You're threatened.
I'm not threatened by it at all. I know that there's not going to be other guys out there that can compete with me for my girl. My girl
I
loves
don't
me.
even need to compete.
I just don't
I'm
like
not
it.
even thinking
It's
about
not-
competition.
I'm not threatened. I'm not threatened. I just don't like it. It doesn't threaten me. If she
Why don't you like it? You don't like it because it threatens you.
Look, Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Right.
I'm going to just split here. I'm going to go find a girl that respects me. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life. I like to take control of my life and live my life the way I think
That's
is best for
fine.
me.
But you're putting
And you don't
out
like to do that.
messages to
You don't
young
like-
men as a role model, self-proclaimed role model.
Yes.
You refer to your girlfriend as She's yours. I mean, she's a human being, right, with her own desires. She's not an object.
Yes, absolutely. She is mine, and I'm hers. We are to die for each other.
Don't you feel a little slutty when you walk around with your big biceps out and shit?
I only
Are
put
they
on this
big
shirt
biceps?
so that I could show you guys that I work out.
Are they
That's
big?
a little
Most of the time
fucking
I'm wearing a hoodie.
slutty, bro. Are you looking for validation from people in chat? Because you're cross.
I'm just trying to show you guys. I'm just trying to flex on you guys.
But
I'm trying
why?
to show you guys what's up.
No, but like you think
That's
that
not
it's
even
funny.
big biceps.
You think you're being funny, but you actually just totally undermined everything you said. You're putting out your biceps. Why are you doing it? For validation.
I'm not doing it for validation.
You just said you
No,
wanted
I'm
to show it
not.
off. You just said you wanted
Ethan,
to show
it was
it
a
off.
joke. Ethan, I just put on a shirt and I'm
Okay,
on.
but
I'm
okay, so
talking
it's
to
a
you right
joke,
now.
but your
I'm
arms-
sorry that my biceps are big and you're looking.
We'll
at them,
cover
so-
up. I'm sorry that my wife has big, beautiful titties.
I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Can you guys give me like
Yeah,
2 minutes?
absolutely. Please, yeah, please go ahead.
I feel Dan more normal now. You better like me now, Dan. Where'd you find this guy?
On TikTok, he's just one of these characters. You know what I mean?
I feel validated today. I feel cured of histrionic personality disorder after meeting this guy.
Yeah, Jimmy's cured.
You couldn't be from two different worlds, Ethan.
Well,
You
we
two
are.
guys. No,
We are.
him and you.
No, we are. I'm saying we are.
Yeah, you're just.
Okay, this is slutty. I gotta ask him about this. That is.
Is that him?
That's slutty, brother. That's him. That's a bit of a thirst trap. I would even go as far as to. He has his headphones on. He can hear me. I know you're listening. Hope
So
the
his
piss
whole
is
life
not
is
good.
going to the gym. That's pretty
He
much. what
doesn't
his
want to
whole-
admit it, but yeah.
His whole life is the gym.
That's
okay.
And so my thing is like the gym is not like the end all be all. It's not going to fix
But
all
that's
your
his
problems.
whole life is
Yeah,
the gym.
yeah.
So,
And that's
is he married, the guy?
He's in a serious relationship. I understand it, but he's not married.
Where does he live, if you don't mind me asking?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What's his address?
I believe Arizona.
What
Arizona?
side of the
Beautiful
bed
Arizona.
does he sleep on?
Anybody here from Arizona?
I'm on it.
Extremely beautiful.
Anyone here from Arizona?
I think he went to Discord to ask for meme
Getting
themed
his iced tea.
disses.
He likes those iced teas.
Hey, dude.
So,
thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. I know it's getting a little contentious, but I appreciate that we're having this conversation.
What does that word contentious mean? Can you tell me what that means? You've used it.
21st.
Dude. 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 What does that word mean? I can tell you who at table's not winning at Scrabble.
For your 24 years of wisdom and you don't know what contentious means? It means we're butting heads. We're butting heads. We're at odds.
Okay.
Yeah. Argumentative. Hey, dude, look
So
at this.
what thirst trap did I post?
Bro, this
the
is
shirtless picture on Instagram?
Yes, dude. This is unacceptable. That's a thirst trap. That is
Yeah.
like you're
Well,
yeah.
that was before. That was before. So that's
23
why.
weeks. How long you been with your girlfriend? Thought you
And it was also, I mean, pretty inspiring, I would say, considering I was.
women can't be
pretty
inspiring
overweight.
with their bodies?
I mean, there's nothing inspiring by taking off your shirt and showing men your tits. It's
That's
not
what you're
inspiring.
doing. You literally just took your
That's
shirt
exactly
off.
what
and
I'm doing in that photo.
Yeah, yeah. But the difference is I trained extremely hard
Well,
and
what
I
about the
dieted
girls who
properly to
train
get those.
extremely hard?
You trained extremely hard. Yeah, 'cause beautiful people don't have to do things to be beautiful. Yeah, alright, bud. Okay. Yeah. The difference is you tried hard, everyone else and they just tripped into it.
And then post, like Ela is training right now with a trainer for a few
That's
months.
exactly what Ela's photo was.
That she's showing off.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's great.
Oh well, I think
Sure.
that it's super inspiring that she did that.
But
Well,
don't
yeah,
you see
if
how
you're- if
silly
you're
you're
training
being?
and you're-
Inspires me
Sure.
actually.
Don't you see how silly you're being? You go, oh, I didn't know that. But it's like, Everybody who's posting pictures like there's a lot of them just feel good. They want to show it off all
Well,
their hard
no,
work.
there's different contexts, right? These things are a lot more nuanced. Like if you're just posting a slutty picture versus if you're like working out and you're showing your core or like your progress in the gym, like before and after, that's a different context.
Okay,
Oh,
so
boiled
gym
peanuts.
progress
This
pics
is
are good.
10,000% brain
It's a different
rot.
context.
So
You
if a
can't
girl
hello,
posts
how are you
herself
doing?
in like tight gym pants and like a bralette to show off progress, is that cool? Or is that slutty?
Look, I still wouldn't want my girlfriend to do that. Just my personal preference.
Right.
But it's okay. I understand that if you want to show people your progress and you're proud of it, I'm all about that.
Yeah, but did you see it's a little silly because it kind of all qualifies as that when people want to show off and feel good.
No,
because we're all working on
I just think it's
ourselves.
context. Yeah, sure. I just think it's context.
Yeah, because
but-
this video you're putting out as the self-proclaimed role model says women should not ever do that because that means they don't respect their man. Like this is you as a role model talking to men.
Hey, Sarah.
Because now you're
over
adding
in
nuance
YouTube
and
chat.
context and stuff, and you're walking stuff back, and you seem more human, right? But like when I watch
Well,
it,
this is how I
well,
am.
hold
This is
on
how I
though,
am.
because
Of
that's
course,
not what you're
of course
selling.
On TikTok,
That's not what
of
you're
cour-
selling.
Ethan, of course, I'm not selling anything.
Yes,
of course,
you are.
on TikTok,
You're
things
selling
are taken
yourself
out of context,
as a
and I have
self-help
no
person.
control. I have
Stop
no
it! It's
control
your
over that.
people.
No, I don't. I don't have a self-help
what happened to being an
course.
alpha male, bro? You don't have control of your own social media account and the
I
people
never-
you pay.
I never said
Well, who
I
would want to
was.
be? You're
I never-
incompetent. I have
I
control
never
over
said
my
I
shit.
was.
That's pretty hot.
I never said I was, Ethan.
You
I
say
never said I
that you
was.
pay
and
them.
You know.
You pay them.
You know.
You pay them.
Listen.
You said you
right,
pay them.
Listen. You. Okay. Are you done?
You said you pay them.
Ethan just came out of I didn't see this coming, but like of course he'd be good at it. I didn't expect Ethan to be this good at doing this. It's like finish him. Let's see this. I want the debate arc to continue for as long as possible. I'm enjoying this quite a bit.
Yes, I do. Are you done?
Well, now that yes,
Can I
I'm done.
speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I never said I was an alpha male. I don't sell any self-help courses. I don't do any of
You're
that.
inspiring.
Okay. I'm just trying to inspire people. Sure. And I actually forgot what I was going to say, unfortunately, but
That's
hopefully
okay.
it comes back to my
Let's
mind.
go back. Let's go back. Well, yeah. I mean, ultimately, don't you sell courses though about like being a drop shipper and shit?
So I'm glad you asked. We actually have a free course.
You have a free
and
course,
people
but
can go in. Yep. People can go and join that for free. We just launched our first paid course yesterday.
so you do sell stuff
And yes, as of yesterday, I sell paid.
because you just said you
And
don't
I,
sell stuff.
I said I don't sell self-help stuff. God, Ethan, you are so annoying to argue with. You
But
just
because
you just like
your ideas
you're
are
picking
inconsistent.
you're picking at like the tiniest
not.
little details like that. You're just
That's what-
arguing like such a child.
No, but that's what it feels like to you. But I'm picking at your logical inconsistencies because your opinions, they're like.
You would have been a good lawyer, Ethan.
Well, thank you.
No, I'm listening to you.
But they're
Just a random realization I came to, but if you think about how much of transphobia is rooted in the desire for patriarchal power, the fact that people tend to attack trans women more than trans men, generally more accepting of trans men, is not only proof that they care about patriarchal power, it's also proof that subconsciously they absolutely see trans women as women, because they instinctively treat trans women worse than trans men, just like they would treat AFAB women worse than AMAB men. Maybe. I don't know.
they're not small points,
yeah.
right?
Am I right, Olive? I just thought of that.
They're not.
Yeah.
They feel annoying to you because like you don't have adequate answers because your whole identity is contradictory. You're on one hand selling this image and you're not selling it right. People don't have to buy to watch your TikTok, but you're branding yourself as a self-help guy and you put out videos like this about what women can and cannot wear. And then ultimately you're building yourself as a personality like Andrew Tate to sell courses. I mean, I'm not fucking born yesterday. We all know how it works, bro. Stop it.
No.
Stop, bro. Why are you pretending like it's not
Okay.
the funnel?
That's not because I'm not funneling people to buy my courses. Yes, there are things that when I speak in these podcasts, they are intended to be a little bit more polarizing. You probably do that too,
Whoa,
and that's how
didn't you
you
accuse
get
me?
exposure.
Didn't you accuse me of being polarizing, and that's why I was a bad dude?
So hold on.
You just
So
said you
hold on,
post
listen.
polarizing content.
No. I'm saying in those instances. Okay, look. If I can't get my thoughts out, I'm going to lose my train of thought. And then if you won't let me finish speaking, I'm just not going to do it anymore. But I want to finish. I want to tell you.
Here's your
Go ahead.
answer. He answered it.
No, okay. So, yes, in order
Be
to
right
grow
back,
and a faster way to grow, you post content and if it's controversial, then it goes viral. Sure. And the truth is that Sebastian, if you watch my longer form content and if you watch my podcast throughout, you will see, and now you see as well, interviewing me, that I have a more nuanced perspective on things. And a lot of the time, there's a gray area, there's context, and I can understand that. So that's just the truth. When people see me and they're like, who is this shithead? They come and watch me on YouTube and they're like, okay, or whatever. Or they interview me or they watch podcasts like, okay, he actually is not
People
a
think you're a
shithead. He actually
shithead?
knows a couple of stuff. I'm just using a word.
Do people
Anyway,
think you're a shithead?
so yes, those videos
Do people
go viral.
think you're
and,
a shithead?
Well, no, I don't know, Ethan. I wouldn't imagine they think I'm a shithead.
Because that's
Probably
what you
some people
accuse
do.
me of, being a bad guy, and people don't like me, and that's people think you're a shithead because you're controversial.
So, yes, when we post these,
so what's the
podcasts,
difference between what we
people
do?
actually see me for who I am. The difference is when you actually find out who I am,
Right.
I'm a decent person.
Unlike me.
And when people look at you,
Yeah.
yes, unlike you, you're someone
I'm
that
an
spreads
ass.
a ton of hate.
That's the
and
difference.
someone that is not an example to follow.
So the difference between us is that once you get to know both of us, people will learn that you're a great guy and I'm still a piece of shit.
Now that's funny.
But that's what you said.
That's hysterical. You're killing me.
Ethan, I don't think there's anything very inspiring about you.
Right, I've heard that. I've
I'm
heard
sorry,
that before.
but I don't. And maybe I don't know you that well. Maybe there is.
Well, people.
But I don't think that there is.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Listen, let's move on. Right? I don't want to. I don't want to. Here, let's talk about this one.
Well, can we find common ground on something? Is there anything that you agree on with?
Sorry. I think there is a lot of common ground. Like we have. I think there's crossover on values, but these are values that's like universal. Like you don't want your partner to call you ugly. That's not interesting, right?
So that's our common ground.
Well, I'm just making a point. We have lots of common ground, but that's like normal shit, right? And so I just you're branding. We both have good hairlines. Pull your hairline back. Let me see. That's pretty good hairline.
Good
brother.
hairline. Very good hairline. I'm jealous, Dan. Dan, I'm jealous.
So-
Jersey
Jimmy,
Outlaw's
I'm
jealous
sorry,
of that
brother.
hairline.
Jimmy has to sit this one out.
Yeah, sorry, Jimmy. He just said you got to sit this one out.
Sorry, Jimmy.
I know. I'll have Olivia lower it down a little bit.
I do
So
want to.
are you not like Ethan? Is there nothing about what I've done on the internet that you find inspiring at all? Like what I've done for my family, like what I've done for young men, what I've done for people, I've inspired people. Is none of that important to you in any way?
Okay, so how did you make money? Let's start there.
Okay, so I'll tell you, and don't interrupt me, okay? I have a video on
Don't
this. You can
interrupt
watch
me.
it for more detail, but I'll summarize it. So when I was in high school, I looked on the internet for ways to make money because, as you know, probably I didn't have any of it myself.
No,
so I was the first thing I did was I started working at Taco Bell, and then I started working at a car wash vacuuming cars, and then I started vacuuming cars, and then I got into sales, and then I got into real estate, and then after real estate, I started doing drop shipping. That's where I started drop shipping. So I would start a store, work on it, start another store, work on it, and every store that I started, I became better at it. I became more skilled, and
What
I
is
made money
drop
drop
shipping?
shipping. Drop shipping?
Yeah.
You know what drop shipping is.
I just
I'm
want
not
you
gonna
to
explain. You
explain
know
what it is. It's when you buy shit from Alibaba and then like resell it on Amazon, super marked up, right?
No, I mean you buy stuff wholesale and then you sell it somewhere else.
retail.
You can attach a logo. You can create a brand around it. There's a lot of things you could do, and it doesn't have to be cheap products. And you know what dropshipping is because you have a brand yourself, and you guys source clothing that is not the highest quality clothing, and you guys overprice it. So you know very well what this business is, and you know how to do it.
You think that
So
my
I did
clothing
that.
brand is drop shipping?
No, I think that your clothing brand is sourced from from China or from wholesale places that are cheaply made with cheap quality, and then you sell it overpriced. People are better off just going to H&M at the mall and buying clothes there.
So
And plus,
what you do?
also,
So
when
what
I
you-
was watching, hold on, when I was watching this video on you, there was a person that was also comparing your designs, and you guys were stealing tons and tons and tons of designs from other brands, which in the past you have also criticized other people of doing. So that's another way that you're a hypocrite, because you literally say people shouldn't steal designs from brands.
Go ahead,
You
okay.
knocked drop shipping. You knocked drop shipping because you said that people sell shitty shit from Alibaba and they overprice it, but you literally do the same thing with your brand, Teddy Fresh. And I'm pretty sure that's a pretty large, pretty significant source of revenue for you. So I really think it makes you look bad when you say that kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm going to continue telling my story.
No.
Because I'm not done.
Well, come on, don't be silly. Now I'm going to respond to that. So I just want to go back to where this conversation started. You talk about context and how stupid it is to express an opinion without knowing what the fuck you're talking about.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
You watched
yeah,
one? No.
Tell me.
You watched
You
one
get 'em-
hater video about how we steal designs and shit, but you've never heard me talk about that, right?
No, I haven't. This is all I know from it.
Okay, cool. So that's not a very well-informed opinion.
Okay, tell me,
And
where do you get your clothes from?
So first of all, you say that Teddy Fresh is drop shipped. You say we buy it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, hold on.
I just said that I didn't say that.
I know you said you just
You
said
said
what you did.
you said you know what drop shipping is.
Oh shit. Chat. I'm gonna have to call it a night. I've been streaming for about 9 hours. I am exhausted. If you've enjoyed stream, please throw some donos or subs my way. Would very much appreciate it. And with that, we're gonna raid out into a friendo. Let's go raid into we'll go with Tofu Ghost. I'm sending you towards Tofu Ghost. Y'all, thank you for a lovely evening. And I will be back tomorrow. See ya, folks.